This is like the best hobby ever because I get to just hang out with a microphone and a camera and the best audience Twitch has to offer. I'm Jalon. It's Friday. We're going to do our Q&A. We're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to talk about a lot of things. I'm not going to stay on the talking screen though. Let's just jump right in. We can look at some Ashes stuff. Uh-oh, right off the bat, we got bits. We got bits and tips, but not the other thing. So let's put up the hybrid combat one. I like the bear. We'll start with the bear. So guys, it's Friday. Have you survived your work week? If you're European, you're at the end of your work week. Well, I shouldn't say that anymore because people work. It's a cosmopolitan workforce. People work all the time. People work weekends. You know, I remember growing up, Monday through Friday, that was it. There wasn't a lot of places open on Saturday. It was like the mall was open, retail was open, but a lot of jobs, Monday through Friday jobs, that was it. Now we're 7 day a week, 24 hours a day. You can get customer support pretty much any time of day. The background looks so good with the second bookshelf. Yeah, the background looks so good with Mr. J back there too. I'm going to tell you, my bad cat, our feral who's got bad hips, somehow got on top of that bookshelf. I didn't hear her climbing up the corner one, so I'm gonna have to keep an eye on her because once she gets it in her head that she can get somewhere, she will be a nuisance about it until we stop her. I need a new camera mount. Oh, I know why the camera's pulling. The camera. I need a new cord. You get to catch a Jalon stream from the start. Yeah, it's like in the old days, rotating the stream around. Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, making sure there's a time available for everyone. I think that's important. I know some streamers say you should stick to a consistent schedule, and that works for some people. But since I have an audience around the globe, I have to break that up. Plus, as you guys remember in the old days, before social distancing and isolation, I used to go to family dinner on Fridays with my family. We used to go somewhere together. Now, we can't even sit indoors for a place to eat. If we go out to eat, we got to sit outside, and I hate sitting outside. I hate sitting outside while I'm eating. I hate bugs. I hate flies. I hate heat. I don't like being hot. So, we cook or we get takeout. I did make some amazing fried rice yesterday for my lunch. So, speaking of which, guys, I'm happy to say I have done 2 5K runs in 3 days. When we left off Wednesday in our adventure around the world, I had to leave early. I mean, not early. I finished the whole show, but I had to leave on time. And I went and I got my flu shot. And psychosomatically, as soon as I got the flu shot, I started feeling like crap. As I was driving home, I said, you know what I'm going to do? If I'm going to feel like crap and be in bed tomorrow, I'm going to go for a run right now. So I pulled out my phone, pulled out my deck of cards, and I said, what am I going to do? So I pulled a 5K with stations run on Wednesday. So 3.1 miles plus 5 stations at the park, 2 exercises each. Yeah. Wednesday was an amazing workout. I ran this morning. I did 5K this morning as well. I got fat, guys, and I don't like being fat. So now I'm not as fat. I'm still technically overweight. I know my face looks so much better. I did the ArcAge commercial. Somebody asked me to post it yesterday. I posted the ArcAge commercial, and I looked at my face and I was like, oh my God, that face, it's so fat. One of the prongs of my gaming chair base broke like a week and a half ago. You had it for 5 years, sitting 220 pounds on it for 12 hours a day. Average took its toll. Bought a brand new base and gas cylinder for a fraction of a price of a new chair and good to go. Yeah, my chair, somebody asked me last stream if I would put the chair that I'm sitting in my blacksmith, because they wanted to look into it. I only bought a new chair because I have 2 offices. I have the office upstairs. I have the streaming room. And then I have the office downstairs where I game with my wife. I'm going to be honest. I need to tomorrow, since I don't think I have anything else that must be done. I need to set up all my keybinds for Final Fantasy 14 downstairs so I can play with my wife again. Computer downstairs is a little older. I thought I had a 1070 sitting around in one of these machines. That one's only a 980, I think. But it plays Final Fantasy fine. No solid state drive, but that's okay. I like being in the same room with my wife. I also, like I told you guys on Wednesday's show, boom, somebody reached into their pocket for a tier 1 sub. I appreciate that. Bed Dave. You want to be in bed, Dave? Like, are you sleepy? Because I'm kind of sleepy. But I wouldn't be in your bed. I'd be in my own bed. Yeah, I was kind of disappointed in Bose on Wednesday. I'm glad that they responded, though. Saved me trying to figure out why this particular thing, if you want to use it in Discord and game with it, you have to have a separate external mic. And I was like, for a company like Bose, that doesn't really seem like the answer you'd expect from like the audio people. Like I sent a message back, they ignored me. Boom, there's 2 and there's a Prime one. Oh, speaking of Prime, guys, I'm gonna do this. A lot of people ask me about Prime on the off things. You can get Amazon Prime for free for a month. You can try it out. You can see the stuff they offer for Twitch gaming. I love my Amazon Prime. It costs me nothing because I pretty much order everything from Amazon. Plus, I love the fact I get free shipping, I get free music, I get free movies. And that's going to be something we're going to be doing here in the future. I think I'm going to do a watch party. Oh, look at this. Another Prime sub, and we got a choo-choo train right to start the show. I'm going to be doing a Twitch Prime watch party for Deadpool and Deadpool 2. If I make partner. That's going to be, I'm going to hang out with my audience just watching a little Deadpool 2. That's a flaw in the operating system and hands-free audio. It's not just Bose. If you want good headphones audio, you cannot use it as a mic as well. You can't actually use the headset without an external mic. There's no configuration of settings. So if you're using your sound collar in Discord, you must set up an external mic. Otherwise, it doesn't work. It doesn't work in any configuration. And Bose literally said that. They said there is no way to use Discord and video games at the same time with our product. Mine works because obviously I have the Blue Yeti. But and what I said to him is, isn't there a way that, like, and this is where average people irritate me. Average people. If I was the customer service at Bose, I would have seen that feedback. I wouldn't have just given a bullshit answer. I would have passed that to the engineer. And then if I was an engineer worth my shit, I would have been like, hold on. Let me get permission from my boss to contact Discord, and let's figure out a way that at least the sound collar can be used to hear Discord and your game music at the same time, because we can disable them. Let's do something where we can disable the mic and not make this a communication device. Make it just regular headphones. Because if you have just regular headphones on, you can hear Discord and your game audio. Of course he wants to come in. Of course you want to produce the show. You didn't want to produce any of the Ashes 101 work today. So, who listens to game music? I listen to the game music. I listen to my game audio. Alrighty. So with that said, Ashes of Creation. And you know what? You're going to be internet famous if you're going to make all the noise. You're going to come up here and be internet famous. Yeah. This is not actually the Jalon with the Paradox Gaming Network show. This is the show off the cats that come in throughout the show. Boom. There's another tier 1 reaching into your pockets. And that finished our level 1. Thank you, guys. So emotes are coming. With that said, where we at? Feels bad when you do a change that fucks the entire page over. Hashtag screw up. That's okay, Zetrix. That's okay. I am working on getting Zetrix access. I don't know exactly how to set that up, but Zetrix makes the changes to the webpage. 99% of the time he gets them right, but when he gets them wrong, whoa, he doesn't know how to underachieve with getting it wrong. He got it really wrong today. That's okay, because, you know, it's a community-driven thing. Can't be mad at the guy who's doing the work for free, right? It's okay. It's a big oof. It's like, you know, your portfolio. You can be like, later on, you can be like, you see this? I dragged this webpage kicking and screaming into the 2020s. I do want to say, with Ashes 101, I appreciate everybody's feedback. It's a communal project. Somebody has a question, I take that question and I look at Ashes 101 and I say, does Ashes 101 actually already answer this question? And if it already answers the question, I direct the person to the page. But sometimes it doesn't answer the question very thoroughly, or I've buried the answer. Like, people were asking about node sieges. And we'll talk about node sieges after we answer the questions, because the open Q&A is on. And so let me write down node sieges so I know to go back to it. But saw your stealth video. What are your feelings on stealth, and what is a fair compensation to rogues wanting full invisibility and others not wanting to be trolled from an invisible enemy? Well, first of all, let me talk to you about fair compromise. There is no compromise, because you're not entitled to full invisibility. Just because other games have full invisibility for their rogues doesn't mean Ashes of Creation has ever intended on giving full invisibility to their rogues. In fact, Ashes of Creation has never, ever said rogues would have full invisibility. Ashes of Creation. Oh, look at that. Another subscription with Prime. Thank you for that. Ashes of Creation has always maintained the mentality that the stealth is going to look like this. So this is what the stealth is going to look like. Now, when you say, what is a fair compromise to the rogues wanting full invisibility and others not wanting to be trolled from an invisible enemy? Number one, there's another Prime sub. Guys, you're amazing. Thank you. I am going to say to people, why should rogues get full invisibility and mages don't? Because I think that a master of the arcane would be able to more easily make themselves fully invisible, rather than a rogue who is supposed to have to rely on using the shadows, staying hidden. I would be very, very interested if you guys see all those books on the, what is that, the third and the fourth shelf. There's a game called Rifts that I tabletop. I used 20 years ago, used to tabletop jam for. There's an ability in that game called Shadow Meld, where mages can step into the shadows and completely disappear. The only way you can make them visible again is to shine an awesome amount of light onto that area, so much light that it doesn't create more shadows. I would like to see rogues have the ability to go completely invisible if they stand still. But the moment they move, they get the Predator Shroud. I would also like to see mages get some sort of invisibility. I would like to make it so that, although there are social organizations called the Scholars Guild or the Scholars Academy and the Mages Guild, I would like to see it where the mages in game and the rogues in game inside the classes are somewhat in a quasi faction war against each other. I think that would bring an amazing dynamic to the game. You just create a conflict between two classes, and I think that would work perfectly. The problem with complete invisibility is that it's game unbalancing. And here is I'm going to turn your question around on you a little bit. You said, what are my feelings on stealth and what is a fair compromise to the rogues wanting full invisibility? My turnaround to you is, you're not getting full invisibility. So what are you willing to give up in order to get full invisibility? I love it. We got the hype chest. I love it. Thank you for that. I like chests. So my question to rogues is, what are you willing to give up? Because you can't say, I want to be the full burst class and I want full invisibility. You don't get to say that. You don't give both because you haven't been offered both. Alrighty. Will bows have auto aiming or manual? Both. Tab skills using a bow will be auto aimed and will be based on evasion and accuracy. Manual is manual. My question is based off rogues seeming to be upset. No, I'm going to tell you right now. Your anecdotal evidence that you've seen rogues that are upset is anecdotal, not statistical. Statistically, half the rogues I've talked to are okay with it, and half the rogues are a little pissed because they want full invisibility, but they understand why they're not getting it. I'd say maybe 5% of rogues are upset. The rest of them are like, well, it all depends on how this plays out, and I need to see the rest of my kit. I mean, you know, yeah, right there. There's another content creator. I'm a rogue main. I'm a rogue main, and I'm fine with the partial invisibility. So I think we have to wait till we see the rest of the kit. Now, if rogues, somebody made a really good point. If rogues don't have full invisibility and they don't have a lot of other things to make up for that, then why would you just not play a fighter? If fighter puts out 200% the damage of a rogue and the rogue doesn't have that invisibility, juke, jive, dive, dodge, then yeah, we have a situation where you would probably be better off playing a fighter. Are people really tagging me while I'm streaming? Let's see. Oh, people talking about something I said in the server earlier. I try to educate people everywhere I go. That's my thing in life. I try to educate people. Can I ask a question about Ashes of Creation? Yes, that's what you are here for. You are here for questions about Ashes of Creation. Morning. Good morning. Regarding the active skill points, since it was on the video a little bit ago, did Steven say that you will have to invest... Did Steven say you will have to invest skill points into abilities to switch them from active to tab target, or are both targeting options always available for all skills? No. There are skills that are all action. There are skills that are all tab. Well, not all. There are skills that are action. There are skills that are tab. And there are some skills that as you invest points into them, you switch them from action to tab. But if you take level 1 fireball for a mage, and it's a tab ability, unless it has at the level 2 or level 3 ability also becomes action, then that ability stays a tab ability. So some abilities can be switched based on their point investment, but not all. With ArcH2 confirmed Unreal Engine 5, you imagine Ashes is updating to 5 instead of 4.2? I don't think Ashes is in a rush to update to Unreal Engine 5, because if they try to do Unreal Engine 5 now, they can't go into testing. If they go into Unreal Engine 5, they don't have the dev kit for it. I don't think Ashes of Creation needs to move to 5. I don't think Ashes needs to move to 5 right away. The thing with Unreal Engine 5 doesn't do a whole lot of stuff in the back end for the engineering side of the game. It does an awful lot of stuff for the art side of the game. You would speed up asset production by 3-fold, maybe. We don't know what their asset production looks like right now. Their asset production may already be like 4 Sigma or 5 Sigma, if you guys know what process improvement is. They may be operating on a fast pace because they've been going for 2 or 3 years. So remember, if you change the process, you might actually cause lag in their process while they learn the new process. Anybody that's ever been in the military, anybody that's ever been in the military, if you change happy to glad, you get a whole lot of people having to do a whole lot of rework just to change happy to glad. Now, I'm not saying that a game like ArcH2 that's just coming out in development, that has no intention of trying to show anything off, yeah, they're definitely going to be able to speed along ArcH2 based on Unreal Engine 5. I do also want to throw out this caveat here. Um, it is highly possible that Intrepid Studios has been deeply involved with Unreal Engine 5 for the entire time. The reason why is there were only 2 major MMOs being developed with Unreal Engine. It was Project TL and Ashes of Creation. Don't think that Epic Games isn't working with those 2 studios, with Intrepid Studios and NCSoft, and making engineering changes to the engine itself. Unless Intrepid has some proprietary back-end changes that they don't want to share with anybody else, that they exclusively did, they're of course going to share their processes with Epic, so Epic can refine Epic's processes for the engine. It's one of those, it's a collaboration between the studios. So I don't know how hard it would be to code it, but maybe different levels of stealth, where the more hidden you are, the slower you can move, because it's a lot harder to move when hidden than not. Yeah, I definitely, that is the trade-off. If you want total invisibility, you should be moving at a snail's pace. I would almost say that to have total invisibility, you should almost not be able to move. I have no problem, and I'm almost willing to go this far. A very, very long cooldown for immunity with invisibility. You run, you're dodging, you're juking, you're driving. 5 seconds, maybe 4, maybe 3. A channel cast, you make yourself completely invisible and immune, but you can't move. That would give the rogues their feeling of, I'm an assassin. You jump in, stab, 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 you kill the guy, you backflip out, you run away, you get away far enough, you stand still for 3 seconds, you completely fade away. I'd be okay with that. What about complete invisibility during the night? I'm against any total invisibility that allows for people to have mobility. I think total invisibility must come with the sacrifice of 100% mobility. Let's see. Let's see. Predator Shimmer, I feel, is the compromise. Little bit. Let's see. Rogue main and WoW, and I'm okay with this. Yeah. Rogue main, here's the thing. People, PvPers, they play Rogue, and then they don't even like the fact that they can wombo combo people. Like, good PvPers want good fights. They don't want a high kill count. Of course they want a high kill count, but people who are actually interested in PvP, they want a good fight, not just the win. I mean, that's like saying the Chicago White Sox went undefeated this season and all they played was high school baseball teams. Well, I don't know how many high school baseball players that are cranking a 400-foot home run dead center, you know? A couple. So you want a good fight, you want a good match. Winning comes at the cost of the prospect of losing. Just started playing Final Fantasy XIV. I'm enjoying it while waiting for Ashes. Excellent. I highly recommend Final Fantasy XIV. If anybody wants to get into Final Fantasy XIV, let me know. I can give you a friend code. Have we seen Invis from an opponent's POV? I remember seeing it from the player's perspective outside of the BR. Could the Predator Shimmer actually be much harder to see than we're able to see? I do have some footage where I'm seeing people, but I have to dig through my BR footage for that. Any comment on the Mavs' swing for crafters are forced to raid, to raiders are forced to learn complex crafting and stare at a loading bar for 3 months? Seems like every MMO is embracing incredibly complex crafting, forcing raiders, PvPers to fight crafting windows. I have no idea what you're trying to say with that. I think you've tried to throw too much sarcasm and condescension into your comment, because raiders are forced to learn complex crafting systems and stare at loading bars for 3 months. I don't know of any game that forces a raider to learn a complex crafting system. I don't know any game that does that. So you gotta dial back the sarcasm a little bit and the hatred towards whatever game hurt you, and give that to me a lot more concisely and to the point. I play rogue, and if you stand still and have full invisibility, you could snipe with a bow. You could, but then that would break you out of your stealth, and there are no one-shots. There are no headshots. There are no drop them in one-shots. About the weapon attacks, I think if I remember hearing, you'll need the normal weapon attack because there won't be an auto attack to refill mana. But I think in the videos, even the range class like healer had to go melee to use their weapon attack. Will it stay like this, or will ranged weapons get a ranged weapon attack? Ranged weapons already have a ranged weapon attack. I mean, if you don't understand the question, it doesn't make it sarcasm. Well, it does, because the problem is that you're being overly sarcastic and you've missed the point. It's not that I don't understand the question, it's that it's really your opinion blended into a question, and that makes it a bad question. Like, any comment on the massive swing from crafters are forced to raid. I don't know of any game where crafters are forced to raid. It wasn't sarcastic, it was loaded. Okay. Yeah. I don't know of any game where crafters are forced to raid. So that throws that out right away. Crafters are never forced to raid. The only game I could say in the last 10 years I've played where crafters were forced to raid was Star Wars The Old Republic, where exclusive recipes dropped. But even then, those recipes weren't bound. They were tradable. They were single, or they were limited use. Not limited use, but only a limited number of people could get those. So I don't, as long if the recipe is tradable, the crafter isn't forced to raid. So if WoW Classic has recipes that are not tradable, then sure. But that's 2 games out of however many we have. Let's see. Perhaps thinking too far in the future, but will Ashes of Creation be increasing the level cap? Why don't we let Ashes of Creation launch first before we start talking about the level cap? Yes, obviously they will eventually increase the level cap, but we don't know if that's in the first expansion, the second expansion. Of course, you increase the level cap because it's part of game design. Eventually, people get tired of horizontal progression. They need that vertical progression to feel good about themselves again. So the only difference for Unreal Engine 5 is the renderer. Everything else doesn't affect the game. I thought that too, but I was told by another game developer that uses Unreal that there are some bits and pieces that changed, but it's not like a full back end change. It's not like Crytek 2 to Crytek 3 or Unreal 3 to Unreal 4. Unless you have a lot of weird things going on, you should be able to port your project to Unreal Engine 5. The problem is that you have to change your art development process then. So it depends on, I'm sure, I'm 100% sure Intrepid, Steven, Jeff, Bacon, Chris Atkins, the art leads have all looked at what Unreal Engine 5 brings to the table, and then when can they get it? When can they start using it? How, also remember, they might have to redo their tools that they use. Not this dude again. Are you the only one streaming this? Hey man, real simple. You don't like the content? Find yourself right back out the door you walked in. You can go away. Let's see. Final Fantasy XIV making me wish there was no primary archetype lock. I'd love to make one character and still be able to experience combat styles if I choose. Yeah, I really like the freedom of being able to do everything on one character, because I don't want to have to repeat the horizontal content, the horizontal development in order to help my guild. If I'm on at like 10 o'clock in the morning and my guild is like, we don't have a tank for this, I love to be able to just switch over to my tank and go tank the content for them. If they say we need another healer, obviously I'm usually a healer. If they need a bard, they need a whatever. I like to be able to have that flexibility. So for a long time, it took me a while to get over the fact there was going to be a primary archetype lock. But I'm okay with it now. Now, I will agree. I like the idea of a primary archetype being able to be switchable. I don't like being my primary archetype locked. Final Fantasy XI had this. Final Fantasy XIV had this. What I didn't like was that in Final Fantasy XIV, they allowed everybody to master every crafting profession, every gathering profession. I hated that because even at launch, when I played at launch, I was making millions of gil a day because I got to level 50 first in a lot of stuff, and I was able to make the parts people needed to make their crafting gear, and I was making their crafting gear. I was literally making my competitors gil, or making my competitors gear for them, but I was charging them so much gil, they didn't even realize they would have been better off just asking somebody to build them the parts and then high queuing or HQing their own gear. Personally, stealth is different than invisibility to me. Yes, I agree. Stealth is different than invisibility. 100% agree. With regards to different levels of stealth, it worked like that in PS2. If you were crouched, you were less visible than if you were upright. And if you were standing still, you had better invis than moving. They're not doing crouch and they're not doing prone in the MMO. I think a lot of people are conflating PvP with ganking and bullying. Yes, oftentimes people do. That's why I always say, and Warhead says it right after you, there's only a minority of PvPers that want good fights. The rest of them want free, easy kills and the tools to get them. I have more fun losing a good fight than I do winning an easy fight. There's not one good MMO that is based on Unreal Engine. This is true. This is why Epic Games has a vested interest now with 3 different MMOs in development for Unreal Engine. They have a lot of vested interest in helping those games get better. Let's see. Hope the stream's been going well and glad to catch another one. Hey, glad you're back. It's always good when people come back. Ashes on Unreal Engine 5 is going to be insane. Don't assume Ashes is going to be on Unreal Engine 5. People need to stop making that assumption. They have not committed to moving to Unreal Engine 5. Weapon attacks clarification. In the vids, you see the healer mage hitting the enemies with the staff. Yes. Also remember, what you're seeing in the videos is early content. You're seeing early combat content. So, yes, there are ranged weapons. Wands, grimoires, orbs if they stay, bows. I highly doubt that they are going to force a ranger to go into their melee build. I highly doubt that. It's like when people are seeing one thing and they're not seeing proof of concept of something else, realize the game is still in development. Combat is still in development. Also realize if when you think to yourself, man, it's really going to suck if this doesn't change, keep in mind they have a whole team of people with a lot of experience playing and making MMOs. It's not like they're going to be like, whatever. Ashes 101 says instance apartments start at stage 4, but Steven mentioned on the Discord a village will have 50 initial apartments. Is there a difference between village apartments and instanced apartments, or is this a typo? It is not a typo. A stage 3 node comes with 50 initial apartments, but the mayor cannot build more. Instanced apartments start at stage 4. That is when the mayor can build more. So the instanced apartment building only comes about at stage 4. There are a total of 58 guaranteed citizens in a stage 3 node, 8 cottages, 50 instanced apartments, and then as many freeholds as people can build. Bullies want the easy button that is total invis. I agree. Also, people need to realize, I keep trying to stress this. Total invisibility only works really well for you in a game with 5-second kills. So you pop out of stealth and you jump on the cleric and you do 25% of his health. Congratulations, he's going to heal, and he's going to turn around and he's going to look at you and say, the fuck is your problem? If you're thinking you're going to play Ashes and be getting like wombo combo 1 cycle kills, you've missed the entire conversation on time to kill being 30 seconds floor. To be honest, I feel most recipes should be discoverable, experimented, like basic starter recipes are common knowledge, and everything else must be learned through discovery. Good thing Ashes of Creation is having a crafting system based on discovery. MMORPG without the leveling system would be great, so everything would have value from the start. You can have character progression without a level system. No, you really can't. You can't really have character progression without a leveling system. I give you New World and how they don't even have roles. You can do a video game, kind of, without levels. Maybe. And you just do it all skill-based. But no, even skill-based tabletop games have vertical progression levels. I mean, EVE Online doesn't have levels per se. EVE Online doesn't have levels per se, but each of your skills has levels. So you're not like a level 50 pilot, because there's no guarantee you even know what that person has. But yeah, it would be very, very difficult to pull off a good MMORPG without a leveling system. Chronicles of Elyria had this problem right from the very beginning. Chronicles of Elyria actually said that a level 1 character with starter gear, if they were a highly skilled player, would be able to kill a max level character. They would have a chance to kill a max level character. Why do people want to play a game, an MMORPG, where somebody who's brand new can kill me? That's what MOBAs are. That's what first-person shooters are. That's what battle royales are, where everybody starts coming out of the box equal, and then it's all about your skill. Like, MMORPGs, part of your power comes from your time invested. I know some people are like, well, I don't have time to no life it, man. Well, then don't play an MMORPG, man. You're playing the wrong type of game. Like, I guess what? I can't use my left arm in an overhead manner to lift up my body weight. So guess what I don't do? I don't do chin-ups. I don't do pull-ups. I also don't go rock climbing. But I don't want them to make the mountain shorter or easier because I can't rock climb. I just pick my hobbies. I can't use my arm in an overhead fashion. I guess rock climbing is out. When can we start playing this game? Alpha 1 gonna start sometime this fall. How much do we know about questing? I know that the starter zones have quests to get you started, and there's supposed to be factions. There are no factions. There are no factions. Do you know how much story the quests will have? Yes. I actually just worked on the PvE side. If you go to ashes101.com, right on the left side at the bottom, the third thing is PvE content. In Ashes of Creation, quests are actually meaningful. They have what you call dailies, they call tasks. It's not like the ArcAge dailies where if you don't log in every single day and become a slave to the daily grind, you're going to fall behind. Now, your node may fall behind, but that's, player choice. If you don't contribute to your node, then you're not contributing to the world development. So, yeah. All of the quests are going to be meaningful. They're going to be adventures. Do you think corruption will impact stealth? On top of the blur, do you think any additional corruption style visuals might be emitted from the player? No, they're not doing corruption style visuals being emitted from the players. I asked this last stream, but don't think I got an answer. Is there going to be meaningful weather in this game, more than just it's raining? Maybe like downpours that slow down road movement, fog for reduced visibility, harsh seas that can damage or destroy boats. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit last time. There is going to be meaningful weather. The weather is going to change. The seasons are going to change weekly right now. That may change. But the weather for the seasons is going to impact visibility, events. Roads may ice over. Roads may voice over. Posture check. No, I'm good. I'm on my balance board. Roads may ice over. Rivers may freeze over so you can cross them without the bridge. Damage boats, maybe. Destroy boats, no. I don't think they would destroy the boats from weather because people would rage about that. Although, I mean, Abyssal, you could lose your boat at Abyssal if you sat there long enough. Did you say this earlier? There won't be crouching or going prone. Is there a reason for this? Yeah, because you really don't need crouching or going prone in an MMORPG. Because what you're really trying to do at that point is you're trying to hide your nameplate. So that's really it. There was crouching in APOC, but It wasn't, I mean, that was because you need crouching in a battle royale. Let's see. I feel like Intrepid filling those 24 positions was done solely to ramp up development to get this game out before 2022. No, not at all. Because in both interviews I've done with Steven over the years, I've known what their ramp up for their staffing has been. They've always wanted to ramp up. And also, you don't just hire 24 random people because you want to speed things up. More people doesn't make a process faster. There's a lot of companies that learn this. A lot of companies that learn this. Adding more people to a problem isn't necessarily the solution. Sometimes taking people out of a process speeds up the process. What would orbs be if they stayed in the game as opposed to wands or grims? That's a very good question. I have a feeling orbs are going to come out and they were replaced by wands. Orbs were kind of cool in Alpha Zero, but we didn't have wands. I don't think we're going to have orbs and wands. I think they will end up getting merged. To me, stealth was more of an exploration skill, not a kill assist tool. And that's fine. If that's how you want to do your stealth, you can absolutely positively do your stealth as an exploration skill. Then give it to all the classes. Let's see. It's good to hear insta-kill and stun lock ganking is out. Longer and more meaningful combat is fun. Yep. You have about a 30-second floor to the time to kill. Now, I do want people to realize something. When I say a 30-second floor on the time to kill, that's aimed for the 8-man content. And obviously, you know, you're not going to be tanking for 30 seconds as one tank against a full raid. Keep in mind what the expectations are. They're balancing combat around a 8-man party. So when I say the floor is 30 seconds, that involves you having a healer healing you, you using mitigation, a bard buffing and healing you. You know, that all factors in. How that's going to factor in with 1v1s, there are going to be classes you simply cannot kill. There are going to be classes you simply cannot kill. They are your hard counters. There are going to be classes that you engage and they are way easy for you to kill. You are their hard counter. Ashes of Creation is not a rock, paper, scissors balance. There is a lot of things going on in the balance. Rogues don't automatically beat mages. Some rogue classes will have advantages over other. Some rogue classes will have advantages over some mage classes. Some mage classes will have advantages over some rogue classes. Depends on what armor you're wearing, what augments you've taken, how have you spec'd, how have you built. There's going to be a lot of things going on. Let's see. What year do you think they will release the game? I think they are going to release the game on March 22nd, 2022. If there's no stealth to get in range, you're just a ranger. Yeah, but then what does fighter do? I mean, obviously fighters have to get into range without stealth. Have you by chance noticed a new Twitch account using a name very similar to yours? Any idea what that's about? Nope. Do you got a name for me? We need to ask better questions. Jalan is the last 40 minutes just answering nope. Yep. I mean, here's the thing. I'm going to be honest. I mentor a lot of small content creators, giving them advice, giving them tips, giving them pointers. If somebody thinks that they're going to get ahead by making a name similar to mine, that's fine. However, that's not going to get them success. Let's see. I think crouching should be a thing for role playing. I think sit is fine for role play. I don't think you need crouch. Yeah, here, like Warhead said, when you talk about adding people into a process just to speed it up, you need a baby in 9 months. So you just have 9 women get pregnant and they can just all do it in 1 month, right? No. The new Twitch account in question is Paradox Gaming Network KM. Hold on, let's take a look. So their channel with no followers and nothing. That's fine. It's funny though. Let's see. Will guild nodes be able to declare war on each other outside of the siege mechanics? Yes. Like an ongoing conflict between the two groups that doesn't result in corruption? Yes. Ashes101.com, the PvP section. I have a section on guild wars. I have a section on node wars. In fact, I just rewrote the nodes wars section yesterday. A question about castle sieges. The NPC castle sieges only occur once per server. 5 castles filled with AI. Or will the community always fight each other after the castle is cleared once? No, once you clear the castle once, somebody becomes the monarch, and then it becomes the recurring castle system. You know? Just worried one might want to try to ruin your rep. Here's the thing. If the person wants to do that, and they want to go into channels, and they want to act a clown, and they get reported and they get banned, I mean, obviously it's, you know, there's going to be some people that are like, didn't I just ban this account? Fine. If I go to visit them and they end up banning me, fine. I don't think anywhere I visit is going to ban me. Most people know me. I mean, most people know me. They know what my name is when I come in with this channel. If you don't have haters, do you even matter? Exactly. I mean, if you don't have haters, I love the fact that I have haters, and I love the fact that my haters think that any single thing they do, like, impacts what I do. Like, one particular hater going on and on and on about how something I posted yesterday had to do anything with him. Like, he's the only reason why I knew about a particular game, not counting the fact that I used to play the original game. If you guys don't know anything about Ember, Ember sent out an email yesterday, and this actually, again, I don't know what it is with companies, right? I do not know what it is with companies. Did I put it in the trash? Ember. I got rid of it. Let's see, EM8VR. So Ember is a game that's in development, and it's based on the old Firefall game. Firefall was a really good game when it started. It had a lot of bugs, I had a lot of issues, needed a lot of work. I really enjoyed Firefall. I liked testing it. It launched, it was a total piece of crap because it wasn't ready. It failed. You don't launch something that's not ready, because then all you're doing is launching something you know is going to fall on its face and fail. So I don't know why. I mean, I kind of know why game companies do it. Game companies release what they have when they run out of money. They have enough money to get to this spot. So we're going to release. We're going to release now because we're, like Harrison Ford said in Ender's Game, you're never ready. You go when you're ready enough. Well, if you've got $18 left in the bank, you got to go. You got to hit publish. You got to make money. Well, Ember actually sent out an email yesterday that said, hey guys, we have to officially license our software now because we don't have any. What the fuck do you mean? You have a game in development and you haven't officially licensed the software? I mean, that throws up a giant warning flag for me. There are things that you should pay for at the beginning so you don't have to pay for them later. You haven't officially licensed your software? Yeah, we're done. I don't even follow that. In fact, I probably just need to drop out of that Discord. I'm done with that. I'm not getting involved with a company that doesn't have their software officially licensed. Let's see. Will the game have character titles, as in per rank or trade rank, titles through discovery or achievement? Or will they be universal? Or will some be race locked to go with lore flavor? You will get titles for achievement. You will get titles for discovery. You will get titles for your rank. I do not know. I mean, some titles are going to be universal. Going to be universal because people accomplish the same things. I don't know if any titles are going to be race locked to go with lore flavor. Remember, anytime you race lock something, you piss people off. Like, you know, some of it, I guess, you know, you wouldn't need the Dwarven Crafting Master title on your elf character, but people do not like race lock stuff. They don't like it in the slightest. Hey, you're laying in front of the light. I didn't buy a light for you to warm your face. Bad cat. Bad cat. Alrighty. What are we at? 52 minutes? Race locks are mildly annoying, but gender locks are rage-inducing. Yes, that is absolutely true. Absolutely true. Chief Bounty Hunter is one individual per military node. No, I have no idea. There are a lot of questions you want to ask, but you're asking questions about like the veins on the leaf, on the branch, on the tree, in the forest. I have no idea if I have no idea if every node can have a chief bounty hunter. I don't know if the nodes that are allied with military nodes can have a chief bounty hunter. I don't know if the vassals of a military node can have a chief bounty hunter. Steven is doing a good job of teasing enough information to keep people interested, but not so much information that people know everything. And it infuriates me because I want to know. How can transmogging equipment not severely reduce the enjoyment of getting armor in a sense of world? Because it's real simple. I don't give a shit about visual progression. I just want to look good. I don't care how I look good. I don't care if I got my look from my wallet. I don't care if I got my look through my accomplishments. As long as I can look good, that's all I care about. For some people, visual progression is their end game. And for those people, that's fine. However, for those people that think visual progression is the be-all, end-all of endgame content, your cause has chosen a hill to die on that is literally, you're getting no support from anybody else in the Ashes community. I have not seen a group of people more toxic towards the people they need support from. The number of people... The number of people who want visual progression to be meaningful is infinitesimal compared to the people like me who I don't give a shit. Okay? So you got to realize, like anything else, like any other social movement, like any, changing of a regime, a system, a process, first of all, the visual progression people already don't realize that they're fighting an impossible battle because they're not thinking about their position. You're literally telling Intrepid, you need to change your business model because you're saying that people can't buy cosmetics. So first of all, that doesn't even get you a seat at the table. That doesn't, your conversation's you're not even going to be invited to sit down. It's like you always know how interested your boss is in your idea. If you schedule a meeting with your boss about an idea and you walk into your boss's office and you hand him the idea, if your boss says, go ahead, have a seat, your boss is genuinely interested in this idea. If you hand the boss the piece of paper and the boss looks at it and he doesn't offer you a seat while he's reading, he's going to do this 8 times out of 10. It's a very good idea. I'll think about it. I'll take it under advisement. I'll get back to you. Is there anything else? And that's the go fuck yourself, because you just gave your boss an impossibility. You gave your boss something he cannot execute. So for the visual progression people, you're being toxic to the majority of the community who you need on your side if you want to make any changes. And you're trying to get Intrepid to change their business model. That's not ever going to happen. Steven's not going to wake up tomorrow and be like, yeah, you guys, you're right. I can afford to fund this game without the cosmetic cash shop. If they could have funded the game without the cosmetic cash shop, they would have done it. They're not charging a box price. Do you know if we can build freeholds in the Underrealm? Yeah, why wouldn't you? Because there's nodes in the Underrealm. Alpha 1 date will be announced at the end of this month. No. Alpha 1 date will be announced when they're ready for Alpha 1. That's why I'm not getting to the nuts and bolts for Ashes until we get closer to launch. No sense learning everything only for things to be vague and or change a bunch of times before launch. That's a good mentality to have. Obviously, I'm jumping in it because I want to help change and shape Ashes. So to help change and shape Ashes, you need to know everything you can about the subject as planned so you can present alternatives. Hey, where do we check the polls you do, or even vote on them? I was working on my polls earlier today. I'm still in the process of setting up the polls. There's a couple of different things I want to try. I don't currently have any polls up and running. Sometimes people throw up polls Sometimes people throw out polls here, but those don't last long. I want a way to get long-lasting polls, but without turning my website into a clown circus, without also creating a bunch of work. I'm thinking about getting a subscription to SurveyMonkey again, just so I can set up SurveyMonkey surveys. Because then that gives me the data. I might also do Google Forms as well, because then that gives me the data I need in a manner I can get it. So I love Transmog. I don't understand how you can beat Transmog. Oh, Mr. Gummy Boy. Mr. Gummy Boy is a new patron over at Patreon as well. I don't understand how you can be anti-transmog. You still have to collect the item to get the transmog. People are upset about the transmog because you can buy it in the cash shop. That's what some people's complaint is. What phase of testing is Ashes currently on? Pre-Alpha 1. We're moving into Alpha 1 this fall. In a PvP game, the PvP needs to be good. The rest is just a bonus. Yes, that would be true in a PvP game. However, Ashes is not a PvP game. Ashes is a PvX game that is PvP centric. I mean, if visual progression is meaningful or game releases earlier, I'll take option B. I agree. I'm of the same mind. I want to look good, and the other side of the argument is I cannot stand getting stronger armor that is visually ugly to me compared to something I already had. Yes, I agree. Also, best is subjective. As you guys have seen over the years, Chibi, who is behind the chat. What are you doing behind the chat, Chibi? Some people didn't like Chibi's cosmetic. Some people say to me, they're like, well, why would you wear a priest's costume? You are definitely not a priest. I was like, that's not a priest's costume. That is the Holy Inquisitor from Arcage. I really like the story of the Holy Inquisitor. I happen to have read parts of the novels. I gotten the rest translated for me. And I like the Holy Inquisitor. I liked the way it looked, and it's the one I wore. A lot of people hated it. Some people loved it. What is best is subjective. I would be okay if there's cosmetic alternatives for armor sets that are related to the original set. Allowing a decked out knight to look like a farmer seems contrary to a living world. But why? Why does how the other guy looks matter to you, since you can click on him and see his armor type and tier buff? So what you're really asking for then is you want to control the other guy's appearance. So you want to control somebody else's gameplay. I could see that maybe you want to say, I want to see people in their default cosmetics. And now since Intrepid seems hellbent to give a buff that shows people type and tier, I would be okay then with them, instead of having a type and tier buff, then just fuck it, have two settings, have default player appearance so that you're red, green, or purple Power Rangers, or then another one that shows people in their default without their cosmetics on. But then if you get that option, you lose the type and tier buff. I'd be okay with that. I feel there should be visual progression, but I don't care if it's a small matter. If I buy cosmetics, I do so knowing I will lose it. But if I don't run a cosmetic, I want gear to have visual progression, but should not go from the gear in video to WoW gear. Just make a different type of detail and materials. Well, yeah, I mean, it's not like this is Black Desert Online where they're making bullshit looking gear and make you an ugly hobo. If you don't buy something out of the cash shop, that's not their plan. They're not doing if you don't buy something out of the cash shop, you're gonna look horrible. If you guys haven't checked out the gear that they've shown off, that they've already shown off, the set gear looks really, really good comparatively to most games. Would you suggest waiting for the official release of this game to buy? Addy with a whole lot of sevens. Here's what I'm going to say. Ready? I am going to give you my referral link. And the referral link, if you haven't signed up for Ashes of Creation yet, I share my referral link with you. Costs you nothing. Helps me out. Helps me out in two ways. I do get a kickback when you make purchases. Also lets Intrepid know I'm growing as a content creator. I'm reaching new people. With that said, once you have your account, don't buy anything unless you're sold. If you are not 100% sold on Ashes of Creation, do not buy anything for Ashes of Creation. And what makes it really easy as a content creator to make that statement is I'm just echoing what Steven Sharif has said. If you are not sold on his process, on his product, on his promises, on what he's going to deliver, then don't spend a dime. Wait until the game launches. Wait until it's in a playable state. Let's see. The thing is, Intrepid needs to sell something. It's best to sell cosmetics in order to not sell pay to win. I mean, yes, the thing people are forgetting is they're not having a box price. So what they're trying to do is by selling cosmetics monthly, they're moving month to month to month without incurring and accumulating a big giant debt. They're still accumulating debt, but it's just smaller because they offset it by the monthly cosmetics. Also keep in mind, the monthly cosmetics keep some artists employed, because without those monthly cosmetics, they wouldn't have those artists. Plus, people forget that, like, we got the cursed charger, and then we got 2 alternative versions of the cursed charger that'll appear in game. So it's not like they're just selling cosmetics. They take the cursed charger, it becomes a mob in game, it becomes a tameable, it becomes an alternative skin. There's lots of things going on there. As long as they don't provide you with in-game bonuses like Black Desert Online, you want to swim faster, buy this outfit, yeah. There are no bonuses. There are no bonuses on the gear. Also, make sure your polls aren't hilariously biased like political polls. You know, I've done a couple of polls. I haven't written polls in 21 years, to be honest. I've done a couple over the years, and looking back on them, I say, wow, man, did you forget every single thing you learned in surveys and statistics? Because, yeah, it's really easy to bias your own poll. I love that proximity chat is not a thing for the 4 different chats, because you wouldn't want proximity chat while doing a large dungeon. Well, there is proximity chat for parties and raids, but yeah, it's not open world in the party and dungeon. But I'd love to see Ashes include voice chat for public proximity chat. That would be mutable. This would be disabled during the castle sieges and other events. This would add the communication and meeting new people aspect all around the world rather than just crowded. I'm going to assume you meant taverns. Voice chat, proximity chat in game is a complete, total fucking waste of resources. Okay. Proximity chat is a total fucking waste of resources. 90 or more % of players that I have talked to have already said the first thing they're going to do is disable it. If it's not already disabled by default, they're going to disable it. The only character I will have that will have proximity chat on will be my tavern owner for helping new players. I really, really, really hope that they're not investing any time, effort, energy, or resources into proximity chat right now. Get the fucking game done, add voice chat later. I'm going to tell you how bad voice chat is. EVE Online had in-game proximity or in-game chat, and then they realized nobody fucking used it, so they turned it off. Proximity chat is disabled by 90% of people, even though they have mics. Why the shit would I want to talk to the total random strangers? And why would I want to hear the total random strangers? I don't want to hear them. I will turn it off immediately. In fact, I'm going to petition Steven to have it off by default. Will there be party voice chat? Yes. Will you be in my party if you're using the in-game party voice chat? No. You will be in my Discord or my TeamSpeak if you want to be in my party. If you want to be in other people's parties, that's on you. But if you want to be in my party, TeamSpeak or Discord, because I want to be able to, control your volume. Most and foremost, I want to be able to control your volume. I want to have controls. You know. Even if you don't join proximity chat, how will you ever know who's having relations with your mom? I don't know, the cemetery landscaper guy. I mean, 20 years old, if you have that much of a desire to crack open a coffin, have at. You know. Well, for the longest time, I was under the impression that parent vassals cannot siege each other. They can't. They can't declare war on each other, and you can't engage in join into the, well, I think parents can attack their children. I have to get clarification on that, but you're automatically registered as a defender up the food chain. We're waiting for the rest of the rule set. It's like having part of the rules and then your little brother tore out like page 7. You're like, the fuck, mom? I can't play this game because, you know, Brian stole. You know, you said parties so much, I started thinking about RP parties and taverns with proximity chat. Yeah, taverns are going to have proximity chat. And let's just pretend that that's not going to turn into a total dumpster fire. People blaring music, people chewing on their microphone, people screaming, people playing, you know, a bunch of other sound effects. It's going to be a waste. Let's see. Am I okay with Stufferton? Fuck no, I am not okay with Stufferton. I argued so much about Stufferton that Steven told me. I even showed you guys the quote. I'll put it back up on the screen just because I think this is really important. Because a lot of people accuse Intrepid of not doing community-driven development. And so I argued with Steven for hours and hours and hours about this stupid fucking bear. And Jalan, you will love the Baron game. Won't be too cartoony. Well, it better not be cartoony because then I'm never going to love the fucking bear. And I'm going to tell you that you told me I would love the bear. So send it back to design. The bear in the candy shop, they tried to do something cute and they got slapped and people didn't like it. Is there anything about nature-based magics, anything like druidic magic? No, there is nothing like druidic magic because there are no druids, nor should there be druids because druids are a society. If you want druids in your MMORPGs, then I want to ask, why don't you want Germanians, Britons, or Romans? Because they're just a culture. Fuck D&D and what they did for the druids. What does race affect, or is it largely a cosmetic choice? No, race affects a lot of things. It affects your starting stats, your attributes, and you get racial augments. For me, it's not a matter of being sold. It's a matter of spending money on a product that's not going to be available for however long. Yeah, that's a fair point. That's why Steven says, don't spend money. Is Alpha 1 going to be open, closed, or we don't know? It's closed. It's either your invite only or you paid to get into it. Race will drastically affect your abilities because they affect augments and your stats. Will corruption be in Alpha 1? Should be. But I mean, depends on what they want to test. I love the look of Stufferton. It reminds me of my childhood stuffed bear. I wasn't here when the drama happened, so I haven't seen the horrors of other talks of it. Yeah, I mean, that was a bad idea. Stufferton was a bad idea. Stufferton was a bad idea because they didn't really talk about the lore. It was right after Stufferton they started including lore. I'm not sure if you answered this earlier. Can you speak to some of what we know or what you want from questing? The quests in New World seem to be pointless and got me wondering. Not that quests are required, but if there's a heavy focus, I'd rather them be good and just not there. Yeah, quests in Ashes of Creation are adventures. They're not bullshit. Go kill 5 wolves and come back. There are go kill 5 wolves and come back, but those are tasks. Those are tasks, not quests. They make the acknowledgement that not everybody wants to log in every day and do a daily grind for their personal character development. So they're not going to make you. However, if you don't log in and do the grind for your node, then don't complain that your node isn't growing. The node is a reflection of the effort put in by the people who live there. If you're a casual and you log in 3 hours every couple of days, your node is going to suffer because one of its citizens is the weakest link. Let's see. People getting beat by an anger grandmother. No. You need to have the ability to ban people from going into taverns and abusing the voice chat. Unfortunately, you have no ability to ban people from going into the tavern, which then leads you to the problem of you have to give tavern owners the right to moderate their own local chat. I see voice chat getting shit canned. I see voice chat getting, like, Steven saying, okay, chuck it in the fucking bucket. We're done with this. See, if you want your town to be a city, you need to find a player-run merc guild. No, not at all. I don't know where you came to that conclusion. Will corruption be in Alpha 1? Druids are not a culture. That's just a fact. No, Druids are actually a culture. I don't want to turn this into a lecture on the Druids, but the Druids were a group of people. They weren't magicians. There were just like every other culture. Just like every other culture, they had fighters, they had archers, they had scouts, they had politicians, they had priests, they had holy men, they had farmers, they had hunters, they had gatherers, they had moms and dads and children's and beliefs. You know, the Druids were a culture. They originated in French Gaul. They lost to the Roman expansion. They moved and they brought their cultures and traditions. Some of them escaped behind the Roman lines and made their way to the Middle East. Druid is not the name of a culture. Oh my God. Okay, we're not going to have this conversation. We're not going to have this conversation because I don't want to, I don't want to go into a study on cultural anthropology and sociology and history. I don't. I'm not prepared to give this lecture today. So the way I see the whole cleric, druid, shaman, healing triangle, clerics are deity-based healers, druids are nature-based healers, and shaman are occult-based healers. Each type draws their power from a different source and has different strengths and weaknesses. Yes. I mean, if you want to break it down for a game mechanic, yes, I would agree with that. Let's see. Could just make a little speak button next to the nameplate. Yeah, I don't know how much power you want to give a player over in-game voice chat. When are you going to live stream Ashes of Creation? I'm going to live stream Ashes of Creation when Steven lets me in. Steven, let me in. Sounds like they stole those names from Dark Age of Camelot. I mean, you can't copyright a name and like can you copyright Sith and Jedi? Yes, because they are very, very specific, except when you look, and I don't want to go down the Star Wars thing either, but when you can't copyright a like Jedi, because you have to study where Jedi came from, where George Lucas got Jedi. So Jedi Knight in context of a space-faring mystic who can use a laser sword weapon. Yes. Dude, weren't you a history teacher? Why are people trying to argue this? Even teachers may be wrong. Yes, there's actually a book. Oh, shit. You know what? I got to add that book too. There's a book that I want to add to my list. It's called Lies My Teacher Told Me. It's not that your teacher necessarily lied to you or that your teacher was wrong. It's that teachers teach doctrine, and teachers want to get paid, so they go to work, they teach. Like if you aren't a teacher and you don't know how this works, high school teachers show up at the high school, they apply for the job, they get the job, they get handed a textbook and they get told, this is the district curriculum, this is the teach to metric, and this is the book you have to use. High school teachers don't get to pick the book they want to use. So it gets really confusing with undeveloped children's minds to go in there and tell them Christopher Columbus is actually a villain and he's not the hero that we celebrate. It really doesn't go over well in places like Columbus, where, they're all about this guy. Their town's named after this guy. And then you're there trying to teach the local kids that Christopher Columbus is actually an idiot who got lost and he's a villain who stole. But yeah, the book Lies My Teacher Told Me will completely change your perceptions on a lot of events just because you were told those things. No, we're not doing this. I just wanted to throw out the name of the book. So, let's see. What do we got for Ashes? Let's try to stay on point. Oh, hold on. Somebody asked me for something. One moment. Somebody PM'd me and said, hey, I want a I want a Final Fantasy friend code. We can do that easy. We can do that easy as pie. Recruit a friend. It's like weird. Final Fantasy does their friend codes weird. Like you can only invite one friend every like each recruitment code may only be used to invite one friend. You can only invite one friend every 3 hours. It's like don't you think you should be able to invite a lot more people? A lot faster? Is this playable at the moment, closed beta or something? No, we're not even in the closed alpha testing. This is alpha pre this is alpha pre QA testing. Alpha 1 testing should start this fall. I'm hoping that they make an announcement soon about what's going on, because unfortunately we're kind of in a situation with the hype train. I don't know if the hype, I can't feel the train. It's like a high speed, like Japanese model bullet train. All the windows have been painted black and we can't leave the cabin. I don't know if the hype train is still on the rails. I don't know if we've fallen off the bridge and we're plummeting to our death. I don't know if we're stopped at a station. I don't know. We're just rocking the hype train until the wheels fall off, but I don't know what's going on. I'm hoping that Alpha 1 comes about soon, because I think you guys are getting tired of seeing the same footage every week. And if they're not gonna, tell us, if they're not gonna release Alpha 1 this fall, if something happened and Alpha 1's not gonna be this fall, then let the content creators know so that I can, change what I'm doing. I mean, right now, you guys keep coming in, you keep having questions, that's good. We're doing our thing. After each one of these shows, I go down, I look through stuff that was asked, and I write the articles on Ashes 101 that need to get changed. I'm actually gonna make another note. So let's see. Couldn't log into my old account, made a new account, can't start the launcher. Oof. What's going on there? Let's see. Anyone got a Final Fantasy 14 static I can join? I don't have a static. My wife and I play together. Do you have to be a citizen to get a house, or the other way around? The other way around. In one of the live streams, Steven said you needed to be a citizen to get a house, but that was one possible design change. Keep in mind, Steven has the entire game design document in his head, plus all of the potential changes, all of like those hypothetical discussions they have. Let's see. Is there going to be a nature healer? I don't know. I doubt it, but it's possible. I mean, at the end of the day, though, when it comes to healing, does it matter where your source of your healing comes from? Like I play Heroes of the Storm, and I'm not really, noticing a huge difference if I'm playing White Mage, or if I'm playing White Mane and I'm healing you, or if I'm playing Malfurion and I'm healing you. One's nature magic with roots and trance, and one's, imbuing you with like the light of fury. Very much so, the source of the magic is imperative to understanding the lore and the world. Sure, for the people who like lore, which is a very, very small, minor group of people. You got to realize it's the same advice I give people when they're selling their house. If you put $1 into your house, is the dollar going to get you 80 cents back, or is it going to get you $1.50? If the $1.50, if the dollar you put in your house gets you $1.50 back, put the dollar in, you just made 50 cents. If putting $1 into your house only gets you 80 cents, then the next question is, does the dollar help you sell the house faster? Or is the house going to sit on the market for 300 days? It's the same thing when you start adding in a bunch of things into an MMO. It's like the Castle Siege, the initial castle claim system. I don't like the initial castle claim system for Ashes of Creation because I think there's a lot of exploits possibly that can happen. I'm reserving Final Judgment because I got to see it in action. But at the end of the day, I don't want them to spend like a ton of time, effort, energy, resources, and money making the initial castle claim good, because it will happen 5 times on each server. So in regards to healing, the one game I played that had a real difference was EverQuest 2, and had shielding healers, hot healers, and reactive healers, big heals. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV has that as well. You've got the white mage who throws big heals and hots. You've got the scholars that throw heals and shields. And then you have the astrologian that throws either regens or shields. So having different flavors of healers is definitely important. But what I'm saying is, for the majority of people, the 90% or more of healers, I don't care if my healing ability comes from nature, totems, gods. All I want to know is which spec. All I want to know is where do I go on this chart? Where do I go on this chart for the biggest heals and the best heals? That's all I want to know. Where do I go on this chart for the most versatility? But you do care, that's why you asked. Yeah, and that's absolutely fine. The thing is, I don't think there's going to be a druid class. There's not going to be a druid class, period. I don't know if there's going to be nature magic. I don't know how far into the lore they're going to go with nature magic. And the cleric is the healer, so your healing will be divine in nature. Yeah, maybe, but the thing is that, okay, most of the healing is probably going to be most likely divine in nature, because the game has religious overtones. The only one I could see possibly having some sort of nature flavor would be Protector, but I don't think you would have 7 out of the 8 be based on the divine and then 1 based on the Protector. I haven't heard of a nature god. Keep in mind, Steven's keeping most of the lore about the game and the religions close hold, but the game does have divine religious overtones. So lore reading is applaudable, but it's the same with a book. If you don't like the lore, you will read the next book or not. Will the fact that there's no druid in the lore affect your desire to play the game, or will you adapt to playing a similar type of healer and enjoy the lore of this game? I mean, that's a fair point. There are some people who don't. There are some people who've walked away from Ashes because it has part-time action combat. They don't like that. There are some people I've seen that have given up on Ashes of Creation because gatherers drop a percentage of their goods when they're killed. Okay. So, I mean, it's kind of funny when people leave their comment like, I'm not playing Ashes because of this. Okay. And then they get like, I literally say, okay, thanks for leaving the feedback. And I don't try to backsell them. I don't waste my time trying to backsell people. And then I've had people contact me and they're like, well, you didn't really seem interested the fact that I'm not playing Ashes of Creation. And I was like, I get 200 direct messages a day. You've just told me in definitive terms, I am not playing Ashes of Creation. I could spend an hour talking to you, and at the end of the day, not convert you to play Ashes of Creation. Instead, you're not going to play Ashes of Creation. Great. I jot that down in my notes. This person says they're not going to play Ashes of Creation. This is the reason why. I look at my list of reasons why people aren't going to play Ashes of Creation, and I realize, nope, nobody's ever said that before, so it becomes a singleton. I log it and I move on. I just move on. Now, when I get people that are saying the same thing, I get a lot of people saying the same thing, I kick that over to Steven. And I say, hey, a lot of people have this problem. And then he takes it and he's like, thanks for letting me know. He's like, and then sometimes he comes back and he says, hey, can you give me some links to the places those discussions have taken place? I'm like, yeah, here's a thread, here's a Reddit post. So, I think we'll be able to build a cleric that would look a lot like a druid in another game by putting your points into hots, wearing leather armor, choosing your class based on what gives flavor, maybe like the ranger. Yeah, the problem is that if you try to do that, are you building an ineffective healer? I love the risk versus reward gameplay. That's what I crave. I do too. I do too. That's the point. If you don't like it, maybe this isn't your game. Exactly. Ashes of Creation will not be for everybody, and that's okay. Steven is not aiming to break the WoW concurrent subscription record. He wants to just make a good game. I would rather lose a percentage than be cleaned out on each kill. Good news is you only lose a percentage of your gatherables and your processed goods, not all of them. You drop a percentage. You drop less if you flag back up and defend yourself. If you flag back up and defend yourself, you don't give the other guy corruption. If you want to stick the other guy with corruption, don't flag up. The guy gets corruption. He gets corruption, and when he gets killed, he's going to drop 300 to 400% more than you dropped when you died. What's up, Sparky? Haven't seen Sparky for a while. Let's see. What's the death penalty like? Oh boy, the death penalty in Ashes of Creation. So you've got 3 combat states. You got 3 combat states. You've got non-combatant, combatant, and corrupted. If you die as a combatant, you take a 50% death penalty. If you die as a non-combatant, you take a 100% death penalty. And if you die as a corrupted, you take a 300 to 400% death penalty. Non-combatants and combatants, the greens and the purples, they drop a percentage of their gatherable goods, a percentage of their pelts, hides, antlers, all that stuff. They drop a percentage of their processed goods, and they get negative XP. Corrupted drop 300 to 400% of a death penalty's worth of those gatherables, processed goods, pelts, hides, antlers. The more corruption you have, the higher the chance that you're going to drop gear when you die. So, I just discovered this game yesterday. Can you talk about bounty hunting? Yeah, here, what I'm going to do for you is I'm going to give you a much better answer than a really short, like, you know, I give you the Reader's Digest version, but the really long, if you're interested in bounty hunting. There you go. Bounty hunting is, I have a whole page on Ashes 101 on bounty hunting. Basically, you're the police. You go hunt down the criminals. You go hunt down the criminals. You go hunt down the reds. Let's see. To argue a point with you, building an effective healer is the argument that only a meta build is viable. If someone wants to do something slightly different, that's their choice. No. If you're deliberately building, so you said wear leather. Well, you've just moved the cleric out of its primary. If you say wear leather, you've deliberately moved away from the meta because the cleric archetype prefers medium armor. So it's preferred armor. You've moved away from that. So you've made a specific choice to move away from what's most efficient. That's not them having only a meta build is viable. That's literally being told healers wear medium. Okay, I don't want to wear medium. I want to wear light. Okay. If you're specifically going after all of the hots, then you're specifically then avoiding other abilities. Now, if you choose to augment specifically for hots, but you're still going after the pure heals, then you're not working away from the meta. Healers don't just heal, they buff, debuff. No, that is incorrect. Clerics heal and have offense. Bards buff and debuff. Now, some people are calling bards healers and they're not. It is fair to say bards can heal. However, clerics are the healers. Bards are the support and the off healers. They've said bards will have direct heal spells, but not at the level that the cleric does. So a lot of people think healers are doing this buffing and debuffing, and it's not. Now, of course, there's going to be some buffs and some debuffs that come with cleric, but not to the scale that the bard will have. There's going to be some direct healing the bard has, but not to the level that the cleric has. They are two separate support. See, a lot of people keep calling Ashes a Trinity, and it's not. And I need Steven and Jeff and all them to recognize, because somebody posted their referral number. That's a no-no. It's my channel. You just threw me off there. Somebody posted their referral number. Yeah, me. I did. They keep calling Ashes a Trinity, and it's not, because they broke support out as its own leg. A Trinity is where support is healers, buffs, and debuffs all rolled into one leg of the triangle. It's Frost Paw. Good morning, Frost. Is it still snowing in Colorado on your wildfires? So, let's see. You didn't know it was me. Yeah, it's me. Stream Elements posts mine. So, are there corpse runs? No, yes. There are no corpse runs. You respawn at a respawn point. So theoretically, I can engage with someone, and if they don't fight back, I can disengage so I don't get corruption. Correct. No. If you attack somebody and they don't attack back, okay, you'd be purple, they'd be green. If you killed them, you would go red. You can be purple, attack a green, realize they're not flagging up to defend themselves, and stop and not get corruption. Corruption is only awarded on the death, not the attack. A lot of the gameplay footage seems to be 2.35 to 1. Is the game going to be in this format? Steven did this in 4K. The problem with 4K is that I want to be able to have I want to have the chat on the screen and the camera on the screen, obviously. And what I thought about doing is moving the chat above and making the chat wide, but then that would be hard to see. So there's no real good way to show their footage. Let's see. I want to be in a PvP guild with awesome healers. I don't know why, because I'm not a pocket healer. I have pocket DPS. Let's see. Will there be resurrection for clerics and bards? There is resurrection from there is battle res for clerics. I don't know if bards get a res. So, you're so annoyed with your apartment building. They set an inspect time between 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. so I cannot sleep once again, because last time they said they were doing inspections, they did in fact not show up. So I stayed up all fucking day for no reason. I called the office and they told me it will be today, and they don't know when. Hey, Frost, check your lease, man. Check your lease. Make sure that it says that they can not give a 2-hour window. Some leases say that they have to give you a specific 2-hour window, especially if you're a shift worker. Just read through the lease. A lot of apartment buildings don't even know what's in their own leases. Just call them and be like, hey man, I work nights. I have no problem with you coming and doing an inspection. In fact, what the fuck is your apartment? Like, whatever. Just tell them, hey, I work nights, so you can't give me a 9 to 6 window. You need to narrow that shit down. I need to be the first inspection you do, or I got to be the last inspection you do. You got to narrow my window down. Or just tell them, hey, look, I work nights and I'm gonna be sleeping. I wouldn't walk in without notice. I mean, if they're doing an inspection, they're gonna be able to walk in anyway. They're gonna have the keys. I want to just wreck someone till 10%. Gently hug him and stealth away. The problem is you're not going to know when they're at 10%. You will not see people's hit points. You won't see a percentage. You will see a crumbling bar that will be, you will get a crumbling bar that says full, damaged, half, critical, and then dead. If clerics are just heals, there won't be much variation. Clerics are not just heals. Clerics are heals and damage. Clerics have a DPS kit. So Clerics aren't heal bots. Clerics contribute to the damage output. I loved my cleric in Alpha Zero. I absolutely loved my cleric. Divine Form was amazing. CC clerics too. I don't remember us having too much CCC. Too much CC in Alpha Zero. We had some, not a lot. Let's see. We had slow. We had, I'm trying to think. I think we had slow. And that was it as far as CCs. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had 2 slows. We had Life Bolt and our totem. That was it. That's all we had. But I mean, that was obviously only part of the kit as well. So target. Oh wait, hold on. Let's see. Why am I getting YouTube notifications that Paradox has uploaded a video? Because you would get YouTube notifications when I upload videos. I don't push out. I don't push out notifications on the VODs. Is the game going to be in a 2.3.5 format, or is it because the monitor that was used? It's the monitor that was used. I mean, it's obviously not going to have black on the top and the bottom. Yeah, and this is also, he recorded this in 4K. I don't know why, but that's him. When you are corrupted, have you any option to take off the corruption, like killing monsters? Yes, that's how you reduce corruption. The only 2 ways to get rid of corruption is to die, or is to die or grind mobs, and then you got to clear your soul. I literally did just call them and asked and requested, and they said they couldn't do anything about it. And there's $6,000 miscellaneous things like my PC and my katana in my living room. Well, so I'm not gonna let them roam the apartment without supervision. Well, I hate to tell you something, buddy. If they got keys to your apartment, they can walk in anytime they want. I mean, I don't want to fucking mind blow you there, but they can walk in anytime they want if they have keys. Someone is always here. Oh, okay. My wife lived right up the road, and my wife lived right up. We've been in this town. We've been at Scott Air Force Base for most of our careers, and my wife was telling me. I was living in Chicago teaching. She was down here at the base. She was telling me that she felt like the apartment owner was always was in her apartment. And I looked at the lease, and that particular lease, the landlord didn't have the legal authority to walk into the apartment. They had to give notice unless it was an emergency. Like if there's water dripping down from we were on the 2nd floor. If there's water dripping down onto the 1st floor, they have the right to walk into your apartment and find out why there's free running water. But my wife was saying that she felt like the landlord was always walking in. The air conditioning was always set like differently than she'd left it, and air conditioning was in our lease. Like they paid the electric bill. So one day I got off work early and I drove down. I drove down to the apartment. I walked in and I was sleeping on the couch, and I heard the door open, and I immediately jumped up and just fucking hammered the guy walking into the apartment. And it was the landlord. And the landlord lost his shit on me. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I was like, "What the fuck are you doing? You didn't knock. Why are you in here?" He's like, "Well, you guys always have the air conditioning running throughout the day." Yeah, we're allowed to. Ended up finding out that next morning I had to go to Drill Weekend, and he was coming out. He saw me in uniform, so he went and found out where I worked, went and talked to my commander about how I assaulted him. I told my commander, I said, I wasn't in uniform. It wasn't Saturday. I wasn't on orders. He can deal with the local police department. But since he brought it to you, I'd like him to just release us from our lease. And he's like, "Well, I'm not going to do that." I was like, well, clearly we're problem tenants. Just tell my boss I'm a problem tenant, and then you release us from the lease and we'll go away. My boss, my commander, was having none of that shit. He's like, yeah, why don't we get that family out from your apartment building? Then they won't be a problem tenant for you anymore. He caused such a fit. He ended up getting his apartment put on the no military rental list, and he lost, out of his 8 tenants in that building, he lost 6 of his 8 apartment rentals all at one time because every military family had to move. So that's my funny apartment story. While corrupted leaves you open to bounty hunters while working off the corruption, and chances are corrupted can't group. Yeah, I'm waiting on that answer. Can corrupted group? Can corrupted group? I need that answer too. We need lots of answers. Steven, if you're here, Hayden, are you here? He's probably not. It's Friday. It's a work day. Is he here? No, he's not here. He used to hide in the channel. He might have a different name now. But let's see. You were stationed at Travis most of your time? Yeah, I joined the Air Force to see the world. I'm from Chicago. I spent 7 years in Illinois, 4 years in Kansas, 3 years in Ohio, and then I came back to Illinois. I never got out of the Midwest. I mean, obviously for training and TDYs and stuff, but I never got out of the Midwest. Will there be iconic established cities? No. Because basically when you walk out the door here, so here's your starting map with your 4 starter zones. Well, 4 of the 5 starter zones, taken care of. What? 4 of the 5 starter areas taken care of. That's it. Besides for these little starter camps, the world is barren. There's nothing in the world. Oh, I take that back. Will there be iconic established locations? Yes, the 5 regional castles. So the 5 regional castles will be iconic. Yes. You spent 15 years in and never left the US. That's horrible. I know, right? I know. Horrible. Deployments, yeah. I mean, deployments TD-wise, I spent like 2.5 years of my life at Maxwell Air Force Base in training. So I skipped the target versus non-target mechanic question. Well, repost it with repost in front of it. Target versus non-target fighting types. Why would I ever try to aim at a jumping enemy when I can shoot the selected target? How will the evasion stat work? So action abilities will most likely do more damage. Action abilities have the hard CCs on them. So that would be why you would use action abilities. Plus the fact 20% or 25% of your kit has to be action. 75% can be tab. If you go 75% tab, 25 must be action. If you go 75% action, 25% must be tab. You must take a quarter of your skills as one of the action types. So why would you ever aim at the person? Maybe it's your CC, maybe it's your hard CC, maybe it's your big damage spell. Evasion will work like it works in most games versus the tab abilities. Versus action abilities, if you miss, you miss. If they dodge, you still miss. If I want to be a gatherer, can I max all of the gathering sub-professions? No. No, you cannot gather all of them. You cannot master all of them. You can master most, but not all. Here is the list. The ones in silver on the right with the asterisks are my assumptions based on the fact that those make sense. All AoE are action. Incorrect. Not all AoE abilities are action. There are tab AoE's abilities as well. As a strong first-person shooter gamer, I'm coming for you tab target people. Okay. But what does it matter? Because you don't get automatic headshots. Automatic headshots got canceled. Let's see. Do you find Ashes is casting too wide of a net for player base instead of focusing on one specific type of player? No, because I think they're focusing on MMORPG players who want a game that doesn't suck. So, I think that's okay. Now, all AoE are action. Frontal cones are action. Ground reticles are action. But, like, Lifeline is one that's AoE. I mean, if we break down AoE, if you're talking ground reticle or frontal cone, then yes, you are correct. But Lifeline is a tab ability that affects multiple people. Any news on headshots? I heard it might be an increased chance to crit. It might be an increased chance to crit, but it is not an automatic. It is not an automatic crit. Is there a place that explains tab target? Yes, tab target is where you hit tab and it cycles through the targets, and then you, when you find the target you want, you hit a button and it auto fires to that target. Here's the combat system explained in a little bit more detail. Tab target is your usual. It's your WoW. It's your Final Fantasy. You target over to an ability, and as long as it's in like your 179 degree frontal cone, you hit it. Any news on orc player models? Sorry, I asked the other day, but was at work and didn't hear a response. Not much. Which one are you? Let me show you the Renkai. But they are sort of not sharing information. And I'm going to say this because, and I'm trying to be as nice as possible when I say this, but there are games that are lifting concepts from Ashes of Creation, and it's pretty obvious that they're lifting the concepts from Ashes of Creation. So they've sort of slowed down on specifics of what they're sharing, which is totally fair. This is the Renkai. You can see the Renkai are significantly bigger than the human model. Now, I don't know if that's the human model max height or what, but there you go. We did that one. Do you think equipment looking is important? Many of the armors I've seen look nice but simple. I'd like my character to look like an adventurer and not an NPC or a simple soldier. What's your opinion on that? My opinion on that is I think the gear looks amazing. And I don't really know what more. I don't really know what more people want out of the gear, right? That is some pretty good looking armor in my opinion, and those are early renditions. They aren't finalized. I'm really concerned with what are people looking for? Like, I'm not interested in like, I'm interested in very specific concrete examples of what people are looking for. That's what the armor looks like. I think that's damn fine looking armor. Let me grab the other one, the one that we've actually played with in game. Do I have it? Like I actually pimped around in this in APOC. I mean, this is not simple looking armor. This is not armor that you've seen in other games, but a lot of armor in other games is ridiculous. It's like, how the fuck are you even wearing that? I think they're keeping a very realistic approach, which I appreciate. I appreciate the realistic approach they're keeping. I think this is the Obsidian armor for reaching level 50 in APOC. I own this armor, and I'm stoked that I own this armor. I love this armor. Let's see. To piggyback on race sizes and to repost my question, will player size hitbox affect gameplay? We are waiting on a finalized answer on how player size hitbox will affect gameplay. We don't know if they're going to do a normalized hitbox, but keep in mind there is a floor and a ceiling for your race. So I can't make a 6-inch Renkai. They're like, you know, in some games where you can have like the characters that are this big, you can't do that in Ashes. Your Renkai has to be a minimum height and can't exceed a maximum height. Your dwarf can't be the size of a Renkai. The dwarf will probably be up to the Renkai's crotch, and that's their size. Now, how will hitbox affect gameplay? Obviously, hitbox is going to affect gameplay for action skills. How they're going to balance it, I do not know. I'm waiting for details. And plus, we are going to get more information as we go on. Oh, I have a box to open as well. A box to open. Balm. Subscribe with Prime. I'm going to shill for Prime again. If you guys don't have Amazon Prime, there's your Prime. Let's see. Looking for dwarves. They've only shown a little bit on the dwarves. I have dwarves listed on Ashes 101. They said the smaller your hitbox, the lower your health. They didn't say that definitively. That is one possibility. That is one route you can go. If you make the smaller you make your character, the lower your hitbox goes. All of that is going to be tested in Alpha 1. Remember, Alpha 1 is designed to do testing and give them data. They want to make data-driven decisions. An adventure would probably more like belt pouches, strap packs, and maybe a backpack. What you don't realize is the armor you are seeing is the armor. You will add on your backpack, your pouches, your belts, all those things. Belts, pouches, straps, backpacks are all accessories that get added on after the fact. Because let's be honest, those things weren't sewn into armor. You carried a backpack, you carried a belt, you tied the belt on. So yes, the people that are like, well, there's no places for me to put my gear. Yeah, that's coming. Those are add-ons on top of the armor. Those are add-ons on top of the armor because of the way they're doing their cosmetic meshing. They want to make sure that you can add belts and backpacks and stuff onto the cosmetics. Let's see. It feels like ESO armor, and that was the best armor I've seen in MMOs. Yeah, I could agree with that. I liked ESO visually. Does the dwarf have any bonus for mining or such? No, the artisan system is completely separate from the adventurer class and the race system. Any race can be equally good with anything in the artisan system. They want to make sure that you're not restricted by race for the artisan system. Otherwise, that starts to create automatic, like even though you didn't specifically limit the things behind a race, if you say that the dwarves get a bonus to mining, then anybody who wants to be a miner is going to be a dwarf. You de facto did a race lock. If you are corrupted and die to the point where you are no longer corrupted, do you still get to do the quest to reduce your kill score? Or can you only do the quest while corrupted? I believe you can do that quest at any time. I believe you can only do that quest while you're not corrupted, because how are you going to get into town to pick up a quest if the guards are going to slap you? Having a smaller character model in a PvP game with action combat is always an advantage. It is, unless they do the center cone thing on the character where your head ended here, but you made your character short, so the cone is still here. So somebody who hits above your head makes it unrealistic. I hope they don't do that. I hope they go with the route that the smaller you make your character, like the character has a flat default height. I would love to see it that the smaller you make your character, the more dex, evasion, and move speed you get. And then the higher you make it, the more constitution, fortitude, hit points you get, but you lose movement speed. I don't know how they're going to do that. I do not know how they're going to do it, and I'm waiting for that. I'm not 100% sure they know how they're going to do that yet. I hope the armor in areas get a strong aesthetic. Right now, there's no stamp on the art that says it's Ashes of Creation. I'm no fan of cartoony, but really, realism can quickly look generic. I mean, sure. I don't have a problem with the graphics. I have a problem with some of the animations, but I don't have a problem with the graphics. I like the graphics as they are. If they had all of the assets done in this flavor and this style, and they cleaned up the animations just a little bit, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to start testing mechanics then. Are there items to conceal the fact that you are corrupted? Nope. If you are corrupted, you are regarded by the system as a beast, as an abomination. You are an infection. You are a plague. You are an STD on the world. The entire world fights your existence. NPCs will fight your existence. I wish the graphics looked as good as New World. Well, that is one of the problems with using Unreal Engine versus using Lumberyard. Each engine has things it does very well. New World is just a sexy engine. Crytek, and then now that it's Lumberyard, is just a sexy engine. The graphics in that engine are just sexy. Although I saw Unity looks like hella badass now. Unity looks amazing. The lighting is great in Crytek. Well, now it's Lumberyard. Amazon licensed it. I think that some players have a taste for the exaggerated looking armor. Yes. So it's like this. It's like this. Everybody has their specific tastes. Everybody has their specific needs or requirements. But at the end of the day, you know, your personal taste, if it's not representative of a vocal minority and an actual majority, you might be able to get your desires through. However, people want good gameplay. People would rather have a 7 on the graphics and a 10 on the gameplay than a 10 on the graphics and a 7 on the gameplay. I want a 10 on gameplay and a 7 on graphics. Even if the center cone is in effect, it's counterintuitive in regards to aiming action combat skills. If the character model hitbox is accurate, it's harder to land action combat abilities. Yes, smaller hitbox, more skill required. Yes, I agree with you. Think Ash's dungeons and creatures have a clear stamp and look great. You see, as soon as we start talking about subjective things, you're going to get both sides of the argument. As soon as character models and combat flow is smoothed out, this game is 100% what I'm looking for, and that's coming from a 15-year WoW player. Hey, good, perfect. ArcH2 over Ashes of Creation. I mean, you got to remember, the guy at the helm of ArcH2 is a guy who has a lot more pedigree. Oh, you hush. Who has a lot more pedigree in the MMORPG world than Steven does, and Steven's team. You're talking Jake Song, who did ArcH, but he was involved with Lineage 2. I think Jake Song got absolutely pissed and livid. You know, he got absolutely pissed and livid with what happened with ArcH when he was off doing Civilization Online. He came back, tried to fix ArcH, and it went to shit. I blame him for pushing out Unchained, but then I found out that a lot of the things that were in Unchained were designed to be that way. The world boss thing was never a bug or an exploit. That was how it was designed to be. It was designed to be that way for the Korean audience. It just wasn't receptive to the Western audience. I like the idea that larger frames get a health boost, but small characters already have the benefit of a small hitbox. Not sure you could give them a bonus of dex or mobility too. Yeah, but your small hitbox doesn't mean shit against an archer who's 75% tab abilities. That's the trade-off. If you lower their hit points because they're small, then you got to give them, it's like, I'm going to lower your hit points because you're small, but I'm going to give you dex and evasion and movement speed because I lowered your hit points. When you get hit by an action skill, that's going to hurt. You know, I'm going to help you not get hit by as many tab abilities, but if you get hit by, if a fighter charges you and hits you a bunch, yeah, that's going to hurt. So, damn it. Sorry, guys. Let's see. Crafters craft their own tools. That is one thing I do like. I used to dye all my shiny armors dark gray in Dark Age of Camelot to blend into the environment better. Yeah, but I mean, you can't blend that giant neon box and name and thing above your head. So, you think Lumberyard looks better than Unreal Engine? I do. I think New World in its current, I think if you take New World in its current version and you take Ashes of Creation in its current version, I think New World looks better than Ashes of Creation. Because of the lighting, mainly because of the lighting and because of the environmental effects. New World looks better than Ashes, yes. So you just accomplished my argument for me. Thank you. I always love when that happens. Hitboxes work fine in first-person shooters because everyone is the same size, and a fantasy MMO with different sizes doesn't work. Yes. Lumberyard does not look better than Unreal Engine 4. You just said New World looks better than Ashes. New World's done in Lumberyard. Ashes is done in Unreal Engine 4. I think, and this is all subjective, I think New World looks better than Ashes of Creation in their current development states. I think it looks better because of the lighting. New World has better assets and settings. I don't think it has anything to do with the settings. All right, I think Lumberyard is a better engine because you can make better looking things in it quicker. Does that help? I think when Unreal Engine goes to Unreal Engine 5, that will change. Just like Unity, most Unity games look like shit. Except with this new Unity patch, Unity looks fucking amazing now. That means New World looks better than Ashes. Yeah, whatever. We're moving on. I'll take gameplay and principles over graphics. I'm so sick of pay-to-win and cash shops having the best in-game items. Oops. Sorry, Potato Basket. I was aiming for somebody else. You know, I'm gonna be honest, guys. I banned him because of this reason. I understand that it's difficult to have a two-way conversation because I have the mic and I have the camera, but I have a very low tolerance for bullshit with people. If you want to come into my channel and you just want to be disruptive, I'm helping you out with the saving of your time. I'm sending you on your way so that you can go pursue more educational and enlightening things for your life. My statement was, at this current development model, New World looks better than Ashes. New World is based on Lumberyard. Each engine has some strengths and have some weaknesses. Talking to different developers, I get different opinions. The other day I said, out of the box, Unity is stronger out of the box from a back-end perspective. Unreal is stronger out of the box from graphic fidelity until Unity's new update. I had people jump on me in here and they're like, well, I'm a developer in this, and this. I had one of my other developer friends, and keep in mind, I have game developers that hang out in my Discord with me, and they seek my opinion and my community's opinion. I had other developers say, no, Jay, you're absolutely right. I share your sentiment that out of the box, Unity is stronger out of the box. Unreal isn't. So when you come down to a perspective, it works like this. How inside of the first 10 minutes of the investigation into the engines am I? Not much, because I'm not in school anymore. Because I was going to get my degree in game design just for something to fucking do, but then I decided I don't want to do that. You know, sometimes you can change your mind. But if one game developer says X and one game developer says Y and one game developer says Z, guess what? Those are opinions. Those are all opinions. I go out of the box with the opinions people have given me. I talk to different game developers. There's a reason why people use Unity. There's a reason why people use Unreal. There's a reason why now a lot of game developers are going to use Lumberyard. And it has nothing to do with the engine itself. It has to do with the royalties. My statement was, I think New World looks better than Ashes of Creation at this current junction. I like the lighting in Lumberyard. If you don't agree with me, that's fine. But when somebody throws out derogatory shit, they can just go. They can go to the local library. They can get one of them books on the top shelf. Those books don't have pictures in them, so it might be difficult for some people. But I'm just shuffling them along because they're not really going to get anything out of my channel then. They're not going to get anything out of my channel. You know? Let's see. I was never so hyped for an MMO since Lineage 2 and Tabula Rasa. A lot of people have brought up Tabula Rasa to me. It's like people always assume that I'm going to know whatever game that they're talking about. So Tabula Rasa bombed? Yeah. Aye. So, I want this game so bad. A lot of people want this game bad. A lot of people want this game. I never heard of Tabula Rasa. Yeah, I have no idea. So it's kind of weird. A lot of people bring up games and they're like, well, what's this Silk Road Online thing? They're like, yeah, man, the bounty hunter system keeps reminding me, their caravan system keeps reminding me of Silk Road Online. And I'm like, yeah, I have no idea. Why do I keep looking around? This is why I keep looking around. Because he's on one side of me, pawing me, trying to fight me because he wants the chair. Because I sat back down. And then this side, this is where my third screen is. I have a third screen over here. Unfortunately, when I bought this, so I sat down and I bought this desk, right? I sat down and I bought this desk and I was all about like, okay, I'm gonna get my other Elgato key light, and then I'm gonna have the camera on an arm, and then everything's gonna be good. I'm gonna have the camera on the arm, and then I'm gonna have the third monitor in the middle of the desk so I can see other things. Well, I can't, like, I'm sort of stuck right now because I can't get my Elgato camera arm. I can't get my other key light. I can't get the monitor. I have the monitor on a little speaker stand. So I have my monitor on a little speaker stand. And luckily the cats don't like bash it. Sometimes you have to ban someone on two screens. Yeah, ironically, did you see that noodle guitar? That shit had to happen. I'm sure, and now I'm sure I'm going to have a hater, and he's not going to understand why I have a hater, or he's not going to understand why he got banned. Number one, you get derogatory, you got to go. Number two, I'm in the middle of a show and you're going to start chewing me out on my Discord. Shit, man, I can look over at a screen and ban your ass there too. It doesn't bother me. And I've told people, I have a very low tolerance for bullshit, and I have a swift and assertive aggressive reaction to it. You know, you need milk crates? Man, don't even get me started on being poor with milk crates and cinder blocks and boards. Potato Basket, you were just casualty of war. I was clicking to ban and then the message popped up. So it happens. You are actually one of the few people that has ever been unbanned. I actually took the time to unban you. So I don't care. I don't care if people have a dissenting opinion of me, but it says right in the rules. Attack the argument. The moment you tell me you're only saying what you're saying because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, oh, you can go. Go away. Then why are you here? Why are you listening to me? It's like, that's okay. The room is starting to shape up nice, not just a plain wall anymore. Yeah, I like it. I do need to wrench down the camera. But I do like this, right? I do like this. If we ever want to have a conversation, if we ever want to have a conversation, like we're going to talk about gathering. All right, guys, today we're going to talk about gathering. We just, we can have ourselves like a little forest motif, maybe little green. If we spend too much time on Reddit and we start looking at a Reddit post, here's our radiation monitor, and now we're getting a little close to toxicity, and then we gotta go. We're at over 9,000. The funny thing, guys, is I had to ask my family what colors these were, because there's four blue presets on this, and to me, I know this is blue because I got shown the remote. This is blue. To me in the background, that's just light. To me in the background, that's just light to me because I don't see blue very well. So I'm red-green colorblind, so that looks purple. Yeah. So I didn't know I was colorblind until tech school, and then luckily I wasn't red-green colorblind, so I got to keep my career. Otherwise, that would have sucked. I look forward to the day the producers get their jungle gym installed on my office and they still demand his chair. Yeah, I'm thinking that maybe like right over there I could put a cat, one of those tall cat towers, and then they'll leave me alone. right? See, this one that's in here right now, that's Cloud. He only does this because I'm talking to you guys and he's jealous. He only does it because I'm talking to you guys and he's jealous. If I was working on Ashes 101, I would have the door open and I would not get any cat visitors all day. That would just be how it goes. It's only when I stream do they become obnoxious. And then if one boy is in here, we have 2 boys, 2 girls. Usually if one boy is in here and the other boy is around, he wants to the other one wants to come in just because the other one's in here. So, oh, okay. I thought my daughter had an appointment today and that got canceled. What? Oh, okay. I know what that is now. I was like, what the hell? Okay. Ever look at your calendar and you're like, what the fuck? And then I forgot I have the golden feather on my thing as well. Let's see. Oh, guys, we have to unbox something. We've got to unbox. Hold on. We has a box. Yes, we have a box. More Arizona tea? No. Arizona did contact us again, though. That's cool. I love that company. What could be in the box? I do love Arizona tea. Yeah, I'm trying to get Arizona tea to sponsor me. Oh. Look at that. Look at that. After all of that hard work, we got the microphone. We actually got the Wave 3 microphone, and I'm going to be getting that set up just as soon as screen is too small. Oh yeah, probably a good point, huh? We got ourselves ordered and actually delivered the Wave 3 microphone. Yeah, this is the one I was trying to get that day where they were having all sorts of issues. My community is so amazing. My community contacted me and they were like, Manscaped. No, I wouldn't show that on the screen. That'd probably get me banned. But no, my community found that they were back up on directly through Corsair and they contacted me. So I got that ordered. So we're going to be able to have some better audio here shortly. And then, you know, the audio guy's going to have to sit down with me and retweak audio, but it should be good. It should be good. Oh, of course, now there's a box. Do you need to mess with the box? But yeah. Any news on partner yet? No, not yet. I can check. I'm not really expecting my partner news for a while. They said that when you have all of the achievements complete, you'll hear within 7 days. But I'm not expecting 7 days because the condition the world is in and COVID and working from home and everything. You know, it's like this. There's no plans of mine. There's no plans of mine that revolve around me waiting for a partner. I'm still moving ahead. So I refactored out the fact that I've been a slacker on a lot of things, and my YouTube channel needs some tender loving care. So I got the tavern video. The tavern video I will work on tomorrow, and I will get that recorded. And then I'm going to be doing the positional piece. I don't do many positional pieces, but I'm gonna do the positional piece on no mini games for the artisan system, or if we do mini games for the system, please let's make them fun. So let's see. A couple of days ago, I found Bacon's account on ArtStation. Love looking at his Ashes content. Can't wait to finally see it all in game. What's the type of biome zone you want to explore most? I want to go up into that snow blizzardy Arctic biome. That's where I'm gonna go. That's where I am gonna go. I feel kind of bad. I played the 10-day preview of New World and came to really enjoy the game and how beautiful it was. Now looking at Ashes of Creation, it feels me feeling wanting. The graphics are good in their own way, but the art style and all I just feel lacking are old school. Wish they could merge the two games, the beauty of New World and the game concept of AOC. So the good news is that a lot of the, like, this is pre-alpha footage we're looking at. This is 3-year-old footage. The thing is, the art's not done. The art's going to get more passes, lighting passes, you know, stuff that's going to go on. I think that's where New World does much better. I think the lighting in New World is just amazing. I think it looks like a neater, cleaner game. Let's see. I saw somebody say something about diabetic. We used to buy a shit ton of them and throw in Arizona Fest, and I'm now diabetic. Yeah, Arizona tea has a lot of sugar in it. Has a lot of sugar in it. What I drink is the tea pack mixes, so there's like less than 1 gram of sugar. Thought it was a joystick? No. Let's see. Give you taverns? Yeah, man. I dove into the tavern stuff and I forgot how much stuff I'd forgotten about the taverns. So what is my opinion about being a somewhat freelancer gatherer? Mad Max 38, that's a good question. I think all gatherers are going to be freelance gatherers. I mean, you don't, who would you actually work for? You're going to be working for your profits. Now, there's going to be times where you're specifically gathering stuff for your node, but you're still going to want compensation for it. As far as being a freelance gatherer with like raid and stuff, I don't think most raids are going to invite a unknown into their raid to harvest the Bost corpse to get their to get those mats. Guilds that are running content are going to have their own dedicated gatherers. Yeah, exactly. So you're not going to be getting invited that way. But I mean, there is times where, you know, time is money. So sometimes it's not worth it. It's not worth it for you to send your people out to go get, you need 10,000 iron ingots for the gate. Or if one of your nodes comes under siege and you're the monarch, you know it takes 10,000 iron ingots to build a gate. You're not necessarily going to want to spend your own people on that. It's sometimes worth it to pay people. It's like sometimes people forget, like, how much is an hour worth to you? Okay, I pay a landscaper $35 a week. He mows my lawn and the neighbor's lawn. He's here for less than an hour for two yards. Each of us pay him $35. Dude's a landscaper. He makes $70 that hour minus his expenses, whatever those are. But he makes $70 to mow 2 lawns. And people have said to me, well, you could mow your own lawn for less than $35 a week. And you're right, I could. I absolutely could. Number one, it would take me longer than an hour, because he's got the nice commercial grade, expensive mower that allows him to mow faster. And, you know, I don't really want to invest my time that way. So I'm okay with paying a landscaper $35 a week to mow my lawn. I'm okay with that. It's the same thing in game. If you can go and make 10,000 gold or you can go and gather enough iron ingots to make 10,000 iron ingots. Is the 10,000 iron ingots going to cost you 10,000 gold? If the answer is no, go make the 10,000 gold, buy the iron ingots, and then still pocket the difference. Let's see. People are complaining about the graphics, but I think many mean the style. It's not a standout out style. It could be part of 100 of MMOs out there. Yeah, if you're complaining about the graphics and you're complaining about the art style, it's one thing. If you're complaining about the actual graphic fidelity of the engine, I mean, keep in mind, they're not done with the polish on the art assets yet. They'll add the polish last. So, besides, I would rather play Ashes of Creation than play WoW, because I feel WoW is so cartoony, it's immersion breaking. Other people say the cartoony doesn't bother them. They're there for the raid difficulty and whatever else have you. Personally, graphics have to be good, but gameplay has to be better. So maybe a merchant collective. There is definitely 100% going to be a merchant collective. There is going to be a caravan collective. There is going to be a caravan collective that moves goods to your node. There's going to be a caravan collective that moves stuff away from your node. You know, there's going to be economic warfare. I want people to remember that. Oh, I shouldn't have turned that one off. I should have just turned. Like if that city comes under siege, right? Everything in that city is, all the gatherables and processed goods are locked in storage. You can't pull stuff out once the siege flag is dropped. But you're gonna, if you're in that town or those two towns or those villages, there might be people that come in and buy all of the lumber or all of the iron or all of a particular item and move it away from the siege, because now you can't make siege engines or ladders or gates or walls or whatever the thing they buy is. Yeah, I use Incarnate. I like Incarnate for the they've done an amazing job. I pay for Incarnate every year because I like the high end. I think it adds a little flair to the slides when I use it. But you're going to have merchant groups that move all of the assets away from a node. You're paying for it to use for D&D though? Yeah, I honestly think that if anybody's playing in a D&D campaign, everybody should just throw their DM a couple of bucks so he can get Incarnate, and the maps are amazing. The maps add so much to a good campaign. I'm a PvPer and you're forcing me to gather. Why would I be forcing you to gather? Why does this hooded character model seem to move smoother than the gameplay models on Steven's monthly show? Are you talking about the one in the old Freehold video? Are you talking about this one? I'm assuming, maybe. Are you talking about this guy? When you say, why is this guy moving smoother? Because he's a finished asset and the other ones aren't finished and polished. Let's see. Keep in mind that Unreal Engine comes with $12 million of stock assets as well. So a lot of games start with their proof of concepts where they use the stock assets and then they move away from using the stock assets. Let's see. But if gatherers group up in a guild for gathering, they could potentially throw the market out of whack on prices. Yes, they could. Economic warfare is a valid form of warfare in Ashes of Creation. It is a valid form of warfare. People aren't used to that because people are used to a global auction house. People are used to a global economy where it's very difficult to manipulate the prices of things because there's always somebody else that's going to undercut you. I used to make a ton of ISK in EVE Online because I would find out, I would watch the map for Sinos, right? And then I would find out when people were moving you'd see the conflict map shifting. And if you know EVE Online, you know the conflict map shifting. So you know where the Sinos are, so you know where their jump freighter routes are, and you simply move stuff to the closest high-sec station to their jump routes. You move stuff like Sino fuel and tier 2 ammo and, Tech 2 parts and ships, common ships, and you move those there, and you charge just a little bit more for them. Well, if the freighter pilot can buy everything one jump off his nullsec jump point versus having to go all the way to G to buy all that shit and haul it all the way back, yeah, they spend a little bit more per item for time. So yes, a merchants guild, a merchants consortium, absolutely going to be the way to go. Do you think we will be castle taxed before any guild has conquered it for the first time? Will the bird people tax us? No, probably not. I don't imagine that the NPC held castles will be taxing us. Let's see. I'm going to guess the gatherers will have an assassin's guild to keep in their pockets. Remember, one of the things I tell people is EVE Online has a bunch of videos that teach concepts really well. I'm trying to get to the point where I need to get a couple of things done, and then I'm going to start my other YouTube channel, Jalan on Life, Jalan on Games. I don't want to put them on the Paradox Gaming Network channel because they're not the content people come to expect. But one of the things is be careful who you kill all the time, because you never know if the guy that you just killed for lulz doesn't have a pocketbook like in the 11 digits range, and he just starts paying guilds to just guild war you. And he's like, hey, this guy killed me, and I'll give you 100,000 gold, and I'll pay your guild war fee if you just guild war that entire guild. And you're like, you want us to guild war them because he killed you? Yes. Okay. There are guilds that will do that. Does this game have an auction house? Is it locked to each city? Not every city has an auction house. Every city has a market board and a marketplace. Vassal nodes under an economic node have a auction house system, but you still have to travel to the place the item was listed in order to make the purchase. So you can, even at a economic node, even if there's 2 economic nodes at Metropolis on the board and 40% of the world is a co-linked auction house, you still need to travel to the place to pick up your stuff. Do we have to go to another node to switch citizenship? Or are we able to just remove our original node citizenship? A lot of people have asked me that question. I believe you can just denounce your citizenship, but because it wouldn't make sense that you'd have to move your citizenship somewhere. But I'm waiting for a soundbite from Steven that says specifically you can denounce your citizenship. Have I heard anything more from Steven on the family summons? No, nor would I have expected to. They've gotten a lot of feedback on the family summons. Obviously, most of it was either hell no, get rid of the family summons, or it was we can keep the family summons, but we need to up the cooldown time from 30 minutes to like 18 hours. I imagine that they will have design meetings on that before we they will have design meetings on that before we hear anything else. I would always corner the markets on WoW on the Netherweave bags on my server. I farmed so much and paid people to farm for me with gold, and would always just make sure no one else could put up enough Netherweave cloth or bags on the auction to actually get past me. Yeah, I did the same when Inscription first came out. I was all set for Inscription, so I would just keep. Oh, appreciate that. That's a Prime sub. I kept a pretty close hold on a lot of the inscriptions. And then if people started listing them, if too many people started listing them and got into an undercutting war, I would just buy them all up and then relist them. That gets expensive though, especially since like that Corsair mic that I showed you guys, the Wave 3, there were a bunch of dickheads when they first came out that bought them all up. And then they were selling them on Amazon for like $300-400. It's a $159 mic. Well, Corsair and Elgato released another batch of them, and now all those price gougers dropped all their prices to $210. Well, if you're willing to wait, you're going to get it for $159 from Elgato, so don't pay $210. Like, I could see if like somebody absolutely needed a new mic, like their mic fell off the boom stand and they broke their mic. They're like, shit, I need a new one. Well, I don't want to spend $100 to get another Blue Yeti and then spend $150 to get the Wave 3. I might as well just spend the $210. That's what those price gougers are waiting for. Let's see. I plan on having a notebook and pen on my desk to write down names for good and bad if nothing of the sort is provided in game. You know what I do? I use the NVIDIA software, and I just have a what is it, Alt F10 captures the last 10 minutes of my gameplay. That way I not only have their name, but I have like evidence. So if their guild leader's like, I don't know why you're doing this to us, that person didn't do this. Oh really? Well, here's a video, here's the proof. What are my top questions for Steven at this time? I have 14 or 15 pages of questions for Steven at this time. Because I don't have an interview scheduled at the moment, I don't have them ranked. If I got told I was doing another, I have 15 pages of questions for Steven at the moment. So I rank them, I rack, pack, and stack them just before my interviews. Let's see. I just want to no life it and be a hell of a fighter for hire. Problem, probably not as creative as it could get, but orc fighter will be my class. Yeah, Renkai, fighter, probably going to do a lot of damage, the big boys. I'm okay with a 6 hour cooldown. You're okay with a 6 to 12. I'm actually not okay with anything less than 16. Anything less than 16, because if the whole purpose is to help the people that only have limited playtime, then why does it need to be more than once every 16 or 18 hours? Let's see. It's all about understanding the timing of the market. Yeah. The one thing I'm against about alpha and I'm against beta testing future expansions is because when you allow people to beta test future expansions, they know changes ahead of time. And in ArcAge, if you knew what was changing in the next expansion, you could get a hell of an advantage. Like anybody that knows about the whole Warriors Metal things, make Proven Warrior necklaces with them, store them, and then after you got the honor and stuff out of it. It was horrible. It was so stupid. People that knew about it saved so much honor. It was just horrible. Family Summon is meant for casual gamers. Making it 6 hours would just profit the hardcore community. Make it 12 to 18. Casuals won't need it more often than that. Exactly. What if it just summons them to an area, say the closest building or something? Summoning somebody to the closest building doesn't do any good if you're 30 to 40 minutes away from the dungeon you want to run. There's nothing saying there's going to be anything near you. Like I talked about on Wednesday, I'm proud of people that know what the Pythagorean theorem is, but I'm a little confused why people don't understand it in application. People are like, well, if the grid is 2.5 by 2.5, then I can run across it in half the time. And all I do is bring up the map and I say, no, because you can't run across mountain ranges. The Pythagorean theorem only works if you can travel as the crow flies. And if you can travel as the crow flies, why the hell do you care about transportation anyway? But they may be closer than if they are not in the same node. Yeah, I agree. But I think putting a 6 hour cooldown on it and then putting them at the closest building is easily fixed by just making it an 18 hour cooldown and I pull you directly to me. If I make it 18 hours and I pull you directly to me, the casuals can't complain because the casuals aren't playing on sooner than an 18 hour cycle. Maybe if you get off work early on Friday, but then you have the time to travel. I watch your video in the background all the time. I was wondering if it makes a difference to you whether that happens on Twitch or YouTube. Really enjoying the Ashes discourse. Keep it up. Man, I'm going to be honest. There's a lot of ways to support the Paradox Gaming Network. A lot of ways to support me. And if you watch it on Twitch or you watch it on YouTube, I care that you get the information. I care that you get the answers. I care that you get what you're looking for. And if you watch it on YouTube or you watch it on Twitch, it doesn't matter to me. Some people have asked me to maybe chop it up and put it on Podbean and chop the 4-hour live streams up into 4 1-hour segments and then put them up on Podbean so they can hear them. I'm going to be asking people if that's something people want me to do. If I get enough people that want me to do that, I can do that. But yeah, honestly, as long as you're getting the information you want, that's what I care about. Ratings are great, but usefulness means a whole lot more to me than ratings. People will always complain. Yes. However, people will always complain. The trick to people complaining is their complaint. Hold on 1 second. No, not the accountant. My cat, the gray one, can hang off the doorknobs, and he was hanging off the doorknob trying to get in. Cloud ran out because his brother came in. Now his brother knows he's in trouble for hanging off my doorknob because he's hiding behind my computers where all my cables are, and he doesn't want to be shown on TV. Anyways, people are going to complain, and you're absolutely right. People are always going to complain. People are going to complain about everything. The thing is that you have to consider, is their complaint valid or not? Not every complaint can be easily dismissed out of hand. There are complaints that are valid. Stop it. You're a bad cat. Bad cat. Hey, Bits. Thank you. I like Bits. So Arcage is a good example of complaints. Arcage Unchained. Oh, you got me. My foot was off the board. Damn it. I got caught. So Arcage is a great example. Arcage Unchained is a great example of complaints. The bits are for the cats. I will make sure to give them treats with the 100 bits. Arcade Unchained, people had complaints, and they were valid complaints. There were issues. There were concerns. There was deals gone back on. There were promises gone back on. Those complaining about those things are completely valid complaints. And I think you need to address those. So I think having a family summon system. Okay, so the top tier of what Ashes of Creation says is we're going to have a world where size matters and travel time matters. Okay, we're going to have a world with no fast travel. Okay, excellent, no fast travel. By the way, we're putting in a family summon. You're what? You're putting in a family summon? Yeah, and it's going to be in a 30-minute cooldown. Okay, well then, go fuck yourself with your world size matters statement. Because this doesn't fly. This dog doesn't hunt. So they've turned around and they're going to listen to feedback. If the whole purpose, and I 100% agree with this, I 100% agree that you have to make your game, the barrier to entry, the barrier to gameplay low if you want to keep people. If people can only play on the weekends, okay? If people can only play on the weekends, they're probably going to go play a different game. If the 1 or 2 hours a night they have isn't meaningful on the weekdays, they're probably not going to play your game. They're probably going to go play a different MMO where their 1 to 2 hours a night is meaningful, and then they get their bulk of their gameplay on the weekends. The family summon is not a broken mechanic if you put an 18-hour cooldown on it. Because with an 18-hour cooldown, you get to summon your casual friend, your little brother, your little sister, your wife, your husband, whatever you have, your best friend, whatever you have. You get to summon them every night to you. So say I was still working, right? And I'm just gonna choose these 4 circles. These are the starting camps, but I'm just using them as the next place we want to go. So on Monday night, my guild and I, we clear the upper left-hand dungeon that's in that circle. And we decide that we're going to travel down to the left continent, lower circle dungeon. Well, that's a 3-hour trip. And I don't have 3 hours because I only have 2 hours of gameplay a night. But my guild has 7, 8, 9 hours a night. Well, they enjoy the adventure of getting down there. And then I get pulled. I get to do the content. They get to do the journeys. If that pull system didn't exist, I probably wouldn't play Ashes of Creation, because then I'm never going to, my group has to feel like I'm a burden, and I never get to experience content with my friends except on the weekends. Keep in mind, in a game like Ashes, you're probably going to be built around a static group of 8 people. That's going to be the people you run your dungeons with, that you do your exploration with. Why? Because you want to know 3 times a week you have a group of 8 people that you're going to game with. Doesn't mean you're not going to go do stuff with other people, but you're probably going to set up statics. So if I can get pulled once a night, once a game session, then it's addressing the casuals. If I get pulled more than once a day, it's no longer for the casual. So you can't justify breaking your world size matters pillar by saying, well, we're going to introduce fast travel for the casuals. Yeah, but you're allowing people to be summoned every 30 minutes. So that's not fixing it. That you're introducing 2 things on different you're introducing 2 separate systems, right? You're saying 2 different things that are in contrast to each other. By the way, sometimes when I look over, I try not to answer stuff unless it's my family, because you guys know. Husband, father, streamer, kids looking for, oh wait, no, she can go. Yeah, she doesn't have an appointment. So she's looking for permission to leave. She didn't vacuum. She can't vacuum before my show because she's in school, and then she knows not to vacuum while I'm streaming. Because you guys don't want to hear a vacuum. You hear your own vacuums in your own houses. Let's see. How does a family fast travel hurt the large game BDO feel? Because it allows you to get pulled across the map. I hope I covered that. Complaints. I bought a cupcake for you, but I like chocolate better. Next time, here, a chocolate one for you. Thanks, but I prefer the chocolate one with extra chocolate chips. Yeah, basically, that's complaints. That's how complaints go. It's like there's a test you can do. If you're given a motivational speech, if you can afford to do it with 100, it works better, but some people can only afford to do it with 20. I'm going to give somebody in this audience a $20 bill. And the only trick to this is you're going to have to give a part of that money to somebody else. And the other person is going to have to accept the offer that you give them. Otherwise, nobody gets anything. Well, there's 2 logics here. So I give you a $20 bill. Then you got to pick somebody in the audience, and you got to give a portion of that money to them. And the person who gets the $20 bill will often be like, I'll give you 5. And the person that was going to get the $5 bill will almost always say, no, I don't accept that. And so end up going on with the speech and keeping the $20 bill in my pocket. And the point to that is the person who was about to get a $5 bill says, no, I don't consider that equal. I don't consider that fair. I don't consider that fair. And the reason why they don't consider that fair is because they didn't get half. Meanwhile, the person who was in control of the offering only had to offer them half, and they would get half the money, but they don't, because they feel they were chosen and they feel that they're the more valuable partner in this relationship. So more often than not, what happens is the person will say 5 or 8, and the person offered says no. Meanwhile, it's both persons not recognizing that at the end of the deliberation, neither one of you got anything out of it, and it was free. It was free. All you had to, like, I gave this person a $20 bill, and they picked somebody at random in the audience, not next to them. It has to be like the far side of the audience. Hey, I'll give you 5. Okay. Why would you not say okay? Because you're about to get free money. But it's this inherent, that's not fair. That automatically, people are ingrained with that, that's not fair. And what they don't even realize is it has nothing to do with fair. It has to do with equal. But people are taught the words fair and equal wrong. And so, yeah, people are going to complain all the time. What I tell my kids all the time is, I'll be like, hey, what do you want for dinner? Open-ended question. Hey, what do you want from Longhorn? I don't want Longhorn. Excellent. There's a stocked kitchen. Make whatever you want. Well, since you're going that way, I'm going that way to go to Longhorn. I didn't say what would you like for dinner. I said what would you like from Longhorn. That the today's offer is Longhorn restaurant, because I want Longhorn, because I want chicken parmesan. Parmesan chicken, not chicken parmesan. I want parmesan chicken. I want parmesan chicken, and I want some broccoli, and I want some mashed potatoes, because that's what I want. So my kids have learned the option of choice. Thing is, traveling is part of the game, and it would make the game more interesting. You've been traveling for your gaming session and looking forward to the next day when you get to your destination. Yes, I agree. However, I have a biased opinion. I have a biased opinion because I have 18 hours a day to play. Other people don't. This is a quote from the wiki. Gear will have appearance slots, transmutation, transmog, cosmetic slots that are used to copy the appearance of an item. Do you have any more info on this? Does the item have to be in the player's backpack for them to copy it? I have no idea about the transmogs. We have very limited information about the transmogs. So I can't give you any more than that. I'm going to say if they're going the route that the way they explained it, yes. For your transmogs, you have to have the item with you to change the look. If you're going to use the cosmetic slot on it, like the boots from this month, that will be stored in your paper doll wardrobe that's with you basically all the time. I just assumed it would be exactly like BDO. Doesn't take hours to get anywhere if you have a horse, but it's still a trip. Yeah, keep in mind they want it to be hours. So I know, and please don't come at me with the Pythagorean theorem, because I know the Pythagorean theorem. I get it. I understand it. There's a big fucking mountain in the middle of this triangle, okay? Okay? It's about 2 hours north to south minimum. It's about 2 hours east to west minimum, not to count that there's a big water channel in between the two continents. So you're talking 2 hours north south, 2 hours east west. It could take you realistically like 4 hours. Now, some people are saying, well, you wouldn't go straight down, you'd come along the continent. You're right, you would. However, you then have to juke, jive, dip, dodge, and weave through all of this stuff. So you're looking at 3 to 4 hours to cross the map minimum. And that's if they don't adjust move speeds. So let's see. Do you think Steven purposely puts things into the game knowing full well that he has no intention of placing that thing in as is just to get the discussion going? Yes, I absolutely do. Because that's how you get better data-driven, you get better data to make a data-driven decision from if you start from a position of controversy. It also allows you to get what you want. Like, negotiation is an art, and a lot of people suck at it. A lot of people absolutely suck at the art of negotiation. So if Steven puts in, I want to have a family travel system, and starts it on a 30-minute cooldown, maybe he knows he needs to have an 18-hour cooldown, and maybe he puts it in the community accepts a 12-hour cooldown. So why would he start at 8? Why would he say, I'm going to put this in with an 18-hour cooldown and then have to defend the 18-hour cooldown when he wants an 18-hour cooldown? Put it in with a 30-minute cooldown, let people rabble, give them the 18-hour cooldown, and now you look like a hero. You gave the people what they wanted. You never had an intention of doing it one way. You had the intention of doing it the way you wanted to do it all along. But remember, people are going to complain about anything. So if you introduce something, people are going to complain about it. But if you make it look like you acquiesce to their request, then you look better. Is it likely Ashes will be on Unreal Engine 5 by release? I have no idea. I can't, that's a question I would have to have, like internal information about their design and development process and their art and where they're at and how, like, they could have 75% of the art assets finished and we're just not seeing them. And then going to Unreal Engine 5 isn't going to necessarily speed up their process. They could be at 10% of the art assets done and they're just going to be waiting until Unreal Engine 5 comes out because they want to speed up. Let's see. Do you think transmogs diminish item uniqueness? And do you like transmogs and Ashes? I don't give a shit about visual progression. I just want to look good. Okay? I just want to look good. I own this entire set of cosmetics. Why? Because I just want to look good. I don't care. I don't care that I bought my appearance. If I find something in game, if they make an ultimate, like if they put a costume that looks like that in game, a priest's collar with high pauldrons, all metal, and it's black, gray, shiny, and they put that in game, then it doesn't matter what I have to do to get that. I will go and get that because that's kind of my style and my look. However, I don't care about, people are like, well, you spent your money to get your cosmetics. Yes, they're cosmetics. I don't care. So no, I don't think transmogs diminish item uniqueness at all. Because, you know, for a long time, Final Fantasy 14, I never bought anything out of the cosmetic shop. I recently did. I transmog my different characters' gears to look different ways. So I find stuff in game. If I like it, I keep it. Your priest model reminds me of the Inquisitor in EverQuest 2. Yeah, ironically, it was the High Inquisitor in ArcAge. Travel time depends on the road. Is that possibly determined by the node? Yes, the paths are determined by the mayors based on their trade agreements, but the mayors can't force a road somewhere. The mayors can only force conditions that might benefit a road or a bridge or a tunnel or whatever happening. Are caravans going to be on the sea as well? Yes. And as somebody said, right now, when a caravan makes the transition from land to water and then water back to land, it has a few minutes of vulnerability because while it's building itself as a boat or it's making itself a caravan again, it doesn't get the damage mitigation of the armor plates and stuff. Was just thinking if a metropolis was on the coast, you could get in and out, advantage of trading and moving resources. You'd still have the period of transition between ship and caravan. Now, hopefully in a metropolis, more people would help you. But if it's like ArcAge and the mechanics aren't right, then you'd get screwed, and you'd be. The only thing is that you have to go back to the point of origin to reclaim. So like you could get your caravan all the way to the wall of the metropolis, and then if the people destroy you, they have to travel all the way back to where you started from. So people were promised no fast travel. People were never promised no fast travel. People were promised limited fast travel. Let's just make sure we have to make sure that we nail home the promises accurately. So people were promised limited fast travel. Intrepid realized they need a version of fast travel. If Intrepid just introduced an 18-hour fast travel from the start, people would be upset. He said 30, then changed it to what people wanted. We got played. In everything except the fact they never said there would be no fast travel. So the map being effectively 2.5 square hours seems pretty large. How much content is there for someone who just wants to solo explore the world? A ton. There is a ton of content if you just want to explore the world. Guild Wars 2 had people hooked on buying armor dies. Seemed like a good way to not pay to win, but still keep money coming in. Yes. Oh, you got locked out for 5 whole minutes. Oh, I know. You have such a hard life, kitty. I think dies are fine, except when here's the thing, this is gonna sound weird. I think dies are fine to sell in your cash shop, except when you start selling black and you don't make black available in game, because you got everybody that wants to be an edgelord and be in all black. I don't want to be able to get the pastels and the neons in game and then black in the cash shop, because you deliberately made all the armor ugly as sin. That's the other problem. You deliberately make all the armor ugly as sin, and then people get mad that the dyes are in the cash shop. You got to make the armor in game actually decent, and then people aren't going to complain as much. Notice I said as much. I don't need any of that. Is there fishing? Yes. Is there a minigame? Yes. Would you take money to provide safe passage across the sea? Yes. If a node uses money to place tunnel through a mountain and then loses a siege, would the tunnel be destroyed? If the conditional between the two nodes that caused the tunnel to spawn was based on a trade route, and then that trade route was closed, yes, that tunnel might close. A lot of the things that happen in the world are based on the nodes. They are based on the nodes and their conditions. When the nodes disappear, a lot of the things that came about in the world also disappear, because there's no government there anymore to help support those infrastructure changes. We got to find the Kraken. He's right there. He's in the upper right-hand corner. Let's see. Your kitties are like the MMO community, always complaining, always feeling they have been betrayed. Yeah, my cats. My cats are good animals. Yeah. They're loyal beasts. They're loyal beasts. They're all gonna die though if they don't stop bouncing on my head at 6 in the morning. Does Intrepid plan on having a Southeast Asia server? Yes. They already did testing with a server in Singapore. I think GMs should be able to become elite NPCs to address players abusing the rules, to show up and kick their ass out of the area they are abusing. No, see, I think GMs should be able to just summon you to a dungeon that you get to stay in, because it's a subscription-based game. And if you ban the person, they can often do a chargeback of the last month's subscription, because they say, well, you didn't deliver the product, you cut my product short, and then you got to spend a lot of time, man hours, and whatever answering the chargebacks. I think it's a lot better if you just put them in a dungeon that they can't get out of, that there's no legal escape from. And when they try to do a chargeback, you say, you aren't denied access to the game. You have full access to the game. I'm sure a ship is going to take forever to build. Bigger the ship, the more it's going to take to build. Remember, there's ships for 1 to 3 people, there's ships for 8 people, and there's ships for 40 people. Check out Blazing Sails. It's a fun sailing PvP game that was just released. It's a simple 3 gig game, but it's really fun. Your whole party, I'm going to assume, has to work together to manually operate the ship. It would be awesome if Ash's ship worked like that. Hey, you're in luck, because Ash's ships work like that. I think so too. I like fishing, but I'd rather buy passage than build a boat. I I have a ship for you, that Fangler ship in the bottom corner. I mean, we can go fishing on that. We can go fishing on a boat that looks like a fish. I hope the Holy Trinity aspect is really important. Means group with tanks, damage deal, and heal. I wish so much for more play together. They're using the Trinity, but technically it's a square because they moved support and healers away from each other. But yes, the Trinity is in place. I want a spray paint can for graffiti in the dungeon. Yes. We're going to spray paint everything. We're going to paint the town red. Let's see. Wow, guys. We're doing it again. We're just straight killing the Q&A. I love it. I love it. I am really, really excited for the naval content. I'm going to be honest. The fact that they have a horizontal progression. They have a horizontal progression that allows you to get better at the ship in one portion of the ship. There's a sailoring tree. So you could get better at the rigging, or you could get better at the rigging or the repairing of the ship or navigating or the weapons on the ship. So keep in mind, a lot of people aren't aware of all of the progression. Prime. Somebody reached into Bezos's wallet and pulled out a Prime sub. Keep in mind, guys, if you don't already have Prime, I said it earlier in the show, I 100% love my Amazon subscription. Where did you get the Kraken picture from? Oh, that's just Incarnate. This is my own map of, so I'm a teacher many years ago. Before some of you were even born, I was a teacher, and I know I don't look it, but I like visuals. Oh, there's two Prime subs. I like visuals. I like Howard Gardner. I'm a fan of multiple modes of intelligence. I like whatchamacallit. I like visual learning. I'm a visual learner. I like a picture. So I put pictures together when I'm trying to explain stuff. So yeah, that's the Kraken. So would you two go lay down? I'm not getting up again. I refuse. I'm not. I refuse. Being ex-Navy, I'm not thrilled about boats, but I'll deal with it as needed. Well, you never have to set foot on a boat. Well, maybe to cross the continents. You might be interested in making sure there's a scientific metropolis on each side so you could ride an airship. And then I just want them to make the airship ride like a KC-135 ride, and then nobody will want to ride an airship. Pay to vandalize. Yeah, if you have to get the paint from the cash shop, that'd be funny. That'd be a cool thing. Vandalizing paint. Be able to ride around and vandalize people's freeholds. Yes. I did fix my problems. I'm not retired from the Army, damn it. I'm retired from the Air Force. I did fix my problems. So that is all taken care of. You see, the channel is in full swing. Subscriptions are up. Money is up. Monetization is up. Expenses are up. We gave out gift cards last week. I'm still trying to figure out, like, guys, what sort of stuff do you want me to give away in the treasure chest? Like, what sort of stuff do we want as giveaways? Wife and I watch your vids a bunch. Figured you should get my Prime rather than some random Twitch person. I appreciate that. I do want to also let you guys know, if you want to help me out, if you want me to have more stuff to give away, doesn't cost you anything. If you're one of those people who say, how do I support you? The easiest way to support me is on Twitch. Just follow the channel and then watch it, share it, tell other people about it. On YouTube, it's subscribe to the YouTube, which costs $0. On YouTube, following is subscribing. Watch the things, leave comments, like it, and share it if it's relevant. If you guys are ever going to buy anything on Amazon, you can help generate money for gift card giveaways. Just go down below, click into the Amazon, and do your shopping after you click in through my blacksmith. It doesn't cost you any more to do it. I get a percentage of that. And if you're ever going to buy something big, let me know. I'll put it in my blacksmith, and then I get a cut of what you buy. And then that money all goes into a pool. I give it away. It's just a nice way to generate funds and resources for the channel. Oh, giving out 5 and a hype train. Choo choo. We're on another hype train. That's the second one for the day. We got a lot of ding dings. Ding ding dings. So everybody say thank you if you got one. Wow, that's like really loud today. Oh. No kidding why it's really loud. Somehow my audio got put up to 70%. But everybody say thank you if you got a free sub. But yes, I did fix that problem. Refusing doesn't work with cats. Oh, I know. The gray one. Come here. You're not the gray one. Good boy. Come here. They want to see you. They want to see the guy I'm about to talk to. Talk about. No, let me have your brother. Ah. So this guy right here made Tamir really, really mad. Yes, 2 days ago. This guy right here. Oh, you relax. You relax. It's just the desk. This guy. Say hi. No hi. This guy. We're getting rid of. Our daughter's got new beds, and so the kids had twins, and I don't think a teenager needs a twin bed. And my younger daughter, she doesn't sleep well, so we got her a sleep number bed for the auto adjust, like as you roll around. Well, we're getting rid of all their old bedding and comforters and stuff. And the gray one, straight like a boss, looking at Tamir, my wife, looking at Tamir, cocks a leg and pisses on the comforters that we're getting rid of. Like he came in here. I have a blanket in the corner for them to lay on, and he straight hid from my wife for the rest of the night. What should I put in the envelope? I should have put in Alpha 1 Axis. Unfortunately, I don't have Alpha 1 Axis to give you. The gray one's name is Sora. When we got the cats, my wife was playing Kingdom Hearts, and she was like, "Can we please name them Cloud and Sora?" And I was like, "The white one has to be Cloud." Just so we're clear. But let's see. Regarding transmog, I've never been a fan of people rolling on gear purely for aesthetic purposes against others who want it for the functional purpose. What's your opinion on this? Do you think the loot system would work better if it allowed an additional roll to determine who gets to make a copy of the item for transmog purposes? No, because then that means you don't have to run the dungeon again because you want it for transmog. If you want the piece of gear, you want the piece of gear. I just did the article on PvE content for Ashes 101 yesterday, and they said one of the things they talked about is need before greed. But I don't know how that's going to work in a game that doesn't have gear-specific classes or weapons restricted to a particular class. So, no, I don't think that there should be a free copy of the piece of gear created just for the transmog. I do hate people that roll on the gear just because they want to use it as a transmog. That's why, like in Final Fantasy 14, when the dungeon content first comes out, I tell people all the time, like, hey, I don't need any of the tank gear. So if you want a piece of the tank gear for cosmetics, say something, and I'll just roll pass, because in Final Fantasy it's need before greed. As a tank, I get to roll need on all of the tank gear. So if somebody wants it, I'll tell them, hey, let me know. I'll tell people all the time, I'm like, if you need anything, say something, because I'm turning it into the free or the grand company for points. And a lot of people have told me, hey man, that's really cool of you that you say if I want it, I can have it. Yeah, what the hell? I don't want to screw you over. You swore into the Air Force yesterday. Congratulations. Let me get out of the case. If you survive Air Force basic training, you will get one of these bad boys. And this is your Airman's coin. I don't know if it's still the same one. I imagine it probably is. But this is your Airman's coin that you will carry around forever. If you're smart, because you don't ever want to get caught without an Airman's coin. You've collected all of the level 1 emotes. Excellent. I am out of level 1 emotes to collect. 8 subs that train. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Appreciate you greatly. Let's see. But yeah, everybody, congratulations to Vesteroth. Joined the Air Force. Smart kid. Or I don't know if you're a kid or a young adult or what you are. Smart contacted me, asked me questions about going into the Air Force, gave him some advice about MEPS. And like I said, guys, this isn't just about video games on my channel. If you need help with college, the military, life, anything, contact me. I'll help you out. Gave him some advice for that. Contact me again contact me a couple of weeks before basic. Let me know. I'll give you some basic tips. I'll give you some tech school tips. I'll give you some just arrived at your base tips. And these are kind of like loaded tips because I was an NCOIC and I was a flight commander. I can tell you the shit not to do to make a really bad impression on your new boss. Let's see. I should put a slice of carrot cake with cream cheese frosting in the chest. That's just gross. Access to the game, gift cards, or maybe peripherals. Yeah, I can't give direct access to the game. I will give gift cards, and then like basically if I buy you an Amazon gift card, maybe it doesn't directly get you access to your sub time, but I buy you an Amazon gift card and then you buy something from Amazon and you don't have to pay money, so you can pay for, there's way I give you an Amazon gift card, it puts money in your pocket, then you have other money to put on your Ashes subscription. I don't know what the payment options are going to be when I don't know what the payment options are going to be after they get rid of Xsolla. And then for the record, people have asked me, well, why don't I just PayPal them $15? Because I don't want to get involved in giving you money, direct money. That just becomes weird. That just becomes a weird thing. Also, remember, everything that comes from this channel comes out of my pocket directly. The Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated, which is the corporation that owns my channel, doesn't actually give you shit. I give you shit. It works. It's weird. There's tax reasons. Just so we know. We're not doing tax evasion. People always think that means tax evasion. The money comes out of my pocket as a streamer, as a person. The money that you guys give goes to the corporation, and then it has to do its thing over there. Let's see. I'd love to have an AOC streaming channel in the future, but I'm stuck with World of Warships for now. Can streamers get alpha keys? You can if you're a big enough streamer. Let me take a real quick look. Let's see. You have 31 followers and half of a developed channel. You're probably not going to get a free Alpha 1 key. However, not to completely crush your hopes and dreams, join my Discord, talk to me after the show. I will help you clean up your channel, and I will help you on your path to becoming a content creator. Something I do. This channel is so kind. Yeah, this channel, I mean, here's the thing. You guys notice if you ever go to my Patreon, and yes, I have a Patreon, and I don't want you to give me any money there. I do want you to go check it out. I want you to read the shit that's there. I'm building a gaming community. I'm building a community of people that can get help with the stuff they need. I'm gonna be honest. It's not about the money to me. It's about the building a community. I've had people ask for math help on my Discord, and we have math teachers in my community. They'll be like, yeah, I got you. I've had, like, that's actually a story from EVE Online. We had a kid who came on to TeamSpeak one day, and he's like, hey, can I get your help? I got to pull down all my pauses. I said, why do you got to pull down your pauses? And he says, I'm failing math. I said, okay. Well, I said, yeah, I'll come out and help you pull down your pauses and get them all transported back. He's like, yeah, man, I appreciate it. My parents are at least cool. They understand that I can't just leave this game. They're going to let me log in and flip my skills, but I can't play. I said, all right. I said, let me know what you need. A couple of minutes later, a guy in my guild or my corporation was like, what are you in? And he's like, oh, I'm in math. Yeah, what math are you in? He's like, oh, I'm in Algebra 2 with trig and I'm failing it. I was like, yeah, I'm a retired math teacher. Let's drop down a channel. I said, you know what? I'm going to do you one better. I created them a channel. They had permissions to go in it. The guy was actually tutoring him on Algebra 2 with Trig just because they were court mates. And the kid went from having an F to having a B- in math because, you know, he got the help he needed. That's the shit I want to do. That's the shit I like helping people. Like I rewrite people's resumes for them. I show them tips and tricks about resumes that get your resume taken from the middle pile to the left pile, and the left pile is the one they're calling back on the first rounds of interviews. Could I message you for some tips on creating content? Yeah, absolutely. This is my Discord. You can drop in there. I have a channel for content creation, and I'll even share this because I know there's always people out there in the room that are afraid to ask for help. Is this the one? Yeah. If you guys are looking to be, if you guys are looking to be content creators, I have a page set up. I'm going to tell you guys the honest to God truth. I absolutely positively hate that page on content creation. I hate that page. I was going to do a product called Content Creation Success in 3 minutes, where every video was only going to be 3 minutes long. And I filmed 15 episodes of it. I edited 11 of them. After watching it, I was like, this is absolutely, totally crap. I hate it. I fucking hate this product. But it's up there right now because taking it down benefits nobody. But I'm going to start my new project, Jalan on life, Jalan on all those books back there, Jalan on content creation, Jalan on parenting, but that's going to be a completely different channel. But, you know, I will help you. Resume tip: don't mention your nuclear engineering degree when you want a minimum wage job. Correct. Another tip: don't mention that you have a master's degree and 3 bachelor's degrees when you want a minimum wage job. When you're just looking for a job to feed your family, don't mention that stuff. Jalan on how not to spoil your cats. Oh, hold on, let me let them out. You guys are bad. Go. See, here's the thing. They just want out. Because they're in. And in a few minutes, the white one's going to scratch the door. And because he's out, he wants in. Because they're in, they want out. I really did want to put a cat wall. I wanted to put a hole in the wall. But I found out where Mr. J is, underneath where Mr. J is the electrical wall for both of the rooms. So that's not going to work. That's not going to work at all. Let's see. Where do you get blueprints for your freehold buildings? Social organizations? You get blueprints for your freehold buildings in a multitude of places. In the economic node, as the unique building in the economic node levels, the unique building is called a market. Now, guys, don't get confused. Every node can have a marketplace, but only economic nodes can have a market. So you have the marketplace and the market. At the market in the economic nodes, the higher rank the node, or the higher stage the node, the higher tier the unique building goes, and then it sells blueprints. It is highly possible that blueprints will come from the artisan masters. So your processing buildings and your processing buildings and your crafting stations will come from the will come from there. The social organizations may offer blueprints. That is true. So lots of different places. And plus, I'm sure the basic ones come straight from the store. Good question. Saddens me. The gaming community recently has been less about gaming together and more about smashing people and talking crap after. It's like the guy earlier, right? It's like the guy earlier. And there's people who leave my channel because they're like, I can't believe you banned that guy for that. That's cool. It's okay. But in order to join this chat, okay, you have to. All arguments and viewpoints are welcome. Engage the argument topic point, not the poster. I have a swift and assertive reaction to stupidity, and I'm too lazy to learn how to unblock people. And, you know, the moment you make it about the speaker, I have a very, very low tolerance for that. Unless, Like, if I can figure out that the two of you know each other in the chat and you're razzing each other, I let a little bit of that go. I let that get a little bit off of zero. But people, if you're going to attack the speaker, especially if you're going to attack me, if you're going to attack me, I don't ban you because you attacked me. I banned you because you've already demonstrated you're going to attack the speaker, and I don't want you to attack one of my viewers. If this channel never grows to large numbers, I would rather have a small, solid community than 100,000 people all being horrible to each other. I care about the individuals. So, long stream? Yeah. Not longer than, we're only at 3 hours and 22 minutes. I have fun. I just want to throw this out there. I'm reading the Discord rules, and the quote from Starship Troopers is amazing. Yeah. Everybody fights. No one quits. If you don't do your job, I'll shoot you. But if the orc-style blueprints would only be available in orc-style towns, would you support an idea like that? Yes, I absolutely would 100% support I would 100% support that. That would force people to travel the world to get the blueprints they want. Yes, absolutely. That would allow traders to ship in their orc blueprints to other cities to sell and make a living through that. Yes, absolutely. That is precisely how it should work. Now, I'm going to go a level above that. And if they could do it, I know a lot of you haven't played EVE Online. But in EVE Online, there were pauses, and there were 4 types of pauses, one for each race. And then there was the faction pause for each of those races. And the faction pause was better. It had a better fuel consumption. You could attach more stuff to it. I would be totally down if they got it balanced right, with an orc forge doing this and a dwarf forge doing this and a human, if the different buildings had different specialties. The only problem with that is then that starts to lend itself to, well, then why don't the races also have that bonus? Let's see. Or swipe that credit card. Well, you can't swipe the credit card because in Ashes of Creation, there is no tangible cash shop. The cash shop is cosmetic only. So you can definitely buy a orc looking forge or a dwarven looking forge from the cash shop if it's for sale that month, but it doesn't do anything more than just be a forge for you. Now I see your point that the orc style buildings would only be available in orc towns, and your point to that was yes, but people didn't have to actually go through with that. They just swiped for it. So they bought the basic one and put the cosmetic on top of it. And yes, however, I would much rather have Intrepid selling cosmetics than have Intrepid selling tangible items. There should be exclusivity. I would really hate if Ashes of Creation becomes an everyone gets a trophy for showing up kind of game. Yes, I 100% agree with you. I think effort should be rewarded. I just don't know how gonna make effort balanced with time, because I don't want to exclude all of the people that can't play the same amount of hours I can play. You know what I'm saying? I want to keep things relatively fair because they won't be equal. If you only play an hour a day and I'm no life in 16 hours a day, yes, I'm making 16. I'm 16 times more invested than you are. Being an old man, what is a pause? You lost me on the context. Let's see. Orcish heavy armor would be much bulkier than Elvish one. Oh, pause. Player own station. I was like, pause. My cat's paws? My polar bear? Like, pause. Player own station. In context of the EVE races, yeah, they were player owned stations you could put in orbit around moons. So they were a way to research blueprints and do moon mining and jump bridges, and they were fun. They were like guild fortresses, give or take, in EVE Online. Let's see. So what's new this week? Or you already wanting to kill something alive answering the same questions over and over and over again? No, I'm going to be completely honest, Toxic Ape. I love the questions. The reason why I love the questions is because if you guys were to go to Ashes 101 today and you haven't been there in a couple of days, number one, the front page now has PvE themes on the front, because somebody brought up to me that like you don't really talk about the PvE. So because of all the questions we've had over the last week, I talked about loot rules, bosses, dungeons and raids, events, tasks, quests, overview. I also went in and I cleaned up node wars because people were having difficulties with node wars and node sieges. So I cleaned those up. And then frequently asked questions, I only actually added 2 frequently asked questions. And it was, how do you stop people from declaring on their own node? And how can we craft stuff if stuff is locked in storage? So I absolutely positively love these Q&As, because these Q&As drive my next set of content. So, and they help me continuously research stuff. So I will never get bored of answering the same questions over and over and over again. Over the course of the years, I keep hearing about open world PvP, node wars, and castle sieges. Are people who are interested in the 40-man raids have enough interest to keep from being subbed? Wait, hold on. Over the course of the years, I keep hearing about open world PvP, node wars, and castle sieges. Are people who are interested in the 40-man raids have enough interest to keep being subbed to AOC, or are the raiders a bit neglected? That is an amazing question. First of all, lots of people complain that there's 40-man raids. There's 8-man raids. Well, there's 8-man dungeons. There's 16-man raid/dungeons, and there's 40-man raids. And now raids are divided into world bosses, regional bosses, and dungeon-esque raids. Because you know what I'm talking about. Like a world boss may take 40 people to kill. 40 people is a raid. But the term a raid comes from like dungeon content. So are the 40-man content pieces from the dungeon aspect, is there going to be enough interest in them to keep them subbed to AOC? And the answer is no, of course not. There won't, because this is not a theme park. And I'm going to use the example, sorry for those of you that are repeat visitors. We went to Disney this summer. We went to Hollywood Studios. The only new ride at Disney for us, because we went 2 years ago with all of my kids, all of my strays. Well, not all of my strays. Let me not lie in case one of the strays happens to tune in. I took a lot of the strays. I adopt people like into my household, like old school, like you are now of my house. So I took the 2 older ones with the kids. There were 6 of us down there. And we went 2 years ago. We rode everything that was new for us then. And 2 years ago, what was new for us was the Navi River in Banshee, and the Seven Dwarves ride was new for us. Well, this time we went down and there was nothing new for us except Smuggler's Run and Rise of the Resistance. Now, Rise of the Resistance, you got to ride maybe one day. Maybe one day. You had to apply for a virtual queue. And my wife is a fucking ninja. She got us in the second boarding group on our second day. Our first day, we were in boarding group 44. So we didn't get to ride that until late in the day, and then kind of fucked with our dinner reservation. And then I almost knocked myself out breaking a light, but that's a different story. So the setup for that punchline is, when we went to Hollywood Studios, there was only 2 new raids for us. One of them was a 40-man raid, because exclusive, you gotta, that's the Rise of the Resistance. It's a 40-man raid. And then the other one was Smuggler's Run, which is, the lower level content, because you could ride that easier. Disney, as a MMORPG, doesn't have DLCs and expansions fast enough to keep the 40 people, the PvEers, engaged. Like at Epcot, they're building the Tron ride, okay? Well, it's going to take them a couple of years to get that ride out. People go to Disney when new rides come out, just like people come back to MMOs like WoW or Final Fantasy when the new content comes out. Case in point, over the summer, Final Fantasy 5.3 was supposed to come out much earlier than it did. However, due to the world interruptions, they had to push that. Well, there were people who let their subscription lapse because they said, I have no content to do. Now the new content comes out, and the way Final Fantasy keeps you hooked for 12 weeks is you can only get 1 coin per week out of the dungeon, and it takes a coin to get your new gear. So they basically hook people for 12 weeks as you get your 12 coins. Well, that doesn't make people happy because they didn't release enough new content. So I definitely hear what you're saying. I definitely understand that pure PvEers that want 40-man raids are not going to be satisfied with Ashes of Creation. If they're willing to acknowledge that world bosses and regional bosses are basically a raid without trash and it's only one boss, they might have fun. But no, I do not think that PvEers, pure PvEers that want 40-man content are going to be satisfied and stay subbed to Ashes of Creation. Those are the people that need to venture themselves over to Pantheon. That's probably their game. The only thing I want everyone to be able to achieve is all the achievements. I feel like it's super frustrating for people who join a year down the line to find some achievements are no longer obtainable. Some achievements will no longer be obtainable. That's just the nature of the beast. I remember hearing about unique skills. Will there be skills that are extremely rare that you get randomly, or do you always spend points to get skills? That is a good question. And somebody asked me about ultimates. And guys, I do apologize. Sometimes just during the show, I miss stuff. So that sparked my mind about the ultimates. Everybody should be able to get all of their skills out of their skill tree. They won't be able to get all of their augments. If you choose to be a member of the Thieves Guild, you can't get the Scholar Academy's augments. If you choose to live in a Divine node, you can't get the Military node's augments. So skills, yes, everybody can get those out of their tree or the weapon they have equipped, but augments, no. How will, with such a long journey to level 50, will quests not be recycled? I have a general understanding that there will be a couple of fetch quests and kill quests, but how, logically speaking, will the amazing dev team be able to come up with that many quests? Because number one, there's tasks. There is bullshit mundane stuff you can do to help you level, but it helps you level your node. It's not there for your personal development. It's there for your node's development. Number two, there are a lot of quests. Running around the world, I'll tell you right now, in Alpha Zero, I was running down a path. I was looking at my quest log, and all of a sudden it was like, where are all these rabbits coming from? And I looked at my quest log and I was like, well, holy shit, that's a good question. Where are all these rabbits coming from? It was a quest. You had to go find out where all the rabbits were coming from. If you ride too far past it, like you see his quest log just appeared on the screen. If you rode too far past where are all these rabbits coming from, you didn't get the quest anymore. You had to double back and do it. So there will be quests in the world. They showed once before a quest of an NPC caravan had broken down, and there was a quest to do in regards to that. Once you get that caravan up and going, that quest won't be available for other people. So you're going to be doing you're going to be doing tasks from the mayor or tavern owners. You're going to be doing your story arcs, which you can fail, by the way. You can fail your main story arc. And then how you pick it back up, I do not know. If you guys want to know more about the questing, like I said, Ashes 101 on the front page, I just did the PvE explanation. That'll help get you some oomph to your knowledge. Then we can go back down a little bit. There should be 3 tabs of achievements, cosmetics, title. One for the basic ones everyone can get. One for the event ones that need the cash shop. This way players can still get 100% of the. There are no events that you need the cash shop for. Let's shoot that one in the ass right now. There is the monster coin system, which is an optional system, but you can also obtain monster coins in game. So, and the only tangible reward from the monster coin system are cosmetics. There are no there are no tangible rewards. So I want to make sure we shoot that one right away. Let's see. You can challenge people for loot, so another group can try to do 60% and take the loot for themselves. Yes, that is true. If you have the tag, you need to do 40% of the damage. If you don't have the tag, you can steal the loot with 60% of the damage. When I saw him allocating points, he had hundreds in many of the skills. How does skill scale with points, and how many points do you receive per level up? First of all, you don't just get skill points at level up. You get skill points on the quarter levels as well. That's that. Also, keep in mind that what you're looking at is a developer testing the game. The developer's testing the game. He obviously has max points for all of his abilities so they can get data. You obviously won't have 137 skill points at level 10. So keep that in mind, guys, when you are looking at stuff from a testing environment. I know a lot of you have never been in actual testing, and I'm not insulting you. I'm not trying to be insulting or condescending. Don't take it like this. Most of you, if you've been in any alpha or beta testing, you've been in an Eastern MMOs, okay? You've been in an Eastern MMOs localization alpha or beta. Those are not alphas or betas. Those are finished, polished games in their region, and they're being localized for Europe and North America. Those are not alphas. Those are not betas. They do not give a shit about what you have to say. They're not going to make any changes because those are finalized games that already have content release schedules. Alphas and betas, a lot of times in alphas and betas, you get all of your skill points at level 10 or 5 or 1. A lot of times you get way different gear because they want data. They want data points. If you played in New World, you were playing an actual alpha. So you were playing in an actual alpha if you were playing in New World. That is not the final design decisions. They are going into another testing, or they're going into a design phase now that they got that data. And I think the next, what did they tell us for New World? The next testing cycle is in November. So they're going to spend the next 8 weeks on a development cycle. I'm not trying to nitpick, but the looting rules based on damage done has only been mentioned in a group party setting. It hasn't been mentioned in regards to raids yet. It has been mentioned in regards to raids because group party settings, raids are group parties. The only difference between a group of 8 and a raid is how many raids you have together. So, anyway, guys, I'm out. I'll be right back. I will. You guys, I'm gonna tell you guys this because I'm concerned for you. We've been going for 3 hours and 39 minutes. I'm gonna walk downstairs. I'm gonna fill up 3 teas. Guys, get yourselves up for a few minutes. Walk. Don't be sitting for 4 hours straight. It's bad for your legs. Do some squats. Do some curls. Get your free weights. Do something. Lift a book. Read a book. Do something. I will be right back. Ember Tech all giving away subs while I'm downstairs. I can hear you. What? That's not what we wanted. We wanted this. Hey, I appreciate that. Subbing with Prime. Giving away subscriptions. Also tried to chew down a piece of banana bread, but I had cotton mouth. So good news is, guys. Good news is I can stream a little while longer than I was planning, because my wife making dinner. I'm not on dinner duty today. So I'm a free man. Yeah, I'm expecting a text message. I gotta throw a piece of banana bread in my mouth. I hate eating in front of you guys, but you guys know I do intermittent fasting because I got fat. But the longer the stream takes more, the longer she has to wait to vacuum. Yeah, that's my daughter. My daughter's already at the park with her friends. So she'll just do it tomorrow. Let's see. Bit one test. Yeah, you can do one bit. It works. Funny story. A couple of funny stories, then we'll get back to Ash's stuff. Number one, I'm going to say this, and I'm really hoping that the person I'm talking about's kid isn't here, because sometimes the kid is here. This article you wrote is funny, Prince Lapaho. Yeah, I mean, it's true. Anyway, sorry about that. I do intermittent fasting, and I ran this morning. I did a 5K this morning, and I was hungry. So I had a piece of one of those, good for you banana, Belvita banana breads. My body was just telling me that a protein shake that I had 5 minutes before I started streaming wasn't enough. My body was like, no, man, we need more. We need fuel. How long do I go each day? I do a 5K. Usually I do one 5K run a week, and then the other day that I run a week, I do intervals, but I pulled another 5K card today. So I pulled a 5K, I ran a 5K. I'm getting better. Oh, fasting hours. I stop eating every day at 8 o'clock p.m. and then I don't eat again until at least noon. So yeah. Anyway, funny story. Funny story. My wife's friend called us. Her husband's deployed. Her car battery was dead. And I venture over there. And, oh, look at that, 259 bits. I ventured over there, and the battery was all, the battery was in the car compartment, fucked up. And I was like, I don't necessarily know if I want to get involved in this. And she's telling me, yeah, the guy across the street was helping her put the battery in, and to get the clamps in place, he used a piece of wood. And I said, the fuck you need a piece of wood for? You should never have to beat clamps on. You open them with a 10 millimeter. You slide them on. You tighten them with a 10 millimeter. And I'm looking at this car, right? And hey, why are your lights on? And she's like, oh, they came on when we hooked up the battery. Are your fucking lights off in the car? Yeah. That's fucking bad, yo. What the fuck is going on? Let's get this shit disconnected. She put the battery in wrong. The guy across the street beat the fucking shit out of the battery with a piece of wood to get the clamps to stay on. And then I got the battery all put in place and twisted around. And then Tried to start the car. Nothing. And I was like, all right, well, we've been here for a couple of hours, me working on this damn thing. Because the clamp was bent. Like they had beaten the shit out of it and opened it up. I needed to rebend it. And unfortunately, I don't have reverse channel locks. Because who the fuck ever needs reverse? You never need reverse channel locks. They're like, what the fuck? Why do I need these? Until you need them. Then you never have them. I finally got everything hooked up. Car wouldn't start. I came home. I started looking it up. And I was like, wait a minute. She jumped the car yesterday morning. And she thought the positive was in the back. And I'm looking up her car. And I'm like, oh, shit. She either blew her 80 amp fuse. Or she blew her engine up. And her wiring harness in her computer. Luckily, I think it's just the fuse. I might be getting a call here in a little bit. She might need help. I saw her this morning when I was on my run. She was getting back from getting the part, obviously. So yeah. Guys, girls, drivers, learn how to jumpstart a car. Learn how to jumpstart a car. That's all I have to say. You will fuck your shit up if you don't know how to jumpstart a car. Why is it called a 5K instead of 3 miles in America? Your utilization of metric units while usually relying on imperial in the US confuses me. Here's why we do it, and I'm going to be completely honest. And every American in the room is going to agree with me. If we're trying to talk to somebody in a country that uses metric, fuck you, that's why. We will measure that shit in washing machines before we give it to you in meters. So what we will do is we will have a Twitter article that says a sinkhole the size of 6 or 7 washing machines has opened up on this freeway. Just to irritate you, because our washing machines are bigger and you don't have any idea. You have no idea how big that hole is. You're there trying to figure out the size of an American washing machine. We do it just to irritate you. 5K is a metric term. That's right. That is right. 5K is a metric term. Because Americans are going to say 5K or 10K when it suits our purposes. We only do it when it suits our purposes. So that's why we do it. We do it to piss off the rest of the world. That's why we do it. I'm going to tell all the people who aren't from America a little secret here. I'm going to let you all in on a little secret. Shh, don't report me to the other Americans. We learned the metric system in school. We learned the metric system in school, so our scientists and our mathematicians and our kids that grow up who are going to do those things, they absolutely positively know how to use the metric system. We just don't, because it pisses you off. Pisses you off. So, yes, we learned the metric system in school. Because obviously, you're not gonna excel in the world of math or science, architecture, engineering, if you don't know some metric. But the rest of us, miles, feet, pounds, we do it because it feels good to irritate the rest of the planet. So why do I run a 5K? I run a 5K because it's 3.1 miles, and that's what our charity races are. So, hamburgers per freedoms. Yes, exactly. Hamburgers per freedoms. Remember when France got all uppity with us? They weren't French fries anymore. They were freedom fries. Fuck you, France. When Germany, World War II, sauerkraut? Hell no, man. We can't have no sauerkraut in America during World War II. We got Liberty cabbage. Pounds equals LBS. Yes. 5K is a metric system, though. Yes, I know. We use it when it suits our purposes. We use it. Our charity races are 5Ks, 10Ks, half marathons. Yeah, 5K sounds cooler. So it's America, and we're only going to do what sounds cool. 2 liters of soda. Exactly. 3 miles already means something. Or 3M. Yeah, 3M already means something. And 5K is better than saying 3.1 miles. Exactly. And so when the rest of the world is like, why do you do this? The reason why is we do it just to annoy you. It's just like, if you guys didn't know this, the United States put up this telescope when I was a kid. It's still up there. The Hubble telescope. If you take the tip of a pen, the lens on the Hubble telescope was off cut by the tip of a pen. And we still get those amazing images on it, from it after all those retrofits. But the tip of a pen. Somebody fucked up the tip of a pen cutting the mirror. Let's see. Miles, feet, pounds, inch, stone, Todd's, weighs. Imperial is funny. Yeah. The only one accepted worldwide is hands for a horse height, right? Yeah. Psychologically, 5K sounds more. Yeah, kind of. Because, you know, 5 is bigger than 3. You know what else is psychologically demoralizing? When you're running your 5K and it tells you when you hit your 1 mile, you're halfway, you're 2 miles, but it doesn't tell you when you hit your 3 miles because it tells you you're almost there, just keep going, and it picks some random point between 2.9 and like 3.01 to tell you when you're almost there. Please keep running. You can do it. So, let's see. Do we have anything Ashes related in the last 5 minutes? Oh yeah, Embertech said I'm looking thin. Yeah, 65 pounds down. 65 pounds. Man, I did the math on that. The other day. I've lost 25% of my body weight. 25% of my body weight. I'm 40 years old. I turned 41 at the end of the month. I want to tell all you young kids, if you're young, once your metabolism decides it wants to go on sabbatical, you're going to gain a bunch of weight. It's just going to happen. Don't let it happen. Do Americans also use horsepower for the power of a car engine? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. 29 kilos. I've lost 29.4 kilos. So, Virgo for the win? Nope, I am a Libra. I have lost 4.6 stone. Do you have excess skin flapping about? No, I do not, because you diet appropriately. I have no excess skin. I lost weight. I'm not crushing my weight in large amounts. You lose weight slowly and you exercise while you're doing it. Fun fact, the average workhorse generates upward of 15 horsepower. Interesting. My mount is awesome. This baby has 550 dragon power. That's okay, guys, because you clearly have never seen the guy that was on a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Some of you are going to know exactly where I'm going with this. This guy was on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and he had to use a lifeline for roughly equal to 746 watts. What animal-based unit is used to measure the rate at which work is done? Horsepower, donkey strength, llama thrust, zebra force. Slap the roof of the car, baby. This baby has the thrust of 340 llamas under the hood. The worst part is that A only got 71%, that this dude got trolled. Hey man, I would have been here sooner. But the horsepower of my engine seems to be dipping down. You know, a guy got behind me, gave me a little push. He gave me some llama thrust. Hey Jay, we're trying to move a caravan. Can you get over here with your donkey strength and help us? I'm on a car with 150 donkey strength. I don't know if I'm on a car with 150 donkey strength, but I definitely want my pickup truck. I definitely want my pickup truck to have 150 donkey strength. Trucks have donkey strength and Corvettes have zebra force, clearly. Did you guys also know my wife is a fan of animals. My wife is a fan of certain animals. She's a fan of otters. She's a fan of hippos. Did you know hippos are very, very fast when they're angry and they sprint. I wouldn't imagine that a hippo could sprint, but goddamned if they can. So, I'm just saying. They also like to kill boats. Yes, they do. Like hippos, if you're on the river. Yeah, these are weird facts. Hippos actually are responsible for killing more people than lions and alligators. They are the deadliest animal in Africa. It is like one of those are you kidding me's when you're reading these things. Is a rhino just a land hippo? A rhino isn't as dangerous as a hippo. A hippo is more dangerous than all of them. Hippos take no shit. The Tesla Cybertruck is 5 Hippo Blast. Yes, 5 Hippo Blast. So, you know, are any of you people old enough to remember when Dottie the sheep? I want to say, if we mastered cloning Dottie the sheep 20 years ago, why are animals still going extinct? Like, I understand that they might not be a perfect replica, but could we please start cloning some animals so they stop going extinct? Yeah, Dottie was the cloned sheep. By the way, I thought it was awesome. Arizona sent me stickers. They actually sent me stickers. If you guys didn't see my tweet, they sent me stickers. So I this one I like. I really like the skull, the Arizona skull, the cow skull. So yeah, it was cool. Arizona also interacted with me again. I'm like my tweets and stuff get retweeted and interacted with by the Arizona people. It's awesome. And like that is the greatest feeling in the world. That is the greatest feeling in the world when you're just messing around and they you're messing around and they respond. It's like awesome. Still waiting for Jurassic Park to be real. I did a Jurassic Park parody of Ashes of Creation a while back. I'm not anywhere near as good as Cam. Cambiguous has an amazing collection of memes. He is a meme wizard. But Paradox Gaming Network, Jurassic Park. Oh no. It doesn't come up. My channel. Oh. Paradox Gaming. Whoa. You settle down. Paradox Gaming Network, Jurassic Park. Yeah, there it is. It's a little parody video. I sometimes people are like, Jay, you need to stop because you're not very good at parody stuff. But I'm like, you know what? I gotta try. You gotta get back to work later, Embertech. There you go. There's Jurassic Park, Ashes of Creation style. Cloning is a slippery slope. I agree. Cloning is a slippery slope. Could you imagine if they cloned me? Holy shit, they don't know what to do with just one of me. So. Yeah, let me, where is it? Do I have cams? Boom. Embertech gift and subscriptions. So this guy's name is Cambiguous. I linked you his memes. The dude's amazing. He's like a meme wizard. Wasn't there ethical issues following the science of clothing? Yeah. So there are ethical issues with cloning. I do think though, when you get to a situation where we only have like one or two of an animal left, maybe we should start like cloning them before we're down to one. Cause I don't know. Maybe we should be a little bit more respectful of the planet we live on. So. Is it weird there's more tigers in Texas than the rest of the world? Yeah, you know, a little bit. Definitely a little bit. There's more animals in captivity than there are in the wild. You know, if you guys didn't see, if you guys weren't following me when I was on vacation, I loved the fact that I had giraffes outside my window. I was at Animal Kingdom Kidani Village, and I had giraffes right outside my window. Giraffes and zebras and birds, because they're a wildlife preserve. Let's see. I did want to talk about PvE, frequently asked questions, that I get. A lot of people ask me about the looting rights. What do you guys think about Master Looter, Round Robin, Need Before Greed, and a bidding system? Are we okay with these? Are we okay with these things? I'm a little confused on. I'm a little confused about Need Before Greed. I don't know how they're going to do Need Before Greed, but they say they're going to have Need Before Greed. I also like the idea of the bidding system for loot. And the reason why I like the bidding system for loot is, say you have a bidding system, you no longer have to keep track of DKP in your guild. If it's a static party, the Master Looter can divvy it up appropriately. Yes, obviously. But a guild doesn't have to have DKP anymore if they have bidding. And this is how everybody gets paid. So we're doing a dungeon, right? And we put it on the bidding system, right? Because obviously that's what you do. So we're gonna pretend that there is a completely balanced 40-man raid, right? So you got 5 tanks, 5 clerics, 5 bards, and 25 damage dealers, right? And you get a healing staff drop, right? Now, in most guilds, you end up having to keep track of DKP. Well, Jalan's been to all the raids, so he has 40 DKP, and this other person missed a night because their kid had to go to the emergency room, and they only have 39 DKP. So the really badass healing staff drops, and Jalan wants it, and the other guy wants it. The other guy bids 39. Jalan has to bid 40. Jalan runs out of DKP. Dungeon kill points. You get a point for every boss in a dungeon, and then it's a artificial currency that you use to bid on gear in dungeons inside of guilds. This is not a game mechanic. This is a guild function. Dragon kill points, yeah, dungeon kill points. So what happens is donkey kick power. Yes, donkey kick power. So like I said, you end up with situations where you've run the same dungeon 3 times, no healer gear is dropped, so your main healer ends up with 40 points, but one of your other healers ended up having to bail out because his kid got sick, had to go to the ER. And that sucks, right? That sucks. Well, so I have 40 points. I want the staff. The secondary guy has 39. He bids 39. I have to bid 40. I go down to 0. The next healer behind him has 33 points. So the next time a piece of healer gear drops, he's going to only bid 33. The other healer's going to build 33. He only has to spend 34. So he comes down to the bottom, but I'm at 0 points. He's at 5 points. It is a problem. DKP has issues, just so you guys know. Like every other currency in the world, it has issues. I like the idea of the healing staff dropping, and then anybody in the party can bid on it, and then everybody gets paid a percentage for helping the healer get that piece. So the healing staff drops, and I bid $1 million. I bid $1 million gold on it, right? Because I really, really want it. And so nobody else has $1 million gold. And so everybody in that raid makes 25,641 gold. Because you take the $1 million gold, you divide it by 39 other people in the party. I really, really, really like the bidding system. Master looting just gives people the opportunity to go mad with power. People don't need much to have it go to their head. I will say there are times and there are places where Master Looter and Guild Council or Loot Council works. I'm in an MCG DKP. If you're referring to guild dungeon kill points, then yes. But ultimately, there are times and places for loot council, master looter. You have your guild has no bidding on the items with gold as the currency. Oh, that's bidding, and that's one of the things Intrepid will have automatically. It's like what Blade and Soul had. But there are times where your raid group has a main tank, a main healer, a secondary main healer, and a main support. And those 4 people, they get geared, right? They get geared ahead of other people because they're the core of your guild. And I know some people lose their shit about this, but if I'm the guild leader and I'm the main healer, and I'm going to be at 99.9999999% of raids, then the gear should probably come to me first because I'm going to be at every raid. Meanwhile, the healer that can make Wednesday's runs, not saying the guy that can only make Wednesday's runs doesn't deserve to get gear, but I don't want that piece of gear sitting on his account the other 6 days of the week where it's not doing anybody any good and not making our next 5, 10, 15 runs in that dungeon easier. A lot of people don't realize guilds are a team. And if you are in a good guild, then your guild is taking care of you. Your guild is taking care of you. But that doesn't mean everybody gets taken care of at the beginning. Like any system, when somebody gets something and when somebody gets something ahead of somebody else, there is an order. There is an order to it. Here's an example where MC is very useful. That healer may drop, but your barbarian wants it for the image and has more money. The barbarian take it only benefits him in image. Healer getting it benefits the raid. MC overrides. Yes, that is absolutely true. But I'm going to be honest. You shouldn't be in a situation. If your barbarian wants that and he has more money, okay, you run into a situation where he might get pissed off if he's not allowed to buy it. Can we be sure the ratio between healer, damage dealer, and tanks will be optimal on any server? I feel like there could be a lack of healers with just one healer class. Everybody keeps making this argument, but here's the problem. How do you have a lack of healers with just one healer class if 1 out of 8 is a healer and 1 out of 8 is required in a party? There's only one tank class. There's only one tank class. So either your group, like my group wants me to be the healer. The people that I game with, they're like, Jay, will you just be the healer? Will you just commit to healing now? And I said, no, because I got to see tanking and I need to see what we're going to do. I will probably end up being a healer just because I've been a healer for most of the last 20 years. I've been a healer or a tank. I started Arcage as an archer and then I went to tank. So one tank archetype. Yeah, there's one tank archetype. There's one main healer archetype. There's one support archetype. I thought gear wasn't soulbound. Very little gear is soulbound. So like if you want to use it and he wants to use it but needs to log, couldn't he trade you until he gets back? Yeah. And that's the thing. I will imagine that, I'm not going to imagine, my gear will have gear sets. You need to drop off collateral. You use the gear set, the guild set. You return the gear set, you get your collateral back. Because I believe in a guild working together to accomplish more. 40 people working together are going to accomplish more than 40 individuals working on their own, all trying to go in the same direction. There is unfortunately, democracy doesn't work because you need a leader. And the moment you have a leader, you have to trust the fact that your leader has a vision and drive and skills. Can we assume that we need 5 healers and 5 tanks in a 40-man raid? Yes, I would say that you need 40 healers. You need 5 healers and 5 tanks in a 40-man raid for this reason. Even if even if you don't need 5 tanks for the 40-man content itself, you might need only 3 tanks. And so some people would say, well, let me kick out 2 tanks and bring 2 damage dealers. First and foremost, if you bench tank 4 and tank 5 on every 40-man run and you never take them with you, okay, you are upsetting the balance of 5 8-man parties, okay? You are upsetting the balance of 5 8-man parties. Now, you said 4 tanks and 8 to 10 healers is the normal build. In what game? Because normal for another game doesn't mean shit in Ashes of Creation, okay? So keep that in mind. Well, in WoW it was, well, this isn't fucking WoW. Okay, this isn't any other game. 2 problems. Number 1, if you're always benching tank 4 and tank 5, right? They're going to fuck off and go find another guild where they're geared enough to be tank 1 and tank 2. Number 2, if they're 5 parties of 8 people, right? What you're going to do is you're going to take 5 statics, form Voltron, and make your 40-man raid. Where are you going to just magically come up with 3 extra healers or 5 extra healers? And because then you're poaching from somewhere. And then again, the damage dealers that you bench are going to say, fuck this, I'm out. I'm going to go somewhere where I'm geared enough to be on the starting line. Also keep in mind that except for the instance dungeons, which are all story arcs and probably not going to be, first of all, you're not going to bench people from their story arcs because they're going to, again, tell you to go pound sand, get bent. I'm going to go join a guild that doesn't bench me. Okay, keep all this in mind. In open world dungeons, you might only need 3 tanks for the mechanics, but you need 2 tanks for the inevitable PvP that happens. And if you don't have those other 2 tanks with you, then you run the risk of losing the boss. You run the risk of getting wiped. You have to be ready to PvP at a moment's notice. So you should assume 1 tank per 8-man party, 1 cleric per 8-man party, 1 bard per 8-man party, and then you build the 5 damage dealers as preferenced. Now, some people have gotten into this mentality that every single party is going to have 1 of every single archetype, and I tell them, where did you get that? Well, that's what Steven said. Show me where he said that, because he has never said a balanced party will have 1 of each archetype. What Steven has said is they want every archetype to be very viable for content, but, you know, I feel like mages and rogues will be important if the hidden treasure is actually worthwhile seeking out. So, Tavernside Gaming, I want to pose a counter question to you. Do you have such little faith in Steven and Intrepid Studios that the hidden treasure wouldn't be worthwhile seeking out? Will 40-man raids have other 40-man parties in it like 8-man dungeons may have? Yes. Only 20% of raids or dungeons are instanced. So there might be 1 instanced 40-man dungeon and it's going to be story arced to it. They also said, suggest a poll, best race class combination for a pirate. I'm going to refund that to you because I can't do that as a poll because I can't do, I'm going to refund you your points. I can't do write-ins, but let me write that one down. Poll. I'm trying to get polls set up. Yeah, not enough slots for polls. Best race class combo for pirate. I am trying to get some polls set up over at Ashes 101. I was looking for a poll plugin or a poll widget for Twitch. I didn't really find one I like. So what can we ask for polls on here? Explain, please. You have to ask a question that I can pose to the community, and I get 5 slots. So if straw poll does, but not straw poll doesn't have. Actually, I didn't see straw poll on the Twitch thing, but it was one of those I was looking and then stuff came up. I want to take time. That's why I only stream 4 days a week, guys. A lot of people said, "Why don't you stream every day?" I said I would love to. but then I can't do any other development. So let me look into straw poll for Twitch. That's why I keep a notebook here. I think groups will have to make their choice in killing the boss before the other groups and seeking out all the possibilities such as treasure. I'd agree if it was instance, but have to think all the other folks in the dungeon as well. Exactly. Just because you bring a rogue with you who has the increased find treasure option doesn't mean there's any treasure to find. It just means if there's any treasure to find, you now have the ability to find it. If that makes sense. These aren't instances. I think Star Wars The Old Republic did amazing with their initial layout of the artisan abilities to bypass content in dungeons or get extra bosses or get different bosses. However, that's designing a lot of content that doesn't necessarily get seen. In an ideal world, if you know, one of these if one of these people came along, like, you know, a Bill Gates or a Warren Buffett or somebody with billions and billions of dollars showed up and said to me, here's $1 billion, make an MMO, I could do that. And I would have a shit ton of content you would never see. Unless you were, you know, specific looking for it. The problem is they have to make content that gets a return on investment. There you go. Pulls up. What is your play style? Let's see. WildStar, an interesting approach, fun game, but too many issues. WildStar's flaw was that they were going to try to please everybody. And the time-old adage is, you can please all of the people some of the time, and some of the people all of the time, but you can never please all of the people all of the time, but you can certainly piss off all of the people all of the time. So, WildStar just didn't have an identity, unfortunately. That's why I like Ashes of Creation, and I love the fact Steven makes my job easy. First of all, we got to throw out the random shilling, guys. You guys know I do this. I think I've gotten you all, though. I think I've gotten you all. But if you haven't signed up for Ashes of Creation, sign up right now. Use my referral link. Hook me up. But I think I got you guys all. I think I got all of you. Steven outright says, Ashes of Creation will not be for everybody. And that's okay. The fact that the owner of the company, the creative director, says two things. He says two things. Number one, Ashes of Creation will not be for everybody. ... And that's okay. And he says, if you do not believe in my vision, if you are not sold today, I don't want you to spend any money on my product. That is unheard of in business. If you guys ever watched Glenn Ross, Alec Baldwin giving the motivational speech, he says, your job is to get them to sign on the line that is dotted. Most managers, most owners, all they care about is getting you to sign on the line that is dotted. I learned a lot about Oh, Raging Trash, you can sign up for an account and then change your forum name. So don't worry about that. You can make your account anyway. You can make your account today and change your forum name and display name and all that stuff later. That's not gonna hold you up. There are, and you guys, I tell you guys this all the time, development and like all those books over there. I tell you guys, I share little snippets. I actually got to bring my quote book in here. Like I was digging through my OTS manual, my OTS manual, and confidence is contagious. So is lack of confidence. Vince Lombardi, Green Bay Packers. I got little nuggets of wisdom. One of them is Henry Ford. A company who is dedicated to service will have only one problem with their profits. or will have only one concern about their... A company that is dedicated to service will have only one concern about their profits. That is that they will be embarrassingly large. So, I love the fact that Steven seems to be taking the Henry Ford mentality to his business. He's not worried about the profits. He's worried about the product. And if he's worried about the product, the profits will take care of themselves. Quick question. How safe are towns going to be from being PK'd? Fairly safe. I've been in games where you could be killed in town, even if you weren't supposed to, and it caused no end of frustration. So you are going to be able to be killed in town. However, people are going to be around. People are going to kill purples. Guards are going to kill purples. So you'll be okay. If I already registered, can I add your referral code to it? No, unfortunately. If you already registered, it means I didn't refer you. So that's how that is. But yeah, you're going to be able to be killed in town. And then there's going to be times where you're in a guild war or a node war. So things work out like that. That's just how it is. I saw you spelt it wrong. What do you think the minimum hours required to play in a week to keep up in Ashes of Creation? Okay, this is a difficult question. What do you mean? Yeah, somebody asked, what are your goals? What are your goals in Ashes of Creation? And if you tell me you want to be the very best, you want to be the very best Pokemon trainer, you want to be the best, you want to be the top one of all, I'm going to be completely honest, you're going to need to put in a lot of time. What does the referral do for you? It does two things. It puts money in my pocket. I get 15% kickback on your purchases. Doesn't cost you anything. So you're basically giving me 15% of your purchase money, which is kind of cool. And then it lets Intrepid know I'm reaching new people, which is really what I care about. I care about the metrics that I'm bringing in new people. But I generally only do things that don't cost you any money. So it doesn't do any money for you, doesn't do anything for you. But when I start making money from it, what it does for the community is it gives me a pool of money to give away like gift cards for. So go ahead with your passive income cash flow plans so you have the time. Yeah, I mean, not really fair though. You did refer me. I just didn't know about the referral when you signed up. That's okay. I'm not worried about it. It is how it is. The referral program is a lot like the Amazon Blacksmith program. I can tell you about a book. Like if you scroll down, I could tell you about, say, professional development, and I could tell you about a book called Lincoln on Leadership. And you could go in there and you could look at the book and not buy it. And then like 2 days later, you go on Amazon and you look up Lincoln on Leadership and you buy it. And I don't get the kick because you hadn't gone through my blacksmith. It's okay. I don't do this to feed my family. If I had to feed my family with my creator money, we'd be eating a lot of bottom shelf ramen, to be honest. If you're trying to make a living as a content creator, you're going to spend a lot of time eating bottom shelf ramen. If you want to get mad referrals, simply hack Lazy Peon's YouTube account, change your referral codes to yours and make bank. Lazy Peon got me and probably a majority of the community. Oh, you got me. My foot was off the board. You know what? Lazy Peon put out an amazing video. He's a better creator than me. He is a better content creator than me. He does a different flavor of content. When I grow up, I want to be able to make content like that. When I grow up as a content creator, some of the stuff that content creators do, I see they do really amazing stuff. It's just not the way I do it. You also use Peons. Hey guys, if Peon, let me tell you the truth. I am not, if Peon is the one who hooked you, he was on the boat, he was reeling in, he wasn't reeling this long. He threw in his net and he was just won't pulling in fish, That's great. He kind of brought a fuck ton of hype into AOC. He absolutely positively did bring a fuck ton of PR hype into AOC. I have gotten the residuals of the Peon video, the Tim the Tap Man, the Shroud and Summit interview, the Asmongold interviews. Why did that post that if I just posted it not long ago? I gotta check that out. My YouTube channel is doing very well. As you can see, my Twitch show is doing very well. I am, understanding that this is not poker. This is blackjack. Peon's sitting right next to me at the content creator table. He's got a much bigger stack of chips because that's how it goes. But I'm not playing against him. I'm playing against the house. For now, I watch you on Twitch and YouTube all the time for good info, fact-checked info. Yeah, that's why I love my show. Let's see, every aspiring AOC content creator profited from that lazy peon video. Absolutely. 100, To be honest, first time I saw your stream, you kicked a guy and that was all I saw and was like, nope, but came back because you're the one-on-one guy and saw you were kicking him. Why? I mean, that's the thing. Earlier today, I had to kick a guy and almost immediately after kicking the guy, I lost 25 viewers. That's okay. You know what? That is okay. Not everybody understands why. Some people are really particular about, oh, streamer shouldn't ban anybody. That's okay. And that's okay too. Like the guy who came in and thank you for that. That's a Prime sub. Is that Wudahas? I like that. It's like I'm okay with that. The guy that came in and complaining that it was me and I'm the only person streaming Ashes of Creation at the moment, he's like, oh God, you're the only person streaming. Yeah, that's okay. And you can leave and you can go pursue other avenues. Smurg is now live and Beck is now live. So there are other people streaming Ashes and that's okay too. Oh, look at this. Look at this guy. New Slinger giving out 5 subs. Look at that. So say thank you. Oh, Neffin plays games got one. Look at that. Beta will bring them out. Yeah, that's okay. I am as you guys can see, I am 100% ready for alpha and beta. That's why these shows are so important to me, because these shows drive Ashes 101. These shows drive Ashes 101. So you thank him? No. I called him out. New Slinger gave out 5 community subs. That's amazing. So I was pretty sure I thanked him. But you guys thank him too, if you get one. Let's see. We got the why don't I see the poll on my other screen? I can grab the poll. Viewer results. Blah blah. Let's see. Oh man, that's horrible. I hate how they do that. They make this so. Oh wait, what if I do this and I shrink the, oh, I can. Look at the smarts. Shrink this up a little bit. That'll be much better. I'm just getting used to the larger monitor, and I swore I was never going to change off of a 1080 monitor because I couldn't use it, and I switched to a 2K monitor, and now, oh, I can't save that there. Why? I swear I'm getting used to this new monitor here. Let me put it up, because with the other thing. So I put it up as, what type of player are you? PvP, PvE, or PvX? Actually, surprising results. Surprising results. I expected to see more people say that they were PvP players. Only 4 people responded saying they're a straight PvP player. 6 responded PvE, and everybody else said they're a PvX player. I will definitely put that. That will definitely be out there when I do the polls, when I get the polls set up. Which monitor did I get? I got the Samsung 27-inch QLED, 144 hertz, 1 millisecond curved monitor. It's in the gear tab down below. I have the generation one behind these. I have a duplicate setup downstairs, so I can game with my wife downstairs, and then the office is really for my content creation. A lot of people are like, "Wow, why would you have a double setup in your house?" Well, because I stream from in here and I make content in here, and I want to be able to game with my family. Don't start another poll. Let me have tonight, or I won't have much time tonight, but let me have tomorrow morning, and I'm going to try to figure out a better way to do polls on my channel, because I want that data. I want that data so Steven can see it, and I want to be able to make a long running polls. So polls are a big thing people are interested in here, and I've been working on it, but I'm doing like 16-hour days again, guys. 16-hour days. I believe I heard from Steven. I believe I have heard Steven both reference 2-2-4 group combinations and also one of each class. I've never heard Steven reference 2-2-4 ever. I've heard him say one tank, one healer, one support. I've never heard him say 2-2-4. I've seen him say that some balancing is based on one of each class, but yeah, I've never seen 2-2-4. You might be confusing your Ashes with your Final Fantasy, because Final Fantasy is based on the 1-1-2 2-2-4. So the Acer Predator 32-inch 165. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you the reason why that I got the monitors I got, even though I wanted to keep the setups exactly the same so that I'm not dicking around in case I have, like, say my cube goes out and I have to stream and I got to bring my other PC upstairs. I don't want to have a bunch of different shit going on. So I was wondering, how about the looting system on world bosses? Is it just enough to hit the world boss once and get the same chance as the highest DPS? No. There's two stages to loot distribution. One is which group gets the loot. So if you have the tag and you do 40% of the damage, your group gets the loot. If you don't have tag, but in a DPS race, you do 60% of the damage, your group gets loot. That is just for determining which group gets loot. Once it's determined which group gets loot, then it goes into your group's looting rules. But if you're a random nobody and you roll past a world boss and shoot it once in the ass with an arrow, you have 0% chance of getting loot. Let's see. Out of PvP, PvX, and PvE players, probably PvEers will like this game the least. I'd agree with that. I would agree with that. Summoners are not support. Summoners are not support. Summoners are jack of all trades replacements for a role. Bards are support. Clerics are healers. Summoners fill the gaps. Loot rules are something you do not have easily found in Ashes 101. Just a note. Yeah, I just added them yesterday. I wanted to get them out there, and I'm trying to figure out the best way to put the loot rules in. I put loot rules in the PvE stuff yesterday. I wrote the whole PvP theme on one page just to get it up there, so I have it. And then I probably will do with the PvE theme what I did with PvP. I will break the PvE theme onto its own page, and then quests, tasks will go on one page, events will go on a page, dungeons will go on a page, probably dungeons, raids, and bosses, and then I'll put the loot rules on their own page. Sometimes I want to get content out there so I have it, and then I can, yeah. So, I mean, the loot rules just went up yesterday. It's a process. It's trying, and the other thing is why Ashes 101 seems like it's a lot of like clown fiesta is, imagine trying to write the curriculum for a class when you only get to read like the 9th page of all the subject material. Like, it's hard. Like, people ask me, do a page on mounts. well, what the shit do I really know about mounts? So I'm constantly going back and rewriting pages. So yes, I will get that there. In fact, I'm going to make a note, PvE page breakout, and then highlight loot rules. Noted. Let's see. Repost. Is there any penalty restriction for looting player corpses? If I come across a non-combatant corpse, am I free to loot it? You can't loot corpses at all. There is no corpse looting. When you die, you drop a sack of gatherables, processed goods, and like animal stuff, hides, horns, and stuff. But no, you can't loot the corpse. Let's see. I'm trying to. Yeah, they have a lot of good theme park games. So, but yeah, PvEers need to realize if you're, and what I say is there's Care Bears, right? And Care Bears are PvE players. But I make the distinction, and I make the distinction that there's Care Bears and there's Care Bears that'll drop Fang. You can hate PvP, but if you're willing to fight when there's a need to fight, then you're a Care Bear that drops Fang. I used to tell people in my corporation this in EVE all the time. I had about 30 people in my corporation. They were assigned to one of the mining operations, and they would never come with us. Like, if we got into a corporation war, they would always bitch and complain, and they'd be like, well, now we can't play. I was like, so get in your combat ship and let's go kick some ass. And some people, they were like, well, I don't want to ever fight. Well, then you're in the wrong corporation. You got to be willing to fight. So do all the items fall? No, a percentage. You drop a percentage upon death, not all of them. If you in general avoid PvP but will fight back in a corner, I think you'll do fine in this game. Yes, absolutely. If you're a Care Bear and you'll never drop Fang, this is not the game for you. If you will fight back, but you don't go seek out PvP, but you'll fight back, you're gonna do fine. Like a Care Bear, just so you guys know, I don't use the term derogatorily. Okay, I don't use the term derogatorily. A Care Bear is somebody who absolutely, positively will not PvP. You will not PvP, period. Doesn't matter if you get attacked, doesn't matter if you're, like, your node has been sieged and you won't sign up as a defender because you will not PvP. That is a pure Care Bear, okay? You're not going to enjoy the game. Good to know. I'm a Care Bear Extreme and detest PvP. Okay, so I'm going to be honest. If you are Care Bear Extreme and you detest PvP, this may not be the game for you. This may not be the game for you because this is not an opt-in PvP system. You are always vulnerable to being attacked by other players. Your node can get a war deck on it. Your guild can get a war deck on it. Even unless you get a guild that is PvP to protect you. No, even then, that's not going to be enough. If you are not willing to PvP, then you might have a lot of problems where you have to move your citizenship because your node gets warred on. If your node gets warred on, there's another node out there that anybody in that node can legally kill you with no penalty. Do you think that a raid that gets wiped entirely on 20%, but did the majority share a DPS, will retain their looting rights despite their death? Okay, so they get wiped at 20%. Okay? So they had the tag and they did 80%. Well, then the other group is just going to reset the boss. If I show up on you and you're on my tree boss and the boss is at 25%, we're going to wipe you. And then we're going to let the boss reset and then we're going to take the boss. I'm not going to kill the boss for you if I know I don't have looting rights. So if you're wiped entirely on 20%, why would they keep killing the boss? They would let the boss regen. Do you think DPS contribution will reset upon a raid wipe? Yes. If the boss resets, and goes back to 100%, what damage have you done to the boss? 0, because the boss reset. I think people like the danger of being killed. That's why people wanted classic WoW back. Maybe. I might give you that. I think they might because of corruption. No. If you're never willing to fight back, ever, like you will never fight back, you're not going to enjoy Ashes. The Bed Dave's response: I try to avoid PvP if I can, but if PvP finds me, I take it on. That's, I think, the minimum attitude you need to have towards PvP to enjoy Ashes. You know, unless you get a guild that is PvP. Another question is, why do you dislike PvP? That is true. Why do people dislike all forms of PvP? What is this fuckery about ArcheH2 and who is the producer? Well, ArcheH2 is a game in development by Excel Games. And there is that. I'm a hardcore PvP player that enjoys protecting the Care Bears because they can teach me crafting and other useful knowledge. Sure, that's a good answer. Sorry, not phrasing my question clearly enough. When somebody dies, does the percentage of items fall to the ground? And can they be picked up by anyone? Yes. When the person dies, they are a loot pinata. They spit loot onto the ground, and anybody can pick it up. Which means you can actually be responsible for killing the corrupted. You killed the corrupted person, and the corrupted person dropped gear, and somebody ran through and snagged it. Like Fushi in the testing, being naked. I personally like always being on my toes, scared of being attacked at a moment's notice. I think it does good for you. I think it does good for you to always be worried. Why wouldn't you fight back if you lose, drop less on death? Because you want to stick the other person with corruption. If you fight back, the other person doesn't get corrupted. So I mean, I'm going to be honest. If I have nothing in my bag and I'm on an alt and you're level 50 and you're killing my alt for no reason, honestly, get fucked and enjoy 20 levels of corruption. Just saying. What is the point of this game if people do not have to PvP? Well, they don't have to PvP. They don't have to do anything. I just don't think you're going to enjoy it. Losing your home. Because what's going to happen is you lose your home, but you didn't defend your node. Your freehold gets destroyed, but you didn't defend your node, and you're going to bitch and whine and cry on the forums. And somebody who was at that node siege is going to be like, yeah, but I didn't see you there. Oh, well, I don't PvP. So I'd hope they give certain loot window where the person that killed something before anybody can pick it up. Nope, anybody can pick it up. Let's see. I think people that dislike PvP actually dislike ganking. No, there are people who absolutely do not like PvPing, period. They don't like engaging in PvP. There are people who don't like player versus player combat. My wife didn't like PvP for the longest time. We played WoW on a PvE server, and then we played, Jesus, we jumped through a lot of games. Final Fantasy 14, the original one. Final Fantasy 14, the reboot. And then when we finally got to ArcheAge, my wife wasn't used to, because my wife didn't grow up as a gamer. My wife didn't start gaming until we were married. So my wife was never involved. She was involved in the alpha testing. And I remember coming home from work, and my wife was visibly distraught. My wife was upset. I said, what happened? And she's like, I got killed doing a trade run and I lost all of my packs. And my wife was pissed, right? She had never encountered non-consensual PvP in a video game before. Like, she played WoW when we did Alterac Valley, right? So I came home and my wife was visibly distressed. She was upset because and it was her larders. She worked really, really hard to make her larders. They blew up her wagon. They took all of her larders. And then what was worse than that is they were just toxic little fucks in chat, okay? And so my wife was ready to just say fuck it and pack up the game, and we had just whatever we paid for her account, like $200 for an alpha test. I said, yeah, this is a different type of game. This is an open world PvP game. You got to be ready to fight back. My wife ended up getting with one of the people in our guild to learn how to PvP. Went to one of our PvP trainers and said, I don't know shit about PvP, teach me. She changed from Archer to Blighter. And then my wife became a little fucking savage, okay? She remembered the people who had stolen from her, and she went out of her way to fuck their universe up at every single opportunity. And she got really, really good at it. She got really, really good at fucking people's days up. When my guild sort of split up, I went back to doing the new player guild. I went back to doing Paradox as a new player guild. My wife said, hey, I don't want to go back to being in a new player guild. I want to go fuck people up. I was like, what? She joined a mercenary guild. All right. My wife was getting paid top dollar in gold to go kill people. So if my wife, who started off as the friendliest of Care Bears, turned into a little fucking bloodthirsty savage, then all I have to say is you can too. So how did I get your wife into gaming? I need this. What happened is we got married. I was a gamer. I moved my computer down. I got home from work. I was gaming. My wife didn't even have really a gaming computer. And, you know, I was gaming. I was playing Eve. She kind of kept, like, I remember if my desk was here, then the kitchen door would be like right there. Well, my wife had to come up behind me and then walk behind me to get into the kitchen. And so she saw that I was having fun with gaming. I was playing Eve. And she said, well, what are you doing? I was like, I'm playing Eve. And she's like, well, I want to get involved in gaming. And I said, well, I'm a spaceship. She's like, I want to get involved in gaming, but I don't want to be a spaceship. And so I thought to myself, all the MMOs that I could play. And I was like, we'll play WoW, because I think WoW will be the easiest for her. She loved it. My wife absolutely loved it. So I'm a very fortunate person, because when I tell my wife in games, I'm like, you know, I gotta go raid. It's nice now. I have an office I can come to. I have a man cave. For the first time ever in my what will be this year 13 years of marriage to my wife, I have my own private space. I have all daughters. If you guys didn't know that, I have all daughters. I haven't had personal space in 4 houses. We were gonna build a house, and I was gonna have the downstairs. I was gonna have a studio in the basement, and that plan fell through. And so my kids were cool about it. My kids were cool about it. I asked this was my daughter's room, but on my second floor, the air processor is outside of this door. So I had to change out this door, put a solid core door in. I couldn't go into the room my daughter is now, because that shares a wall with the air processor. I went in there with the mic and to see what it was, and even through the wall, I would have had to rip out a wall. I would have had, fuck that. I ain't soundproofing a wall. And then the room that my little one is in was right across the hall from the air exchanger. And even with the solid core door there, it would have been too loud. I said to my kids, if I paint your rooms, will you guys move your rooms around? Their rooms were, let's do this real quick. So if you guys can see that ugly ass gray color on the wall behind me, let me do this real quick. So that ugly ass gray color is what my whole second floor is, right? My kids were telling me they were depressed because the walls are this color. Well, I was like, yeah, right. You're depressed because your room is dark. Well, I have a little one and I have a teenager. I painted their rooms for them. They are the happiest fucking kids. Since I painted their rooms, they're absolutely amazingly happy. So I said to my kids, if I paint your rooms, will you move? And they said yes. It's almost a greenish gray. Yeah, my wife is happy because the second floor has a room that's blue and a room that's pink. She wants to repaint our room. I'm okay with that. If it makes everybody happy, I'm okay with it, because I get my own office. Shit talking is half the fun of PvP. Shit talking is half the fun of PvP if you beat an equal opponent. Shit talking, when you just like 7v1'd like a PvEer, you've already crushed them. You've already crushed them. I will say this about shit talkers. I'm amazed and I am ecstatic that Intrepid isn't going to offer server transfers. Because if you're a toxic little fuck and you have your toxic little fuck gangbang of gankers who would get spanked in a real PvP matchup, and all you do is run around and gank low levels, first of all, you're going to saddle yourself with all sorts of delicious corruption, and you're going to make your character useless. Second of all, if a whole bunch of you decide to take a server and turn it into a toxic shithole, everybody will just re-roll off your server, take all your cosmetics down, crush your freehold so you can put it somewhere else, and go to a new server. The people that are serious about playing. And then you're stuck on a server where you're the kings of a salt mine. Congratulations. And then you're going to go to Intrepid and you're going to whine and you're going to complain and you're going to say, well, everybody moved off our server. And Intrepid, if they're smart about it, will say, yeah, because of your behavior. Enjoy to the fullest your dead server. Now, shit talk a equal opponent. Absolutely 100% agree with you. As long as at the end of the day, after the shit talk and you're done shit talking back and forth, at the end of the campaign of shit talk, there's good games, high fives. I'm getting a Wave 3 microphone. I'm waiting for the shock mount to come because yes, I hit it all the time. The shock mount, it was weird. I got the Wave 3 microphone before I got the shock mount in the pop filter. So a couple of days, hopefully. I sent back the Blue Yeti shock mount and I realized I shouldn't have because it was like $20 for the shock mount. I spent $3 to send it back. It was like, that was a dumb fucking move on my part. But husband isn't quite sold on gaming yet. He didn't like WoW, but he enjoyed ESO. I'm hoping I can get him into Ashes. Hey, the good part is just wait until I'm streaming Ashes Alpha 1 and then he can see it and then he can ask questions. Never forget your anniversary. You will regret it for the rest of your life. No, man, I got so much positive karma in my marriage. I can never screw up. I can never screw up. Like, what did my wife get for her birthday this year? Trip to Disney. I'm okay. I'm covered. What's my wife getting in October? Trip to Universal because she likes Universal. Although our trip to Universal kind of got boned. I understand why, but they closed our resort and we're going to stay at the other resort and we've never stayed there before. I really like the Portofino. And then they canceled Halloween Horror Nights. I wanted to just cancel the whole trip, but my wife wants the weekend getaway. So happy wife, happy life, happy office with no guests. So, do you need to press and hold some button like control to kill someone? Because else I feel like killing or attacking someone could happen on accident. Yes, you have to flag for PvP. You have to flag to go combatant. Sadly, I think the pure PvE raiders are going to get a harsh wake-up call when they realize that nodes will come and go all the time. So their home is not always going to be as available as their safe space. This will also be the case for Dungeons Raid they were looking to farm. Yes, absolutely. Because content in the world is going to change based on the node's configuration, then pure PvEers and pure raiders are going to be pissed. Remember, you have the spectrum of pure PvEers, PvEers that'll drop Fang, PvXers, mostly PvPers, but still PvX, and then don't invite me to a raid, motherfucker, I only kill other players, PvPers. There's a spectrum of players. Pure PvEers, I think, are going to hate Ashes. They're absolutely going to hate it. Pure PvEers. If you're willing to, my node is under siege, I'm willing to defend my node, then I think they'll be okay. They'll be okay. But I definitely agree. I don't think pure PvEers who hate all PvP are going to like Ashes. And obviously that's just an opinion. There's nothing more satisfying than killing toxic fucks. That's also why there's no factions in this game. True. Do you worry about a bunch of people rolling on your server with the only intention of killing you since you're getting big as a streamer? No. Couple of reasons why. Number one, my guild is did you see the Scorpion King where all of the kids like surround the leader of the horde? The arrow comes down and then all the kids just stand in front of him, or all the people surround him. And maybe it was Stargate where all the kids get in front of the guy. My guild is like that. I never asked my guild to form a meat shield for me. I feel like sometimes I'm the president and I've got like, echelon 4 Secret Service agents. My guild comes out of the goddamn woodwork to defend me. My guild will simply defend me. I have PvPers in my guild that know that being a streamer brings them a good fight. And my guild doesn't back down. My core group of people, they know they're going to lose and they're still going to fight. They're going to make you beat us. They're going to make you play 59 minutes and 59 seconds. If the game is an hour long, they're going to make you play 59 minutes, 59 seconds. That's how my guild is. So I'm not worried about it. I'll be completely honest. If a bunch of people came to my server, and they were fucking with my guild, then we just changed the guild name and then I just create a character to stream on. The thing is due to the nature of my show, I don't do my show to brag about our accomplishments. I do an educational show. Most people don't want the educational guy's show to get fucked with. Of course, I always get those few. Okay, I get those few. And usually people take care of it for me. Do you think graveyard camping somebody and possibly as a group could become troublesome? There's no effective way the person could get away without fast travel. I do believe that would be a problem if the person simply let you sack corruption, like one-on-one. The person you killed them. Well, first of all, you killed them, and now you need to know which respawn they went to. So, in and of itself, that is the first problem. You kill them, you need to know which respawn they're going to go to. And so, say you go to the respawn to kill them again, and then you camp the respawn. Well, if you're corrupted because you killed them, then they just don't flag. They walk out, kill them again. At a 300 to 400% differential, say I get 10,000 negative XP every time you kill me. You get 30,000 negative XP every time you kill me. Because I saddle you with corruption. Also remember, the more corruption you get, the lower your combat efficiency goes down. So... Also keep in mind that while you're doing that, that person has a guild, that person has a node chat, that person has a shout chat, and you're corrupted, so you're a beacon of the unholy on the map and bounty hunters are going to be looking for you. Remember, when you die as a corrupted, you might be standing right next to a respawn point. That's not the respawn point you spawn at. You spawn at a random one. So no, I don't think camping somebody is going to be a huge problem. I mean, and also realize, I think if you've done something to somebody that pisses them off enough that they want to, respawn camp you, then you might deserve it. I mean, if you're a shithead and they keep you boxed into a respawn point, I think they'll be okay. Defending territory does motivate me to PvP. The New World beta was good for that. Yes, exactly. Defending territory. You're not fighting for the sake of fighting. You're fighting over a tangible objective. You're fighting for your home. Troy is mother to us all. Fight for her. Your node is mother to us all. Because if we lose, if we give up 1 inch, not 1 inch backwards, men, not 1 inch backwards, ladies, because if we give up 1 inch, we might lose our node. You die on the line, and then you respawn, and you get back to the line, and you pick up a shield, and you pick up a spear. You can be a meat puppet and just zombie zerg them. You can be numbers. You can soak in AoE that I don't take because you're standing next to me. You can suck at PvP. Defend your home. Let's see. What game will you recommend to play to get ready for Ashes of Creation? Unfortunately, the only game I recommend to get ready for Ashes of Creation is EVE Online. Because there's a lot of terms in theory you can learn in EVE Online. Some people took me up on it. I gave them my friend code for EVE Online. They started playing EVE Online. Some of them are like, I hate this. Some of them are like, I don't really like this, but I'm learning a lot. And some people are like, dude, I love this. I'm like, yeah, I just don't love it too much. Come back to Ashes when it's time. So most streamers have a group of players supporting them that's far bigger than the group trying to grief them, troll them. Any streamer that doesn't has a community of toxic fucks, but that's on them. They should have grown their community and kept it healthy. Yeah, I don't want a bunch of free shit from my community either. I don't want a bunch of free shit from my community. I want, if I'm gonna get free shit, I want it from my guild, but I want it for guild uses. Which branch of the artisan system are you going to master? Gathering, processing, crafting. I never understood in these polls. I can make it so that you guys can vote with extra bits or with paradox points. I think we're going to do that for movie night, but not for polls like this. There you go. There's your poll. Coming right up. There's a poll up, guys. Which branch of the artisan system are you going to master? It's accepted. Oh, by the way, guys, I am going to tell you. Oh, let me check my email because it's the end of the business day. I don't think they will have gotten back to me today, or they would have popped in while I was streaming. Yeah, they didn't get back to me yet. I know some people were asking me about the Twitch partner application, but I'm not expecting an answer today because Monday was a holiday, so they really only had it for 4 days. Cooking would be crafting. Oh yes, can I open up the thing? I most certainly can do that. So I'm not expecting an answer on my partner application until next week. Do you think someone who is bad at PvP will not get good but is willing to fight back if needed can enjoy the game? Yes, absolutely. I don't know if I answered that. I think I did. But yes, absolutely. I want to make sure I answer that twice. Such a good question. I'm going to answer it twice. Uh-oh. We're hitting the 5-hour mark. I got 30 minutes because the wife is making tacos. I love my wife's tacos. Let's see. Gonna master cutting down trees since everyone will be master shipbuilding. Hey, I am planning on my guild being a naval guild because I think that horizontal progression in the naval content is going to be a make or break. If you're out there on the ocean and your guild is all a bunch of salty sea dogs and you're running up on a boat and they haven't ever sailed before, that's just easy money. That's just easy money. Sometimes we hoist the colors. Sometimes we're nice people. Other times we're dirty pirates. Let's see. I feel like you'll need the least master crafters. Remember, hold on. I want to jump on that. A lot of people think that. A lot of people think that the least you need is master crafters. But remember, you're going to need 3. You're going to need 3 of each master crafter because you're going to need people to have their dials from their social organization. This is the thing I think people keep missing. All right. Let me refresh this as well. I always like to know if Steven's lurking. He lurks in here sometimes. And then I need to make sure. Mainly because I want to call him out for his lack of cardio. Okay, he's not. Okay, so you have the Scholars Guild, the Scholars Academy, the Merchants Guild, and the Thieves Guild. So you have armor smithing, but you need an armor smithing with a high-ranking thief in it. You need armor smithing with a high-ranking scholar in it, and you need armor smithing with a high-ranking merchant in it, because each of those social organizations open up different dials. So maybe you want to have cloth armor, light armor, not heavy, medium, light cloth robes. Maybe you want robes because you want to be able to go fuck up mages with a high magic defense, but you need a roguey type stats on your robes, and robes normally don't have those. So you got to go find the Thieves Guild master armor smith so he has the right dials to put on your armor. So there is a lot going on with the crafting system, more than just mastering crafting. Your dials are going to be based on your social organization, your node, your guild, some other stuff. So there's a lot going on. Is Ashes of Creation available to play now? No, unfortunately. If Ashes of Creation was available to play now, I would be playing the shit out of Ashes of Creation. The moment this game is eligible for alpha, guys, I am going to tear it up. I'm going to be on it, full time, all the time. We're just going to have a good time in Ashes of Creation. We're going to do like a day. It's going to be like, okay, today is Cleric Day. Today is Fighter Day. Da-da-da-da-da. Sounds like we're going to need, it sounds like we need a lot more crafters. Yes, you probably are. Let's see. I'm going to master animal husbandry or ship crafting. Also, good thing to know. If you guys didn't see my artisan video, I do have an artisan system video up there. Our Ashes 101 artisan system goes into a lot of the details. You can master multiple things in a color. But once you master something in a color, you can only master things in that color. You can't repair things by simply spending gold. You need the crafters repair it with the base components. That is true. That is true. Can you get banned for talking about information that is under NDA if you didn't sign an NDA? Okay. I get asked that question a lot, and I'm going to give you an answer to that. Can you get banned for talking about information that's under NDA that you somehow got your hands on and you didn't sign an NDA? No, technically you can't, because you technically don't have an NDA with the owner of the information. However, depending on how badly the owner of the information wants to fuck up your day, number one, the easiest thing they can do to you is ban your account, okay? They can ban your account for anything. I tell you guys on my show all the time, read the fine print, okay? Read the fine print. Every EULA, every terms of service usually has, we can ban you for any and all reasons, including no reason. Number two, okay? If they really want to fuck up your day, they can send you a cease and desist order. And you can, I'm going to be very blunt and very abrasive with this. They can send you a cease and desist order and you can wipe your ass with it and throw it out and not pay attention to it. A cease and desist order is not a legally binding document. A cease and desist order is a warning shot. It usually includes in it, if you don't cease and desist this behavior, we're going to sue the fuck out of you. All right. If you're at the point where you've gotten a cease and desist from anybody, you better take that to your lawyer. And if you don't have a lawyer, you better think real clear about what you want to do, because nobody pays the money to draft up a cease and desist if they're not willing to take the next step. And the next step is, if you're talking about information that's under NDA, all right, and you're not exposing where you're getting it from, expect that they're going to start just pulling your ass into court to try to get that information from you. And people are like, well, I'm not going to tell them shit. Yeah, well, the problem with not telling people shit when they want to know something is they just keep pulling you into court. And here's the trick they do. They pull you into court, so you got to take that day off of work, right? But they're not suing you for anything yet. So you have to know how to file a countersuit. So I'm gonna give you the real simple trick. They pull you into court on September 11th and for a hearing. And then because you have to retain a lawyer, you now have to start spending money on your lawyer. And then when they get to court, because they want to inconvenience you, they simply ask for a procedural change that's going to make this hearing in 30 days. So you took the day off of work, you traveled to the courthouse, you don't have a lawyer, so you don't know how to play the game. They just simply move the hearing date for a month. Now you took the day off work, you traveled to the courthouse, all for nothing. They can just fuck with you. That's why I hate the legal system. They can simply fuck with you for several months in a row, wasting your time. Not everybody can just get time off work. And then the other problem is what's the perception if you tell your boss, yeah, I need Friday off from work again, I got another court case. Well, yeah, they bury you in legal fees. The thing you got to realize is if you retain a lawyer, unless the company, people are always like, well, I'm going to sue him for my legal fees. You don't always get to sue for your legal fees. If it's all procedural shit, there's no legal fees for you to sue for. So yeah, I'm just keep that in mind. So if you have information you know is covered by an NDA and you're talking about that information, I would stop. I would stop and realize you're gonna get fucking buried. If nothing else, if they know you have an account with them, they'll bury your account. Also depends on what country you're in. Yes, let me preface that. When I talk about legal stuff, guys, I'm only ever talking about the United States. Some of the stuff I talk about is absolutely 100% wrong in other countries, because in some of your other countries, you have way different legal systems, which is why I'm going to be completely honest. I'm afraid to travel in some countries. Honestly, because some of your legal systems just boggle my fucking mind. Okay? Countries where you're guilty until proven innocent, no thank you. Countries where there's no bail, no thank you. I'm gonna stay my ass in America where I know the rule book. Let's see. Tyler 1 talked shit to a Riot employee and had to spend a year being creative stream with XYZ excuse from Riot because they can ban you. Also remember, you can be that asshole that causes them to change their terms of service their terms of service, where they can actually put in their terms of service that you don't have the right to stream their content. Tryon had it. It was Article 14 in their terms. They had specific terms for what you could do with their content. And literally, they can go, believe this or not, and sometimes people don't believe me. If you signed a terms of service that says they can control whether or not you're allowed to stream their content, and then you stream their content anyways, and you're just like, oh, fuck them. No, let me get rid of this one. You're like, oh, fuck them. There's nothing they can do to me. I want to remind you that all they have to do is go to Twitch with the terms of service for your account that you're currently streaming on. And they go to Twitch and they say, you're streaming banned content. And Twitch almost will always side with the game company. Because remember, Twitch isn't legally obligated to enforce other people's terms of service. But if Twitch doesn't enforce other people's terms of service, it sets a precedent that then makes it more difficult for them to enforce their own terms of service. So if, say, Tryon was still in business and I was streaming ArcAge and I was just shit bashing them, they could go to Twitch and say, on this date, we inform this individual they can no longer stream our content. This individual continues to stream our content. We'd like you to action his account. And Twitch will be like, yep, got it. Let's see, which branch of the artisan system are you going to master? Gathering at 39%, crafting at 35%, and processing at 27%. Makes sense. Most people don't want to be the unsung heroes that is processing. But no, that makes total sense. Let's see. Asian places are the main places I want to go, but worried legally about anything. Uh-oh. Any new news in the past month or so? There was a ton of new news. I did my recap video, as I always do. Where the hell did we put it? Yeah, we got a ton of news, actually, now that I think about it. September or August news. Some August news, like a lot of stuff about Castle Sieges. I linked a video for that. But yeah, we got a lot of new stuff last month. Not as much as people want. But yeah, the August video had a lot in it. I am waiting for some sort of leak from Intrepid Studios because they hit their 10,000 people on Instagram, so they said they would leak something. I'm probably going to regret putting this out there, but having a tavern and cooking is probably going to be the top moneymaker. People will want the area buffs and will likely donate resources to make sure the buffs stay up. Owners of the tavern will be drowning in resources and therefore be drowning in cash. Why would anybody donate those things when the tavern owner can buy them? The tavern owner will be looking to buy that stuff. She's not in here. She's not in here. It's okay. Shh. Sorry, guys. This is my daughter's deaf cat, which is funny because my daughter is also deaf. Shh. Come here. Come here. Come here. Sorry. The cat's got dementia and she's deaf. So she doesn't know she's screaming, and my daughter's not here, and the cat woke up from her afternoon nap. So she's going to be confused for a few minutes. She comes into this room because this is my daughter's old room. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Shh, they don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. Let's see. Yes, tavern owners will have the ability to put up quests that allow them to buy materials from gatherers and stuff. So yes, I imagine tavern owners will definitely be drowning in money. However, there's not going to be 25 taverns right next to you. Remember, freeholds have a standoff distance. So freeholds have a standoff distance between them. Do I know sign language? I mean, I knew sign language 20 years ago when I was a teacher. Like, my name is Jalan, and I am your teacher of American history. I mean, I knew enough sign to get me by, like casual sign. But no, my daughter was just recently diagnosed as having major hearing loss. I keep fucking telling her, you need to go to sign class. You need to learn your sign. She's like, I'll get to it. I'm like, yeah, your fucking sign language is going to be a whole lot more difficult to learn when you're fucking deaf. But you know, you can't make a kid learn sign language if they don't want to. I also told my daughter, because she's almost blind in one eye and she's deaf, I was like, you might want to learn how to read Braille too. I'm just saying. And whatever. Did I introduce myself as Jalan to your school children? No, I introduced myself as my real name. I've become so accustomed to swapping out Jalan when I use the references that it's just second nature to me now. I plan on focusing on tavern content, so make sure you visit if we're on the same server. Hey, you're going to like Monday's video, because Monday's video is going to be on the tavern system. I'm working on that tomorrow. So, it will be the most consistent moneymaker work ratio. Yeah, I'm going to agree with that. Having a tavern in the right place with the right buffs and the right stuff and the right consumables, having a tavern with a shop on it on your freehold, you know, gonna be a good thing. Posture check, nope, denied. I am on my chair, feet are on the board, feet are propped, everything's good. My back is killing me. I'm not gonna lie. Fixing our friend's car, man, that tore the shit out of my back. I don't mind doing it, but my one vertebrae was killing me. Let's see. This game will likely get people used to a community-driven market. I agree. It will definitely get people used to a community-driven market, because this is going to be a game. I want to remind people. Let me do the reminder that I always do, that people seem to forget. People always seem to forget this. Okay? You can make a bunch of alts, and you can try to be self-sufficient. But this game isn't like other games where all you have to do is funnel the resources to your processing alt, and you get your freehold set up, right? And you get your freehold set up on your main, and your main is your gatherer, and then you log in your processor and you spend a couple of hours getting your alt to your freehold, and then you log that character out, and then you log in your crafter and move the crafter to your freehold, and then you just simply You simply go gather, bring the stuff back, log in the processor, do all the processing, log that person out, log in the crafter, make the stuff. It's not going to work like that. The artisan system is independent of the adventurer system, but the artisan system is not independent of the horizontal progression. If you want certain dials, you have to be a member of the social organization. To be a member of the social organization, you have to go and do shit. So I don't know how many people want to necessarily do triple the work. Now, I know Steven has said, people are like, well, Steven says I can play the game completely as an artisan. Yep. But he's never said that you can excel at being an artisan without doing all those social organization things. A lot of people think that it's just, I'm going to log in, and I'm going to be self-sufficient because I'm going to have my 8 characters, my 2 gatherers, my 2 processors, my 2 crafters. No, you're going to have to do other stuff. Where can I find information about dials? The limited information I have about dials is on Ashes 101 on the crafting page. The information comes from a 2017 interview that thankfully Ashley Riot was able to find for me. I had seen it and it was driving me nuts. You want to? Oh. Yeah, your sister's in here. So, can I do a video about in-game business management? I feel I will really suck at selling potions if I don't have a business major. I am actually starting a new product line in the next couple of weeks. It's called Jalan On. Jalan on life, Jalan on education, Jalan on politics, Jalan on MMOs, on guild leadership, content creation. I want to make other videos, but I don't want to put them on the Paradox Gaming Network gaming website. So I'm going to be doing a whole series of other stuff as well. Because honestly, it's going to be like a vlog, and I can't believe I'm 40 years old. I'm going to have a vlog, but I want to talk about stuff. It's not like I'm not going to talk about my life and like what I had for dinner and where I'm going to talk about like no shit. Like, hey guys, this is a book you should read, and here's why. So yes, I will be doing stuff about in-game business management and in-game economics. He's a teenager. He's a vlogger. I know. What the fuck, man? Like, why can't we have big people terms for things? No pictures of food. We'll be fine. I know. I like to send pictures of the food I'm eating when we're talking in Discord and people are talking about being hungry. I like to send pictures of food just because I'm a jerk. Can you recommend a good book right now? You know what? I can recommend a ton of good books right now. If you scroll down underneath the chat and you go to the Amazon Blacksmith, you will actually see both leisure reading and professional development. So I have books out there that I think you should read. Somebody came to me not long ago and they said, I need a book on management. And I said, number one, How to Win Friends and Influence People. How to Win Friends and Influence People is probably the most important book you've never read. It's down there. It's in professional development. It's by Dale Carnegie. By not changing a single thing about yourself and just changing little bits about how you speak to people, you can increase your success by like 100-fold. 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 And all it does is changing how you present what you want to say. I think, and here's, I just want to, I like to practice what I preach, right? I never want to be that guy that bullshits you. Here is my copy of How to Win Friends and Influence People. You will notice, you will notice it goes right here up on my bookshelf. And just for the giggles, guys, this book is another one. It's so important. I have 2 copies of it. Okay? I have 2 copies of the same book. And the reason why I have 2 copies of the same book is Lincoln on Leadership is a book. Lincoln on Leadership is a book I used to take with me everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Can recommend How to Gain Friends and Influence People, although I dared say some of the things in it is a tiny bit outdated. Yes, absolutely. Tiny bit outdated. Absolutely, positively. but you can't really stack on those other books unless you have a good foundation. And I'm going to tell you right now, How to Win Friends and Influence People is the book you should read. If you read one book in professional development all year, if you read one book all year, that should be the book. Now, pitch anything, sure. There's other books. But if you're looking to spend about $7 on a self-improvement book, you can click on How to Win Friends and Influence People. You can get it used for like $3 and like $4 shipping. That should spend $7, improve your life. Have I read Extreme Ownership? It sounds familiar. Oh, let me put up something else for the next couple of minutes. Sounds familiar. Let's do Art of War. Oh, thank you. The reason why I knew that sounded familiar is it's on one of these many pages of books. I had put it in my cart one day, or I put it on a list. Amazon is so weird. I'd put it on a list and then I deleted the list. And the list I deleted was my daughter's. She had gone into Amazon and picked a bunch of clothes. Somehow the book that people had recommended for me, I had put on the list, and I was like, where's the damn book? Because I can get the book on Audible. So, and it was free on Audible. So yeah, I got it for free on Audible. So yeah, thank you. Because I didn't know where the hell it was, and it's in this notebook is just about finished. But every show I take notes, and I did tear some pages out. I usually don't tear pages out, but yeah, I tore some pages out for a reason, and then my books were gone. A couple other books were recommended. I have those on Post-it notes. 100 full times 0 is 0. Yeah. What did Billy Bob Thornton say in the one movie? You can't help yourself because yourself sucks. I mean, unfortunately, if you're not willing to help yourself, you can't help yourself. Who moved my cheese? Man, that's a throwback. Well, I'm relying on add-ons and WoW. I'm so glad they're not in this game because it levels the playing field. I've always been good at making money in games, so no add-ons actually gives me more of an advantage. Yes. What do you mean, no Sun Tzu? Sun Tzu's right there. Do I not have Sun Tzu in my professional development? I have Sun Tzu in my professional development. Get out of here. It's the black cover. It's not the cool cover with the forward. I don't really like Ralph Sawyer's additions to the book, but I used to have so that you guys know what I used to do for my airmen. If like an airman was getting commissioned, I would usually go buy them a book. But I had airmen that would get commissioned and not tell me, and all of a sudden they're PCSing or going TDY, and I would just grab a pen and I would just sign the book and I'd give it to them. That's where Stop Worrying and Start Living went. I had an airman got selected for OTS, and from the moment they got selected for OTS, all they did was worry. All they did was worry about how they were going to do OTS. I gave them my copy of the book. And I PCS shortly thereafter, and I didn't have a bookcase. And when I went to unpack my books, I was like, where the hell is this book? Let's see. No doubt, but what he teaches in the book is so fundamentally important. Even if you can't execute his teachings to the level he does, any bit more you can take ownership of your actions will help. Yes, I agree. I agree. Not necessarily on the book you're referring to, but fundamentals are important. Uh-oh. I have gotten the summons. 5 minutes. Okay. In most MMOs I play, I usually just end up accumulating as much money as possible. Not sure why, but I just like playing the market more than playing the actual game. The economy in Ashes is the primary draw for me. Yeah, I got into that in EVE Online, just accumulating resources for the sake of accumulating resources. There are people who would kill to have my ship collection in EVE. I don't even play the game. I've just got a ridiculous collection of faction ships. Like, I have Vindicators. Um, and whatnot. Have I read Martin van Crevald's On War? No, but I've read Karl von Clausewitz's On War. Yeah. Top shelf orange book. I know you guys can't really see it, but the top shelf book all the way to the left is On War. Yeah. The Transformation of War. Oh, hush. This is all of it. I'm pretty sure this version is all the books. Book 1, book 2. Yeah, this is all 4 books. This is all 4 books of On War. Have I read Ayn Rand's books? The Fountain or Fountainhead, isn't that her? The Fountain or Fountainhead or something Fountain. She's not coming to my head right away, but yeah. It's like I can see it right at the and I want to say it's The Fountain. Oh, okay, The Transformation War. Gotcha. The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged. Yes. Let's see. People diss me for having a mindless manual labor job. I spend 8 hours a day getting paid to exercise and educating myself with audiobooks and podcasts while studying night classes. Fuck them. Exactly. Fuck them. If you have a job and you're employed, you're already doing better than most people. If you have a job and you're employed and you're listening to audiobooks and podcasts, good on you. It's self-improvement. I mean, you could be sitting there jamming out to bullshit music, but you're improving yourself. All right, guys, I'm going to answer these last couple of questions and then I can smell the tacos. And I am starving. But am I allowed to do research on Ashes 101 and then stream and address questions I found answers to? Or are you only allowed to stream this? Are you approved of something? You can stream all you want. I am going to tell people real simple. If you're going to use somebody else's work, mine or anybody else's, make sure you're in full compliance with Section 107 of the copyright law. Most specifically, if I've just streamed something, it's not me. If you get like a fucking no-no stick because somebody took this stream and rebroadcast it on Twitch inside the 24 hours, Twitch is going to say, fuck you, we own the copyright to that, not you. So they might hit you with the no-no stick. As far as researching on Ashes 101, I highly recommend if you research it on Ashes 101, you cross-reference with the wiki just to make sure you're good. But yeah, anybody can put up a show on Ashes of Creation. You don't have to be an official content creator. Right now, there are 4 people doing shows on Ashes of Creation. And you guys are the best audience because you guys are keeping me in the #1 spot all the time I'm streaming. That's why I like you guys. Let's see. I had no idea Arc H2 was coming. Yeah, most people didn't. Hey, stop it. Let's see. At what stage do we figure out what the node type will be? Stage 1. As an airman, you should read John Boyd's biography, Extraordinary Man. They still teach his works to senior officers of all branches. True. I think John Boyd's biography was in the Maxwell free book development. Like you could go in and just sign for like 5 books while you were there. And I'm pretty sure John Boyd's biography was there. Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure Aaron Staff War College does that. Anyway, when is Fan Friday? It's on Friday. Obviously, I still have some cleanup to do on the website. I do want to get that submitted for Fan Friday to get Come here. To get Ashes of Creation pushed out. They can smell the tacos too. Anyways, guys, amazing show as always. 5.5 hours are gone, and I feel like we could do another 5.5. However, I have needs, and one of those needs is tacos. I also have to balance being a husband, a father, and a streamer. I don't have anything going on tomorrow, so I will be back tomorrow at some time during the day. I will be back sometime during the day tomorrow. Or afternoon or early evening. I don't know what we're going to get up to. I do want to talk about a couple of things real quick before I go. So give me like 2 minutes. As I have said during the show today, if you guys don't have Twitch Prime, You can get Twitch Prime 30 days for free just to check it out. I do love my Twitch Prime account. I love having Amazon Prime. Free shipping on all your stuff, movies, free, huge catalog of movies for free. I think it's worth it just to have. Once I make partner, I am going to do a Twitch watch party with Deadpool and Deadpool 2. We're going to sit back, eat some popcorn, make jokes about Deadpool. Don't forget, if you guys going to buy any books or buy anything from Amazon, click through my Blacksmith first. It's going to put more money in the kitty for when I do giveaways, and it doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't raise your price. Tavern video will come out next week, and then I'm going to start working on the no mini games for Artisan Systems. Big shout out to Arizona T because they engaged with me again on Twitter. I love those guys. And yeah, be looking for the Jalan On series coming up soon. Until then, guys, you're amazing. Check out Ashes 101. Check out my videos. You guys be safe. Go for your walk. Go for your run. Go for your exercise. I will talk to you tomorrow. Take care.